colleagues and friends would take a much better shape as we move along. And one of the things which I thought the students should learn is time management, which we have generally stuck to, and today we are late by 5 minutes, which normally should not happen, but that's how it is. So I thought I will start the ball rolling, and so that there is enough crowd during the star sessions which will follow me. And that is why I thought this is something which will be a mixed talk. There will be an overlap with the next subsequent talks also, and I would seek the pardon of the next speakers. But the whole idea is to set the ball rolling, is a bit motivational too, to tell you that if you need not be something extraordinarily great, and yet you will become one at the end of it if you follow certain, what shall we say, moral, ethical, educational, the EQ, SQ, all those quotients, if they are in place, it will be. So let me begin my talk, and I will try to finish in the next 25 minutes. One destination, different roads, that's the name, but what it tells you is that ultimately every one of y'all is looking for happiness, and all roads eventually lead to happiness, and which is what your main plan will be. And I'm sure abhi DM, DNB ke baad most people have this feeling, you know, abhi mera time aayega, which does come. But the normal traditional path is immediately after procuring your DM or DNB degree, the usual way forward is to first complete your bond, which was not there during our time, but this is there in many of you. Find a job, do some fellowship, plan to go abroad, and working as an SR is somehow the commonest, and this I've seen more in South also. In your own teaching institute, it appeals because it gives you that hands-on experience which you have missed during the theory, and of course completes your bond. But yes, some souls will go into private practice alone or with a senior, and going back to your hometown is one of the strategies many people take, and especially if you have a family setup, nothing like it, which you straight away do it. But eventually, a lot of you all will pick up a specialized field, and this is what we as seniors would probably tell you, that if it's possible, try and become an expert. And you have seen so many people who are seniors and mentors today. They have picked up some field, interventional nephrology. We have Girish Reddy, Valentin, Hemant Mehta. PD, we have Arup, who is there in the audience, Amit. We have Georgie Abraham and Nayak and so many. Immunology and transplant, Shruti, Bharat, Ajay Kher, they have chosen this subspecialty. We have CRRT and AKI, Rajshekhar. Similarly, we have primary researchers who have given a lot for their time in research. And we'll come to some people who are in industry, and some people write medical books and so on. So the field is open, and there are many other career options which Vijay will probably take into it. I have already asked for his pardon to enter into his speech, but I thought there are some who are entrepreneurs, some who are hospital administrators, a pharmaceutical career, and I was surprised to know that there are people who are medical educator, including NEET PG and NEET SS. This I'm talking about nephrologists, please. And then this new field of social media influencer. So these entrepreneurs, we have some of them sitting in the audience. Mukesh is there, Vilas is there, Ajay is there. They have actually taken up from clinical practice to entrepreneurship and have done it successfully, which again tells you that that is another area which one can actually go into. Dr. Ballal, of course, he had it in the family. So Dr. P.M. Uttap, I don't know how many people are aware, is the group CEO of Narayan Rudale. Vincent Lloyd, all of you all have heard his talk on machines, and he's right now heading or part of the African Dialysis Network, our own research scientist. But I don't know, I didn't hear of Dr. Rakesh Nair as a NEET PG or SS teachers. Any of you all? Yeah. So he took up that as a, so offbeat nephrology careers remain. Raj Mando, those who are from Gujarat will know, that was in Claris, then Intas, and he's pursued a pharmaceutical career. Jayant Matthew, I think a lot of people from South would know, was in one of Laranon for 3 years till COVID came, and then we all know Dr. Ashish Sharma was in Fresenius. So people have pursued pharmaceutical career. And social media influencer, we have our own Arvind Kanchi, but he does it for fun and for passion. But here is Dr. Siddharth Warrior, and I'm not trying to promote him because he's my son-in-law, but he's actually doing 2 days a week neurology practice, and 4 days in a week he's earning from social media. And the reason he feels is it's ultimately extension of our OPD patient education and public awareness begins with social media. So this is one line which people can follow, and if you reach influencers level which is beyond 2-3 lakhs followers, you can earn in 5 lakhs or so, and if you reach about 1 million, you can get 15 to 17 lakhs of income from social media. So basically to tell you, yeah, but then you might feel ke ye sab to abhi theek hai, they are all people who have with a silver spoon, or they have some superior intellect or something, but I can tell you that ordinary people can also do the same thing. So why am I not moving? So let me tell you my story, and some of my Mumbaikar friends would have heard it because I have already taken this earlier. Now this talk is especially designed and addressed to the young nephrologists who are the brightest future of nephrology in the country. And reason why I'm bringing out this talk is because of the general milieu of cynicism and negativity which is pervading. And I hope my talk will instill some hope, confidence and pride in their minds, helping them to happily navigate the path which is chosen by them. This will also give them confidence that you don't need to be in a big hospital, need not have a big work like that, nor do you need a godfather, and you can still make a difference. MD medicine in KEM, but there the rule was if you happen to be a first ranker in MD medicine, you would necessarily go to Madam Acharya's unit, and therefore once you reach Madam Acharya's unit, the entire cosmos will conspire to make you a nephrologist. You can't escape. And of course the usual journey, mundane life of a resident medicine, nephrology exams, but we learned many other skills. Alan was my boss, and of course she's my boss at home, so you learn many of the other things as a resident. And Madam Acharya never had the experience of marriage, but yet she encouraged research even in subjects in which she had no experience, helped us in getting married. Anyway, real life began in 1985 when I was done with my marriage and DNB in that order of importance. And after 2 more years of lecturership, which we used to call them at that time as lecturership, and now it's called, I think, assistant professor, I was ready to start private practice. I had huge love for academics and would not want to leave KM hospital or, academics and go into private practice. But then you need to sustain your family. With that meager pay of 7,000 rupees, it was difficult to continue as lecturer's post. Anyway, in 87, armed with my DNB, 5 years of nephrology experience, I was on the top of the world. I was the only doctor in the house, the only nephrologist in western suburbs, and only the 6th DNB qualified nephrologist in Bombay. I set out to start my private practice with huge dreams, no resources, no foreign experience, no fellowship, no godfather, no corporate hospital attachment, no teaching hospital attachment, no doctor or businessman in the family, which is such a familiar situation which will be faced by many youngsters who would try to start their practice today. But I naively believed that private practice would be a cakewalk, and I was super qualified and that hospitals and patients were waiting for me. But I was in for a rude shock. In 87, there were 5 big corporate hospitals in Mumbai, and all of them were with such senior giants in nephrology. There was no place for me in those corporate hospitals, and Borivali, where I lived, was a very distant suburb which had no hospital, leave alone having a dialysis unit. So I joined the ranks of the educated unemployed, which is quite a common scenario among the young early career nephrologists, even today, more so during our time. But surviving as a practicing nephrologist was, Vinith, Dr. Arpita is trying to contact us, was as difficult during my time as it is today. I was heartbroken, available roads were all closed. But then necessity is the mother of invention, so I thought we'll take the road less traveled, albeit with a silver lining. So the solution was, in our suburb, there was no dialysis unit. I was supposed to start a dialysis unit, which was easier said than done. A dialysis unit during those days was a critical care area and was a prerogative of a tertiary hospital. No small nursing home was not allowed or was not thought that they could start a dialysis unit. So the biggest challenge was to bring nephrology practice, especially dialysis, out of the cocoon of tertiary hospital, convince patients to get treated in a small suburb. Suddenly I struck gold. So this was the tempo, similar tempo. I was sitting by the side of the driver, and somebody told me that there are 2 old dilapidated dialysis machines from Belgium, which I picked it up along with another person and put it up in this tempo and came back to my Borivali area. There used to be Mazda Medical in Western India who could repair this. I'm just telling all this because storytelling is fun. May 87, we put up these first 2-bedded dialysis unit, and by the end of the year, we had 4 small hospitals willing to experiment with this, small setups in Bombay. Of course, by then I was unstoppable. There was a junoon which was of setting up HD units all over the city of Mumbai. And from a tentative start of experimenting with the small HD unit, we went on the HD unit building spree, and by 92, we had built around 16 dialysis units from 5-bedded to 36-bedded, and nephrology had arrived in our suburbs. So from a community nephrology, we graduated to become community dialysis unit centers, which is again a concept not existing at that time. From 100 dialysis a month, we went on to do 8,000 sessions a month. So the growth was crazy and we were overwhelmed. And then we sat down and realized that the scaling of renal replacement therapy requires 3 pillars: quality, cost, and availability. So availability we could build by making community centers. Cost was managed because we built charitable dialysis centers with the help of philanthropists, and quality we did by starting a dialysis training program at that time. So we experimented with 3 new concepts which during my time, I'm talking of 85, 87, concept of freestanding units, concept of charitable dialysis centers, and then the concept of nephrology-owned dialysis center, which made nephrologists as entrepreneurs. So this is the birth of a standalone unit, and of course this charitable unit was considered by everybody as a very foolish step, but during that time the patients could hardly afford dialysis. And if you remember the nephrology forum of Dr. Vijay Kher, in which he mentioned less than 1% penetration of dialysis in India at that time, and today we all know the penetration of dialysis is so much more common. So then I worked on the birth of a nephrologist's own dialysis unit, and my own dialysis setup was in Borivali, which from 2-bedded became now a 36-bedded dialysis unit. There was a new concept which again in Mumbai was not there, so we set up along with a partnership. We are going to talk on group practice. With a urologist, we started a nephro-uro nursing home. It was not much, it's about 20-25 bedded, but it started the concept of a nephro-uro hospital. I thought you could never write a paper, but eventually as a solo practitioner also I did write a seminal paper which was quoted till a long time on economics. Now of course the economics is very old and ancient. And then was the birth of a new dawn. Somebody will have to tell me the times. This is a story, so story can go on endlessly. 140, Abhi. Yeah, so we have 10-15 minutes. Somebody can ring the bell. Huh? And then we started Mumbai Kidney Foundation, which did a lot of patient awareness activities. We joined hands with other NGOs, started the transplant, organ donation theme and organ donation awareness. We had the use of glamour quotient for it. In IIT, we did a salt satyagraha. People are here in the audience who are part of it. We did many other activities for the patient, and then you all are all familiar that Mumbai Kidney Foundation brings out this nephrologist directory every year, except for the last 2-3 years when COVID, it was not brought out. I am yet to bring the 2nd edition of it, but there was a All India Directory of Dialysis Centers also, which was produced by Mumbai Kidney Foundation. Shifting gears, we then started the teaching activity, MKF Academy, which is a game changer, and which is why all of us are here today as a part of MKF Academy. Now this was with the help of a phenomenally talented bunch of young nephrologists who helped me in visualizing, envisaging, and then setting up of these, and some of them are in the audience here. The stalwarts of this conference, although people feel it is by the MKF Academy, but these 4 stalwarts are there sitting in the audience who have actually brought this conference together. And can I make them stand up? Vineet, Jitu, Ayan, Nikhil. So these are people behind the scene who have actually brought out today's this. So we set up the teaching unit of MKF Academy for the dialysis technicians, for dietitians, for general practitioners, for the physicians, and then for the nephrology fellows. We did some of these conferences which you are probably aware of it. Along with Kashi and Girish Narayan, we made a textbook, a handbook of dialysis technology. This is already being translated in Hindi and Marathi, and then eventually probably in 1 or 2 South Indian languages if possible. Rajesh is with me and his technician Sudhir Bagarao. With that, we had dialysis technician training programs all across Mumbai. But the jewel in our crown was the partnership with International Society of Nephrology. And they asked Mumbai Kidney Foundation to do the PCP, Primary Care Physician Training Program, and invited us to do it. So this is now, we have modules, 26, 27 modules on the platform of International Society of Nephrology for the primary care physicians. It's called Nephrology for the non-nephrologists. And Ajay was one of the course directors. He's around. It was in the memory of Dr. Vidya Acharya. For the nephrology fellows, we have this mock exams, and we have a WhatsApp teaching group like Delhiites have case presentation. Mumbai Kidney Foundation does it for the Mumbaikars. The last mock exam was in Chennai. Some of the teachers here did participate for it, in it. And for the practicing nephrologists, we do a conference in Goa called the Nephrology Conclave, which is different. It is thoda hatke conference, more on the stressing on the practical issues of it. And then with the help of Indian Society of Nephrology, Dr. Bansal formed this Young Nephrology Forum, in which they made me a mentor. Hopefully we'll work, for the young, along with the other young nephrologists, various other programs can be made. There is this Mumbai Mein, an association of medical consultants of 15,000. I became a secretary of that. Of course, Mumbai Nephrology gave me the privilege of becoming the secretary of Mumbai Nephrology Group, during which tenure we did ISHD conference, then we did the ISN Con, we did the Avatar, we did the, we started the first Nephro Twitter in the conference, and which was in Goa. The first time it was started when we were the organizing chairman. So all in all, and of course this time's semi-week was in Mumbai during our chairmanship. So all in all, being in Mumbai with the help of many of our young colleagues, we were able to do there. And then I think I started this concept of group practice with the help of my fellow colleagues, which gives that they give me time to do many of these activities. And we will have a full talk on why should we do group practice. And by now I think many of the students know that we are shifting gears and starting a mentorship program. And this mentorship program, Dr. Ayande will spell it out as to what we are going to do. But one of the main things we did in the mentorship program was to make these modules, and I think we have about 17, 18 modules already on various topics of interest which are not taught in our medical college, and some of these are being discussed this time. So to summarize my talk, and this is the musings of a rapidly aging nephrologist. Students, this is for you. Dream big and be passionate about it. It is like falling in love. Not all your dreams will succeed. Nevertheless, you must dream. And if your dreams don't scare you, they aren't big enough. Don't fear experimenting with brash and disruptive new ideas. But remember, life is what happens to you while you're busy making other plans. So don't get disappointed if the results are negative. And don't hesitate to take the road less traveled. And if there is no road, become a trailblazer, make a road, people will follow you. Cover yourself medically very well. Ensure a huge indemnity insurance. Learn to keep your documentation very strong. And then practice with full conviction what is called sensible medicine. In private practice, walk very gingerly and definitely not with an academic halo around you. Private practice can be a great leveler. And there is lots to learn, but much to unlearn from seniors. Both can be very respectfully done. Don't settle for average, but don't allow perfect to come in the way of good enough. We were never perfect in all the things which we did. But lift your game if it has value proposition. I know that transplant is the most glamorous and the most sought after dream of any nephrologist, but it is not the be all and end all of nephrology practice. Don't fret and fume if you have not reached there. Apna time bhi aayega. Dialysis is what will define you as a nephrologist in the eyes of a general practitioner and a common man. So invest a lot of your time and energy in your dialysis unit with your technicians and your dialysis patients. The plain vanilla community nephrology practice is your bread and butter. Savor it, even if the thrill is in critical care and transplant. Join an NGO or start one. Investing time in such activities has dividends beyond the obvious. Teach and you will learn a lot. Be the mentor that you wish your boss should have been. And surround yourself with young, enthusiastic people, which I do. So to conclude, I leave you with a Japanese toolkit as a life hack. Ikigai. Find your purpose and passion. Kaizen. Make small and continuous improvements every day. wabi sabi, and this is my forte, acceptance of imperfections in life. Shinji Tai, you must have a sound body. That means exercise, yoga, mind, emotions, what. Shuhari is a very typical Japanese term. That means in the first 25 years, you imitate all their seniors. Then you assimilate all that in the next 25 years. But your last 25 years should be innovative, should be what you are, what defines you, what your dreams are, and so on. So is now, I think, taught to all the residents, communicate, document, report, etc. But don't forget Omoyari, that is embed compassion in life and work and give without expecting. Each one of us can be a leader. You don't need a post. This is your time in nephrology. Don't waste it leading someone else's life. Remember, these are very exciting times in nephrology, so you must seize the initiative, go for the jugular, not only for the dialysis catheter. Avoid cynics, look for a mentor. There are enough cynics in this world. Many of us will be happy to mentor you if you so desire, and some of them are sitting in this audience. Take like-minded people along. It is amazing how much can be achieved if you don't care who gets the credit. So march ahead, lift your game. There is greatness that is waiting to happen in your life. And if I could do it, you can do it much better. Thank you so much for patience. May I ask somebody to take up? There are no questions here. We will be discussing everything at the end.
After that incredible lecture, let us move on to the session 1, how to plan your career in different settings. Very relevant, and for this may I request our chairpersons, Dr. Narayan Prasad sir and Dr. Amit Langote, to come and invite Dr. Vijay Kher sir from Delhi, and we'll start the session now.
At the outset, I would like to thank Mumbai Kidney Foundation, particularly some of the gems which you have already seen, for this opportunity. And the task which I have been given to chair this session, who is always in the mind of all nephrologists across India, Professor Vijay Kher. And I don't think there will be any person better than him to take this topic. He has vast experience of working in the public sector, then in the private sectors, and many times he has public-private partnership also. So I think he would be the right person to speak on this topic. So without wasting time, you can start your conversation, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, you can make it full. Full there? Okay, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. यहीं से हो जाएगा ना? यहाँ से? Yeah, ये है ना? Yeah. Okay. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I must at the outset thank Umesh and his team, obviously. Umesh is an unusual person, so he's not something, you heard him, what he's done, and I can tell you that what he has achieved with his innovation. This was something unknown at that point of time. At this point of time, you people may never be able to understand the impact that he had, the vision to think of opening a dialysis unit outside the cocoons of the hospitals that he talked about, was something which at that point of time was way ahead, 30 to 40 years ahead of time. This is even not yet established in India even today to that extent. So what he was able to achieve was something phenomenal, I would say, and that's why the amount of respect and love and the adulation that most people have for him is something totally, something that he deserved, and I'm sure he's getting it. And I think that's goes without saying that what he achieved was something very, very unusual at that point of time. And I remember when I became the chairman of the scientific committee, and I was looking for people at that point of time to see who would be the kind of people who would want. And he was one of them. And I can tell you that we were there probably for about 4 years, 1 year more than what usually most scientific committees are. And during that time was the time when the agenda for the scientific committee and the agenda for the Indian Society of Nephrology meetings changed. So a lot of contribution to academics as well. So it's not only that what he was talking about, that he loved academics, and that's what came out of it, because this was hidden somewhere which he hadn't been able to grow while he was growing the practice. Now coming to what would a young nephrologist like to do? I'm not moving my slides. Yeah, it's moving there, but it's not moving here. वहाँ तो हो रहा है, यहाँ हो ही नहीं रहा है. कहाँ हो जाए? हो नहीं रहा भाई. यहाँ तो नहीं हो रहा. यहाँ नहीं चेंज हो रहा ना. There's always a glitch. No, but मुझे तो दिखना चाहिए यार. क्या? Third eye. Third eye. Well, there are two options. Usual options is one, what was considered to be an academic job during our period of time was a government job. At that point of time, there weren't many private institutions actually, except that you had few private institutions which were considered more like a government institution. CMC Vellore, St. John's Hospital. These were private hospitals, but they were more like, and their acceptance in the community, in the nephrology community, was also like that only. And I see Bharat also coming in and joining right now. And so these are people who are in the same era and time frames that I'm talking about. At that point of time, there was only government jobs which are available. Most of us, if we had a government opportunity to join a government job, that's what most of us would do. But since government jobs were limited, there wasn't any opportunity. So many of us chose a way, and what Umesh was saying, that would go away to US or to Canada and do a fellowship. And that's what Bharat and I did. We landed up in Cincinnati and did a fellowship, and then both of us did return. Many of the people don't return back, and many of them settled there in Canada or in US. The second options which are available to a young person is to join what is available currently is now a corporate hospitals. A lot of hospitals are available. Nephrology has really grown. So there, at least till today, there is a reasonable good opportunity for jobs for young nephrologists. But yes, the number of nephrologists that we are producing at the moment, DNB and DM combined together, about 350 probably. Narayan would know it more than it. Is it 250 plus? So 250 plus nephrologists. So unless young people decide to move to second and third tier hospitals, it's going to be very, very crowded in the big cities itself, which is already happening in Delhi and all the big towns, Mumbai and Kolkata or Chennai. It's already becoming a fairly crowded place for nephrologists. So I think that, so these are two. Whether there would be, in the current scenario, there is reasonable amount of clinical activity. Most of the clinical activity fairly, at least if we look at the numbers itself, dialysis or transplantation occurs in the private institutions, because government institutions haven't grown over the last 30-35 years. Actually, there's so much of little amount of money which the government of India has put into it. The health budget is less than 2%. So there hasn't been any kind of public funding towards healthcare. Healthcare has not been an area of interest for the governments, and unfortunately not for the people of India also. They haven't fought elections on the basis of health. They haven't voted on the basis of health. So even for people in India themselves, they have voted more for other issues but not for health, and which is unfortunate, and therefore health sector has remained neglected. But thanks to the private sector, the health sector in India has grown, although it is not available to fairly vast majority of the poor people of this country because they can't afford that kind of care. As far as three things that a postgraduate would want when he comes out, that he would want to do a reasonable good clinical practice, he would want to do a good academic practice, have some academics into it, and he would also want to publish. And as Umesh said, that the desire of every nephrologist would be to, and he felt so happy that he had written at least that paper on that, which was a landmark paper, I would say, on the state of dialysis in this country. So that's something that we want. And fortunately, these days now, you can do all three of them to a reasonable extent. Most of the research in this country is a clinical research. I don't know of many nephrologists who are doing basic science research. There may be few. I'm not saying that there aren't. There may be few who might be wanting that kind of research, and there may be few which may be doing it in the country, but I don't know of that there are at least a lot of, most of the publications that happen in nephrology happen in clinical practice, and that's what is happening in India. And I think they're coming both from the government institution, the quality and the quantum may vary from each institution, but I agree that considering the number of government institutions versus the number of private institutions, much more academic oriented papers may be published from the government institutions than from the public. But that's a transition. I'm sure with all of you sort of putting your mind also for research as well, I'm sure data is getting into a big kind of development in our country with the kind of digital transformation that's happening even in the medical area, then that would be definitely something. An academic or a government kind of thing you would want to do education, teaching, quality of teaching would differ. I think that's where I feel, having worked both in public and private sector, I think the quality of teaching at the moment probably is not as intense in the private institutions or where DNB is done. I think it's to some extent because the quantum of work is so high that the time given for real teaching and research is less. So I think that's something which needs to be taken into account, and maybe we need to amend that. Research activity also in government and teaching institutions obviously is much. But much more than these things, these can all happen in private institutions. I think it's this concept of getting better every day. And that is something which I feel many academic institutions might be. It's not that every government institution is instilling this kind of thought process into the young minds, is to excel or to achieve more than what you are aiming today and keep on aiming higher and higher. But that's something which needs to be instilled into the young minds. And I think they need to be inspired by the people under whom they are concerned. And the teachers should be the ones who should drive them into this kind of a direction. But then that's something which does need taken into consideration. And there are advantages in certain jobs. Government jobs will have definite vacations. There are holidays which you can take, less number of OPDs, because OPD is not done every day in many of these government institutions, twice in a week probably. And you have more time to devote to other activities like research and other things probably. But looking at the scenario of research also, and Dr. Narayan is here, he's in one of the best institutions which has been doing both clinical academics as well as research activities. But the quality of research still needs to improve from this country, and I would feel that that's something which needs to be done not only from the government institutions but even from the private institutions. But government institutions do provide you more time to teach and do more research. I think there is no doubt that the quantum of work and the amount. And in private institutions, academics and number of publications are not given to your credit actually. You don't get paid for this. You don't get recognition for this. Even if you have 20, but if you have no patients or you have less number of patients, you're publishing more, in private institutions that will not be considered to be something that is achieved. At least at the present, that's not something which is looked at or counted in your medals or in your performance as such. You will have more family time probably in the government institutions than in the young India would obviously want what Umesh talked about. He wants to join a medical stream, a decent job, enough money to live a better life than the previous generation. But as he said in his inspiring tale, and Arup Datta was wanting, at least in this conference, being the chairman of the organizing committee, he was wanting storytelling. He was telling me once that he wanted. And so, Arup, you have the first storytelling which happened today, and here in your presence itself. And I think storytelling definitely is extremely important way of learning. It's not only that you learn what a person is doing, but also the overall impact that may have had, and the learnings that you can take from those kind of storytellings is much more impactful, definitely. And that's why I think Arup was wanting that. So this is what a young man would want: good academics, good research, good conditions and all. But unfortunately, the government spending, as I was telling you, in India is less than 2%. In 22, it was 2.1%, 23, maybe 2.2%. So somebody has sort of, government has been told to spend something like 3%, but I think even that isn't, US spends about 16% of GDP on healthcare. I'm not saying that that's the amount of money that you need to spend on healthcare, that very expensive healthcare. There's no need to copy the US model itself. But there should be a reasonable amount of money which must be put by the government. But I am doubtful, looking at the way the directions of the governments have been. So I feel that government is more looking into private-public partnerships now rather than investing full-time money into establishing huge institutions. I think except for making these 10 or 12 All India Institutes of Medical Institutes in various cities, I don't think government is making any more hospitals at all. So government spending on healthcare, I think, is something which needs to be, fortunately, most of the development which has occurred even the last 30 years has been in the private health sector. And that's why it may be expensive, it may not be what our average Indian needs, but that's the way it is at the moment. Health insurance, fortunately, is growing, and I think these big institutes which have come up is something like Medanta. They've come up everywhere, Fortises and other hospitals across the country. You can see these big hospitals. They look more like hotels than like hospitals that we were used to when we graduated. But look at the government sector hospital. These are 2-tier and 3-tier, and this is where you get scared to go into. There was a debate in the North Zone, and Sanjeev Saxena I was one of the debaters for academic medicine, and he was for private practice, and these are pictures I've taken from him. And he was trying to argue that, obviously, and this is truth, this is not. I've taken his slides basically to bring out the point that this is something also that you need to keep into consideration, that these are. But new private hospitals in these 2-tier and 3-tier, these are nothing but replicas of the hospitals in the big towns itself also. So the quality of care that may happen now in the 2nd-tier and 3-tier is going to be important. And newer postgraduates moving into these 2nd-tier and 3rd-tier cities is what will bring up the quality of care. And this is what happened in the big cities itself. Good people coming out because there wasn't enough space or place for them in the government institutions. Umesh Khanna didn't get a job in KEM hospital, therefore he moved out. And If he had been in KEM, he couldn't have achieved what he has done today. So I can tell you that. So it was good for Mumbai nephrology as well as for Indian nephrology that Umesh Khanna didn't get a job. I didn't get a job in PGH Chandigarh, and I had to go out of PGH Chandigarh. So otherwise, the easier course is something which is what he said is very important. Don't necessarily go on the road that everyone else is. Go onto the road which is less traveled. So if there are two paths, take the more difficult one and take a challenge, and that's where you would probably feel better. There is going to be a panel discussion as well, and I'm sure Arup will talk. This will be discussed in great detail. This is what is the state of hospitals. Although Delhi, the Aam Aadmi Party is credited with establishing good hospitals, and I'm sure that the hospitals have started definitely, but still the state of affairs of these is poor. Health insurance is fortunately growing in the country, and that's what is a hope for. If more and more people get taken care by health insurance, then probably they will be able to utilize the private sector much more. This looks reasonably good. So if you combine health insurance or insurance provided by the government, and now that central government is also providing dialysis, national dialysis program has come up onto the. So I think there is naturally a great acceptance by the national government itself, the need for transplantation and care for end-stage kidney disease patients. And I think that's something which I had not envisaged. And the paper that he was referring to, Umesh, the Nephrology Forum, which some of the people may have attended, you people were young enough, that's been about 20 years back. And that point of time, I had not thought that in my lifetime I'll see that government will pay for dialysis in this country. And I had written that as a nephrologist, I find it very difficult to ask the government to pay for dialysis, because taking care of routine diarrhea and dysentery and all other illnesses, malaria and others, the amount of money spent and for the number of people that will provide that kind of care would be far more than the kind of care that would be. So, but it's very, very heartening. So from that perspective, nephrology and Indian Society of Nephrology and Indian nephrologists need to cheer up the current government of making dialysis being available to more and more people. And I'm sure this is a beginning. The quality of dialysis may not be, we may be still peeved with the quality of dialysis that's being provided, but I'm sure these are baby steps in the right direction, and I'm sure that's what will happen, that dialysis will become commonly available to most people. And I think the only thing which Umesh mentioned is that I would want nephrologists to spend time on dialysis. I think during training, nephrology training, you people don't go to the dialysis unit at all. I think we are paying very little attention. Transplant and other critical care and other things do enchant us, but I think our bread and butter is, we earn most of our money from dialysis, and I find that nephrologists don't spend enough time. And that's the reason the quality of dialysis is poor in this country. It will improve only when you spend more and more time on dialysis. You cannot call for shots for improving quality of dialysis unless each one of you spends more time on the dialysis itself. Don't do a rudimentary round on the dialysis, but look for things that need to be improved on dialysis. So that's something that I would feel. DM and DNB in private sector is obviously, as I said, the quality of teaching needs to improve. And I think most of you need to contribute to that. I think you are going to be the future teachers in these institutions. And I think you are the ones who are going to be able to do this. And I think the private sector, in my opinion, would remain to be the main, because that's where the growth is happening, and you will have more jobs there only. So therefore, I think that is the area where it would be. Now, how can we improve that? Those areas of research and education in that area, that's where your input would be important. And I think you need to put quality of research. I mentioned about it. I would say that this is the perspective that medical colleges barely present any publications and the quality of most of the institutions, at least in nephrology, which are producing publications are in HGPGI, PGI, CMC Vellore, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, and some of these now coming from the private institutions, which is good, So we are seeing some plethora of publications now coming from the private institutions, and I think that's a positive sign, and I think you people can contribute to that in greater. Entrepreneurship will come probably during the discussion. I haven't kept it in that. This is what everybody wants. This was a slide from that whether you want to be a pauper or you want to be a rich man, and even a child gets pleased and happy looking at these large number of notes. He knows this is what will buy him all the chocolates and everything else that he wants. But I think ultimately what you need in life is some purpose of life, and I think that's what you need to decide. And I think today's events will help you to sort of find out where your soul is and where your mind and body wants to go. What would be my prescription for a young nephrologist who comes out today, who comes to me and say, I would think that after post-graduation, I feel that about 3 to 5 years of further training, you can say, or a mentorship, you can say, or some work experience along with a group of people or with one person, which will give you some maturity in understanding the clinical nuances of nephrology as well. So that's why. How would you choose a mentor? This has been talked about by Umesh as well, that it's good he's got a mentorship program. Mentorship program, they've been doing these things, but in my opinion, probably you need to choose a mentor with whom you have a one-to-one relationship. That's what I would feel. I can tell you for myself, Dr. Chugh was a mentor for us, and he remained a mentor throughout as long as he was alive. For everything, even when we had grown up, if we had an issue, we would go and ask him. And I'm sure Dr. Acharya was a mentor of the same sort of. These were people who were people with huge amount of passion, and they would do not only nephrology, they would give you advice on everything in life. And that's what was so different about these mentors. So I think you should pick up a mentor while you're training yourself, while you are doing your DNB or DM, and see if you can. It could be in your institution, sometimes it may not be in your institution, it could be somewhere else in the institution. But develop a contact with that person. And your other colleagues might be able to help you to choose that kind of a mentor. Necessarily is not that it could be somewhere in Chennai. And the communications could be, you could meet during the time of conferences, spend some time during that period of time, but maintain a close contact with that person on a regular basis. And whatever problems you might be facing, and even help in establishing what you should do in life, and what are the shortcomings you have, or how can you overcome those, and all those kind of things. So I think that's probably what, and I feel that this would be an essential element if you want to really grow. So mentorship is important. You must reflect on your choices, and you have to provide goals and objectives to each of these choices as to how you will strive. Look for optimal opportunity to advance these goals and objections. Your other faculty members as well as your other co-fellows might be able to provide helpful links. An occasional person is very certain of his or her choices and path, may have a definite, and there's nothing wrong in that. You may be perfectly all right that you need to do an academic medicine, you need to join a government and find an opportunity to do that, and then that should be okay. And every individual is different and not the same, and what is good for one may not necessarily be good for the other person. So I think it's important that you decide for yourself as to what you would want. I would want to acknowledge Dr. Saxena, because many of the slides that I showed you were taken from him when he was speaking against me in that debate, and I had requested him, and I would like to thank him for his slides. And thank you very much. I would be glad to take any questions as a part of the panel.
He was bang on time, except it took 2-3 minutes to praise me, which was not required, but that is the time which you took extra, otherwise it was bang on time. I think we need a lot of questions from the residents, and that is why we have panel discussions at the end of each topic. So these panel discussions would be led by the moderators, but we need a lot of interaction from you all. So please, if possible, come in front. You are the people for whom this whole program is there. And I think we move on to the, yeah, Ayan, please take.
So we move on to the next, which is a panel discussion on choosing career in corporate, government, and solo practice. Very relevant and something which I'm sure you all are looking forward to. To chair the session, may I call upon Dr. Arpita Roy Chaudhary ma'am and Dr. Bharat Shah sir to please be seated. And moderator is Dr. Arupratan Datta sir. And the panelists are Dr. Vijay Kher, Dr. Shri Bhushan Raju sir, Dr. Manjusha Yadla, Dr. Sachin Soni, and Dr. Varun Kumar.
All right. I'm not. I'm just speaking. So, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks, Umesh, for this honor. Now, it also gives me the opportunity to welcome you to the ISN conference one day earlier. Tomorrow we'll have the formal opening, and I'm happy that you're here one day earlier and taking part in this. So, coming to today's program, now I always felt that in a conference, there are two kinds of learning. The first, the main learning is in the classroom, is in the hall, where you're kind of bombarded with the academics, the guidelines, the studies and graphs, and eventually it's a horizon of decimal points. Along with this, where the main academics is going on, you also learn on the sidelines. And what you learn on the sidelines, outside while having coffee, or maybe a drink, or in the breakfast table with your peers, that learning is also equally important. So what the science that you learn in the classroom, and you're not sure how to really implement that science, and you get the practical tidbits from the other side discussions. So I think Umesh has perhaps struck gold yet again, and although he calls his conference the Hatke conference, but I think you have struck gold again. There is enough opportunity to build this side of it. Right. So congratulations once again. So now we have the panel. I think Dr. Vijay Kher's talk and also Umesh's introduction and his life story provides just the right backdrop for this panel discussion. And I have in the panel with me Dr. Sachin, who works in the private sector at Aurangabad, which is a second-tier city. And he will tell you about the problems in Aurangabad. Dr. Varun, who is in a private medical college, but he also worked in the private sector before shifting over to that, so he has a unique double perspective. Orpita and Dr. Yadla, they are in the government hospitals and in hardcore academics. So they will give you the perspective of the government hospital. Also Dr. Shri Bhushan Raju. And the ladies will give a unique sort of insight into the problems for a lady nephrologist. So let me begin with the government sector. So I think, Shri Bhushan, I will start with you. What are your main challenges today?
So good afternoon, everyone. And I were to borrow one sentence from Dr. Vijay Kher's talk, that the government medical colleges and the hospitals, the practitioner will have a little bit more time. And because of that only, in fact, I chose this government teaching institution. Not because I just wanted to have a leisure time or something like that. My ambition since my childhood was actually to become a poet, writer, singer, and an actor. So I thought I would become one day, so that in the evening hours, after that evening hospital hours are over, then I thought I will go and learn Carnatic music, and I'll try my best in acting and all other thing actually, and also to learn Sanskrit also, so that I can pursue my literary skills over a period of time. But actually, it took only few weeks and few months only for me to realize that that's not the true actually, that truth that I can really pursue my career in academic institution just like that casually till from around 8 o'clock to 4 o'clock, and just wind up and go back and home and start learning music and all that thing.
Okay.
So then within few months, I realized that it is a tough time in a teaching institution, and where there's no private practice, and the salaries were meager, and I had lot of opportunities outside, and people were actually running behind me. They were influencing my parents, influenced my brothers, sisters, and my cousins, and including our own Nizam's Institute of Medical Sciences director also, the then director Professor Kaka Subbarao, and people were influencing him also that so that I can come out of this institute. And I decided since my childhood, in fact I should tell you one word only about my childhood, that I belong to an area where the hardcore communists were there. And I had, though my backdrop at home was actually predominantly RSS based, but outside it was more communist based. All my teachers were communists. And I had some kind of a thing very unusual that I never wanted a private practice actually, to be very frank. I don't know. So right from since my childhood, I disliked it because I was going to nearby hospitals here and there with my parents on and off, and we were paying some money also, and I found it very unusual and like a bit uncomfortable to me. So then I decided in my childhood only that if at all I become a doctor, then I will not go for such a practice. But that luckily I got into medical college and then into Nizam's Institute for my MD, then DM Nephrology from All India Institute of Medical Sciences. One day Dr. Chaku Jacob came as an examiner, external examiner for my senior Dr. Rajshri Ram Setu. I went to the airport to pick him up, and while traveling back he was asking me, what is your next to a teaching institution? He got confused actually. I never heard any youngster saying that will go back to teaching institution, but do you have any job? Yes sir, I go back to Nizam's Institute of Medical Sciences and I pursue my career there only. And he said, it's very unusual that the people are opting for corporate sector, and how come you are interested more in a teaching institution? Then I thought, I will be more better suitable because of my nature, my attitude, and my background, and my brought up, and so many reasons. I probably would be more. But in fact, teaching institutions, as people know, that it has got its own. This is briefly about why I chose a teaching institution rather than anything else. And medical colleges were also there, Uthmania and Gandhi Medical College. But actually, I know that there is a private practice allowed there also, but which is again against my nature, that I never wanted to go out for private practice, rather stick to one place and continue my career there only, and more like a teaching institution. One day, one senior big personality of a corporate hospital came to our director room, and our director called me, and when I entered into the room, my director asked me, Bhushan, tell me, what is your... Then without an hesitation, I said, to become one of the best nephrology teachers in the country. Then he looked at the senior person, said, see, that is the ambition. How can I pursue him? How can I pressurize him to leave this institute and go for a private practice? So that was actually the thing. And I decided long back that I never wanted. Even now, definitely, especially government institutions,
So I had to compromise on research at that extent, but at least she allowed me to stay in a private medical college, so both of us are good now, and so I can go ahead with my teaching and to some extent academics. Some research is done since the private medical college is a new unit. I had to start the unit by myself. Most of the times I'm the only decision maker, so I cannot move on the conferences because I have to. Someone is responsible, has to be there. And the second thing which I always wanted was academic conference. I wanted to be among stalwarts which are here. Many of them whom we did not know couple of years back. I was just working and I was studying, so I didn't know all these stalwarts. So I wanted to be among the conferences, have an opportunity to interact with them like a mentor, to know what they do, how to do research. This opportunity was not that. That is what I'm telling. That is what made me to push beyond. So I just started interacting with whichever person I went. Any opportunity I get, suppose when Umesh Khanna Sir asked me that we need some volunteers, no hesitation, you do it. Some other person, some other team comes and asks me, can you do this for nephrology? I do it. You never hesitate. See, you're compromised on one extent, so you have to push yourself at the other end. Otherwise, it's not going to come out. So, like this, the same thing with international societies. Once you go to ISNs, any meeting happening in ISN, the sidelines, go in. I just barge in. I ask the moderator there, can I attend the meeting? It's not the conference. I'm talking about the executive meetings. So, like that, now I become part of the CKDU committee. I become part of the Advancing Clinical Trials committee. I just go in, barge, and ask, ma'am, I'm interested, can I join? I'm not a part of member. There's no one who's going to say no. That is one fear which I had. As students, I know most of you have that, what with the senior, how can I go and ask them, how can I approach them? I approach most of them and none of them are like, so selfish. They are ready to teach. So just come out of your inhibitions.
Thank you. So far what is evolving is that basically everyone is following their passion, and they may be different actually. Somebody likes to teach, somebody into practice. Now, a very pointed question to you. After making the shift, do you have any regrets? And in future, do you think there's a possibility for you to switch back? That's easy, isn't it?
I had for a couple of months when I decided I'm going to shut down that I'm not going to look at my colleagues. Someone comes in a BMW, your team come. I'm happy having in my own Hyundai get up. So once I stop that, I think there's no regret.
I think let's move to Dr. Sachin. Dr. Sachin is from Aurangabad. He works in a private hospital, and he has built a lot of things in that area, away from a big city, and it's quite challenging. We will hear about what you did. Yeah.
Yes.
And what you face right now. I mean, importantly, what is your main challenge now in there?
So, as I said, I belong to a place called Aurangabad, which is part of Maharashtra. Sub-region is Marathwada. So I was kind of fifth nephrologist going there. The challenges are at multiple levels. In general, there are challenges for all nephrologists, that there is a primarily refusal of patients to accept the proper care. That is the biggest challenge we all nephrologists face all the time. First of all, let me tell you, like from day one of my practice, I am working in a private sector. I have never worked in a teaching institute. I have some kind of attachments to teaching institute, but throughout my entire career is in a private hospital. But there are many role models of doing good private practice. I think Bharat Shah sir is there. Sir has migrated from teaching hospital to private hospital. Umesh Khanna sir is there. Urmila madam is there. Shruti, Rajesh, like all these people are doing good private practice. At the same time, they have some kind of academic prominence. They may not be in medical college. So probably it is incorrect to presume that you cannot do academic work if you are in private. Of course, that extent of academic work will go down. For example, when I started my practice, I had kind of 40 publications in 2010, and in 14 years, I have not even reached 50. So that is the problem when you get into private practice, because you become a part of that kind of rat race. I have problem related to the place I work, like I shared with sir, we don't have like local level lymphocyte cross match, DSA or drug testing, so we have to rely on outsourcing. That can sometimes become a challenge, especially in cadaver transplant program. Then when people are in proximity of bigger centers, like a patient of Aurangabad may like to go to Pune, that is another problem you face, that you feel that you are doing a good work, good scientific, correct work, but still patient would prefer to go to higher center. That is another problem. But I am seeing many students here, over the period of time, going to periphery will be your destiny, because all bigger centers are getting populated. And there is no harm in it. You can develop yourself. You need to choose your area also. Like over the period of time, already there are specialists like interventionalists, transplant and dialysis persons. Over the period of time that will happen. You need to identify your strength and project in at least one strength of yours, along with practicing entire nephrology. And I know that Mike is not going to come back to me again. So a small piece of advice to all my young friends, that please identify, please understand that your patient is your property. So please remain honest and ethical with your patient. Everything you will get. Everything you will get.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't get your, indirectly I want to tell that don't let your prescription be driven by industry.
Exactly.
If you are honest with patient,
point.
if you have patient bank, everything you will get. You will get money, you will get pharma, you will get everything. You will get other hospitals demanding you, existing hospital want to retain you. So be honest and ethical to the patient.
Thank you for bringing up that very important point. So at this point, before I go to the seniors for the sum up, let's invite the questions from the floor. Yes.
Only one thing you didn't ask me, what I didn't.
Dislike.
So
your dislike
my mind.
my
Dislike is you tend to read less when you are in private practice. Only time you are reading is probably when you are preparing a lecture. Over the period of time, your precision in talk goes away, and then if somebody asks you a question, you say, in my experience. Once you say, in my experience, you are finished academically.
Correct. Good point. Good point again. But you know, sometimes you can give a very practical advice. That is also true. That's also
I
true.
think questions from
Questions,
the back, please.
Questions.
Come on, yeah, this is for you.
I think, Umesh, you should have had a longer time for this. This is a very
so
interesting
actually all
session.
topics are very interesting. That's
Very
the problem.
Correct.
And
Okay.
I was hoping they will come up with questions. So one of the ways to combine the two,
Okay.
money, academics.
So I'm just coming to Dr. Vijay Kher next, actually. Dr.
Yeah,
Kher has
Vijay.
perhaps had a dream run, so to say, because he's from one of the best institutes at this time. Happens to be my institute as well. Then he went abroad, got the finishing, you can say. He came back and he joined a government hospital which was just coming up at that time and leading a pole position in the country. He left that and joined the private sector, and now he is into entrepreneurship. So probably all 5 facets he's had serially. So that's a very unusual thing. And just one line. Bharat, more or less the same. More or less the same. So we will just have your...
I have already said what I needed to say. I think what Sachin said is very important, is that keep yourself ethical. I think when I joined from Sanjay Gandhi Postgraduate Institute to Delhi, I was told that you will have to pay commission. That's the only way you can develop practice. And the Maulana Azad people, and there are Maulana Azadians here, they are a group, they will not let you grow in this Delhi. And I can tell you both of these are wrong. Both proved to be wrong. Within 10 years, see, I came to Delhi, I wasn't from Delhi at all. My practice developed in that area. And in 10 years' time, at Apollo Hospital, I was the leading practitioner of nephrology in that city. Without paying any commission, I can see into everybody's eye. Whoever's not say.
Yes,
I can see
absolutely possible.
into the mirror itself that I didn't pay and didn't take even a single penny. But despite that, my practice, and Maulana Azad were as good fellows to me as well as they were to the other fellows as well, and there wasn't anything. So I think you have to remain ethical. You don't look at any patient. If you follow patient's concerns, you're going to be the doctor for you. Money will come to you. Let me tell you, don't look at the money. I'm telling you, be in the government, be in the private, money will come to you. And I'm sure you've been in practice, and Bharat has been in practice for many
Bharat,
years.
anything to add? Your
Bharat has been quiet.
So,
Your-
so no,
your perspective.
I have nothing more to add. I think Sachin made wonderful points. I would like to echo that. Vijay went to Cincinnati and I just followed him, and I continue to follow him. I went to private hospital, and we all practiced straightforward medicine. And if you practice very passionately, everything automatically follows. We were lucky possibly to have teachers who taught us this. It's not only your subject, but how to be a good individual and how to be passionate about your practice and be involved in good care of your patients. Both here as well as in Cincinnati where we got trained, we had very good attending doctors. I think that influenced us a lot into practicing good medicine.
So,
The other point I would want to make is about the teaching. That see, when I left Sanjay Gandhi Postgraduate Institute, and it does appear that you had a sudden fall as far as teaching, because the quality of students determine actually how good teachers you can be, basically, because they are the ones who ask questions and they are the ones who make you up. But I think two things helped me. One, what he was saying here, that in practice you become, every day I made it a point to read for 1 or 2 hours. Every day, I can tell you. It is true that during the preparation for lectures and all, and I picked up topics which would make me read new topics. I was wanting to read tolerance and other things in practice, and that is what keeps you going. And I think that can be done in practice. It is not that it cannot be done in practice. So it can be done in practice as well. So I think the nephrology forum that I did was again whole 15 days of night and day research, because you couldn't have others written.
Right.
So we have already cancelled the tea break because we are already 10-15 minutes beyond that. I don't want to intrude on to the dinner time. So I think we would want you to summarize.
Yeah, one line. One line.
Sure.
One.
And Kolkata.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I take the advantage that I didn't touch up the work-life balance for ladies. That is better in government sector. The work-life balance is definitely better in government sector. And in government sector, being in teaching position, you keep on what sir was saying, your aim is higher and higher. You need to diversify. We didn't have an interventional nephrology 3 years back. I felt that we should have. I could make it that interventional nephrology is working. Deceased donors started from 2017. So these are the new challenges that are exciting, and senior teachers are willing to get more dedicated people.
Right.
With that.
Thank you. So I will like to go into the teaching sector, and how many would like to? Teaching sector. Okay.
If both choices are given to you today,
you.
you have a job in private and a job in government. Which one would you choose? Government, hands up.
Oh, that's quite a lot. But they're
There
already
will be
in the
some
government
fence
sector.
sitters. So let me ask the private. How many would want to go to private?
So there are more, because obviously they're already working there. So
Yeah,
there are no new people.
let me remind you that the gap between earnings in private and government is gradually narrowing.
Decreasing now,
So
yeah.
keep that in mind.
Yeah. So I think that finally, Umesh mentioned the term ikigai. Ikigai is the purpose of being. So I think what is really coming out of this is finding your passion, doing what you really like best, which is different for different people. Even amongst the nephrologists, you find a difference. There are somebody wants teaching, somebody needs practice, somebody needs freedom. So there are so many things. So there are 4 components, as I say in the ikigai. Firstly, you must be good for that. Like if you are not good for it, then it's not going to happen. You must have a passion. There must be some money. Unless if there is no money, then it's not going to work. And finally, it must be useful for the society. So the gap area, what he kind of saw. So I wish all of you find your ikigai. Thank you.
Thank you, Arav, for this wonderful discussion. This will continue at 8 o'clock when we are meeting the professors over a drink, in which case you can ask more questions when you are also lighter in the framework. Yeah, sure. Next we can.
I think next time we should have a more prolonged session. Yeah. So moving on, so to the next, another very relevant topic, which I'm sure you all would want to know, is on tips and tricks of private practice. And for this, to chair the session, may I call upon Dr. Smriti Sinha and Dr. Vilas Nayak. And to give the presentation, may I call Dr. Mukesh Shetty.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Umesh Khanna, who always encourages the young nephrologists to share their views. We are at such an age that neither we can call we are very senior nor we are very junior, but yes, we have gathered some few points while traveling the path of practice, and that I would like to share with you. This talk is completely from heart. There is no double-blind study, there is no RCT, there is no comparison, but yes, whatever we could gain, okay, that we are trying to discuss. A very interesting survey conducted by Forbes revealed that only 6% doctors are happy. Another survey done by the Indian Medical Group showed that more than 65% of Indian doctors are not happy, and over 61% doctors would not want their children to join this profession. This is in fact the scenario now. So why that is so? So success has a different definition, but the true definition by Jack Nickel is success is defined in units of fun. It's all about being happy. So whether you are in private sector, whether you are in teaching institute, whether you are a teacher, a private practitioner, earning money, earning average money, ultimately it boils down to the final point that are you happy doing whatever you want? And if that is so, then it hardly matters. So in fact, you need 3 skill sets to be a happy doctor. Medical school provides only one, and that is a technical skill. No human skills and no business skills. And that is why probably on their path of practice we go wrong, because these 2 things are never taught to us, and we try to learn only with time. It's not a very bad scenario. Now we heard that there is overcrowding into especially in developed areas, and there are probably more nephrologists coming up. This is the figure that India, the figure is that there is less than 1 nephrologist per million population, and this is the latest figure of 2022. In fact, the growth which is expected in India in 2020, it was a turnover of $93.6 million, and it is likely to go by 2027 to $102.7 million. So of course, if the entire nephrology as a subject is growing, it doesn't matter whether you are crowded, less crowded, there is ample opportunity for everyone, and it should not be a dismal thought or a negative thinking at all. So certainly there is more demand, less supply. Yet we do see that one patient is pounced by 5 nephrologists. And what is the reason for that? So this was a survey conducted in South Africa, where they found out there is maldistribution of nephrologists. This was a study of 128 nephrologists, 92%, and they found that most of them were in few provinces, and there were provinces where there were no nephrologists at all. And in fact, in every headings, like there was poor career planning, need to change nephrologist training, that was the outcome of this study, remuneration pattern and so on. So in short, the maldistribution is something which we have to address. How we can resolve this? Often there is a thought that if I am staying at one particular area, my practice area should be a kilometer away. In fact, in Mumbai, there were now different nephrologists who adopted this model of office being far away from home, and they did wonders. There are people who are staying in central suburb and practicing in the far western suburb. They in fact travel maybe around 10 kilometer or 20 kilometer a day, but since they never had any competition there, right from day one they could set up their practice. So I'm talking about people who are in Mulund and Bhanduk, this is one of the suburbs in Mumbai, and went to Dombivli, Kalyan, Karzat and Kasara, where there were no nephrologists at all. In fact, those people were eagerly waiting that who would solve our nephrology cases, and they could set up. So please remember this in point, that in your practice area need not be close to your home. Again, these are the different headings which are taught in our training program, and we hardly do anything like PD catheter insertion, ultrasound understanding, vascular access ultrasound, and so on. So naturally, now we know that even ISN has started this program where you can learn those things which you never learned in your training program, and you can do those small workshops or a particular period of time and learn these aspects, because when you want to be a successful practitioner, you'll realize that the money comes from all these headings. If money is the criteria to call it a success, then it need not be just the clinical evaluation. You'll get money from procedure, you'll get money from all these insertions of catheters and PD catheters, even ultrasound if you can do of yourself. There are people who are doing fistula by themselves. Now, we have some few nephrologists in Mumbai. In fact, their fistula practice is more than their clinical practice, because all of us are referring to them and they do something like 6 or 7 fistula a day, and now they have thought that this is probably the way to go ahead. So that one should be. Of course, as we've already discussed, that your priority and options have to be decided first. So same, if you want to be a full-timer, you want to be a private sector, corporate sector worker, entrepreneur. So all that we already discussed in the past, and before you embark on this practice path, be clear that what is your priority, because unless that is clear to you, then probably you will not get confused, not waste many important years of your life in just establishing your practice. Because if your goal is clear, right from day one, you can start. So these are the 3 areas which we normally know, that either you want to do an independent nephrology practice, or you be a private practitioner with corporate attachment, or maybe an entrepreneur. Entrepreneur world looks very big, but it's easily doable. You just need the like-minded people, one in a group. Everyone would contribute different skills into becoming an entrepreneur, and it is doable. So there are now various chains. Now I heard that almost there are 17 or 18 dialysis provider companies, which were only 1 or 2 in the past. So everyone has in fact started this game, and everyone need not be Nephro Plus, but then there are people who have done 30 centers with them, 50 centers with them, and actually they are growing, and as the dialysis market is growing in India, most of them would do well in future. So it takes courage to live your dream and bounce back up when you have been knocked down. Your dreams give you the energy and inspiration to live a great life. So that's why it is very important to keep dreaming and keep achieving that. So medicine is an apprenticeship profession. You learn to be a doctor by studying doctors. Like we were fortunate enough to have our teachers. Like I did my nephrology under Dr. Bharasha sir. And 2 things which I never forget even today is the protein requirement of a CKD individual. He always teaches that, why they should be on protein restriction. If you calculate their, protein nitrogen appearance in the urine, then probably they'll all be malnourished. And now whichever patient comes to me, when I say that, aap kha sakte ho sab, then they literally are in tears, because the fine nephrologist must have told them that you should be on protein restriction, you should not eat palak, you should not this, so and so. Sir, hum log sirf 3 cheezein kha rahe hain. Lauki, ek chapati or sukhi roti. So naturally, once we tell them that no, you are likely to eat everything, you don't worry about your CKD and things like that. So the right teaching, we are fortunate enough, and that actually helps. So you always mimic your teachers, you always mimic your seniors, and that's how you learned on nephrology and been practicing. Though I have not done my studies under Dr. Kher sir, but umpteen number of lectures I attended him whenever he used to deliver that in conferences. We used to call him as a deliverable in your Apex Kidney Care program also. And whatever he learned from them, that is all stored, and that is what, whenever the right opportunity comes, we try applying them. So let your actions be louder than your words and your dreams bigger than your fears. Start working to fulfill your dreams. Otherwise, someday someone will put you in work to fulfill their dreams. So just be on clear path that yes, this is the thing which I want to achieve. So be clear with your mission, vision and aim. Whether you want name and recognition, name and money, you want to be a good orator, you want to be a good speaker, you want to do more research, and embark on that path. Once you are very clear that this is my aim, then we would. Let's now talk about the tricks which you are talking about, earning money from nephrology. Many of probably you would think that consultation, maybe OPD indoor references, procedure, dialysis revenue, and kidney transplant. That's the major headings by which you're going to earn. But you'll be surprised to know that even all these other parallel headings would also give you good amount of money, like pharmacy outlet, labs, ambulance service, ultrasonography, which you can own, food services to your patients, equipment trading, home care, behavioral therapy. No, all those sections are developable, and once you develop that, you will get money from that. So never ever think that nephrology is equal to this consultation, transplant, and dialysis. All these parallels, because ultimately patient does need a single solution under one care. So if you are able to provide all this, then actually it's easy for him. Networking is extremely important, and the first word I have used is wander, and you will wonder by response you get. You need to wander to begin with to increase your catchment area, And then, of course, PROs people keep, then you have your GPs, physicians, and urologists who probably refer to you. You have CMEs for them. But a direct connection with patients. And as Sony said, that no, if your patient is impressed upon you, you don't take any referral GPs, because the patient will try bringing patients, and you'll always be surprised that whoever comes in and you say that who has sent you, he'll always take the name of the patient. That so and so Deshpande was treated by you and he recommended your name. So you really don't require any referral, other colleagues. So camps, screening, even preventive nephrology program you can start, patient education programs you can start. All that would basically be your catchment area of practice. So there are people who first, maybe weekend, they travel in their 15-20 kilometer area, so they are wandering, and maybe once in a month they go to a distant place, like maybe the next state also. I still know my friend who used to go to Gorakhpur, Dr. Atul Ingre, and I am sure that he did so well because there were no nephrologists that time, and even today, those patients keep searching, come to Vashi and show him, because the channel is already created. You don't have to naturally be there now, but because the channel is already created, they know that he was one of the good nephrologists, so naturally they come and show it to him. So wandering would certainly help you. Most important, which is in fact at times lacking, is the behavioral aspects, not of patients, but of nephrologists. No, we always hear some stories that someone went to a particular consultant, he threw away the file. He scolded us. He said that, what are you, you are not up to the mark. And these naturally are the factors by which, no matter, he may be a very intelligent, very big nephrologist, but those interactions which are a behavioral aspect would disturb patient, and they'll always seek attention of another doctor. So most important is keep cool, never shout abuse, never scare patient, because I still hear some stories that, oh, creatinine is 2. Everyone know that if creatinine is 2, his GFR is less than 50%. You need not have to talk to them. You can say your kidneys are compromised, it's doable, it's controllable. When you start using scary words, you will die. No, you will be on dialysis. Next 2 years, your GFR will decline. This is all theory given in Brenner and Schreier, but need not have to be shared with the patient. There only you can in fact do as much counseling you can do. So in transplant, I always use this technique that, it's a donor will always say that if I want to give one of the kidney, can I be okay after that, or I would come on dialysis? Say that there are 2 kidneys, one you donate, that means you're not going to live on 1 kidney. It will undergo compensatory enlargement, and it will do the job of 2 kidneys. So ultimately, you're not donating anything. You're just changing your methodology. For each such sections, you create your own metamorphical example and explanation so that the anxiety is allayed. So I always said, how is your practice going on? Say 100%. 100%, 60% mine, 14% bounced by others. Okay? So at least that one would be able to prevent if you are able to concentrate this. Be compassionate. So that's most important. Be compassionate to your subordinates, technicians, housekeeping, nursing staff, RMOs. These all headings will provide you patients. In fact, 30% of the OPD at some stage would become a referral patient from your own group, because someone's uncle, someone's aunt is suffering, and they know that you're a good nephrologist. Naturally, you don't have to search patients, because those patients will keep coming to you. Enhance your skill in your hobbies, because there is something called as burning out syndrome. All private practitioners say that they are not able to pursue academics because they are too engrossed with your patient work. So naturally, if you keep doing work, maybe 14, 16 hours a day, burning out syndrome would be very common. So naturally, either you have some hobbies in music, reading books, sports, maybe cooking, all that you try to pursue. At least weekends, you try to relax by your own, do meditation, yoga, etc. Otherwise, burning out syndrome is the usual outcome. So, but this is also important. कुछ तो बात है उसमें. अच्छा क्रिकेट खेलता है, कराओके सिंगर भी है, बोल बच्चन था, प्रैक्टिस छोड़ के सब में बाप है. So of course, that one should not neglect, that you have to also concentrate in your academic skill. Especially that's a challenge in private practice, because if you are not reading books, if you are not in connect with the latest, then naturally you will fall behind and you will not be able to catch up the concept. So trajectory of time and development of practice. At 29-30, you become nephrologist. 30-33, you probably go for fellowship. 33 to 38 years, probably go for private practice, local, wandering, corporate, whatever you call it as. If you want to really become entrepreneur, start at that age, 39 to 43, and not at 58 or 62. 44 to 50, you try to develop group practice, because that's a time where you already established, you can pass on this legacy to your fellow mates, juniors. Then you try concentrating on CMEs, orator, teaching, so that you are always in touch with the academics. At 51, 60, you probably think about starting a foundation, be an active member of nephrology societies. Beyond 60, try doing only stress-free, non-competitive practice at your terms. That should be your goal of trajectory. Of course, these are the 4 methods of earning money. You can be having a medium charge but moderate volume in your own. If it's charitable, then there will be a low charge but high volume. Each section is going to give you money. Remember that, and that's why there is nothing wrong if all 4 types of attachments you have and you are working, because ultimately money is important and you'll naturally get it from some source. If you're interested in seeing few patients in specialty clinic, like those people do in UK, if 7th patient they see, they say, oh, today I had a very heavy OPD. And that in Sion Hospital, and okay, they say that 47 patients were the admission in just last 12 hours. So the difference is how many patients you want to see. So unless you give time, then probably you do justice with the patient. That's why it's important to see only few patients so that you do with the patient. But yes, a very new segment is coming up called as preventive nephrology. All our seniors always keep harping and saying that we don't do anything in preventive nephrology. The incidence is increasing, prevalence is increasing, but we don't screen patients for hypertension, diabetes, microalbumin, and so on. Once you adopt even part of your time to preventive nephrology, you start screening a large population because they are all normal. You are just screening them for early involvement of CKD or risk factors getting evaluated. So think over that preventive nephrology is one subject which can always inculcate in your practice, and unless we do, who else is going to likely to do anything in the preventive nephrology group? We already see that there are different aspects, but a jack of all trades is a master of none, but still better to be a master of one. Because I still remember there are patients which are very difficult electrolyte patients, some difficult hyponatremia, some forms of acidosis, and there are only few names where we refer, because it's too much to remember about anion gap, RT, and so on, but they are so perfect in electrolyte management that these patients are referred. So one such name about one disease, if you can create, then of course that practice will be added. One aspect is about the representatives which we see, medical representatives. This was a very good survey conducted that 68% see once in every month, 27% twice a month, 5% see 3-4 times a month. The usual time is given to any medical rep is 5%, 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, or rarely about 10 minutes. So usually the approach is that these are not supposed to be entertained. My first 3 dialysis centers, which we started in under Navnath Healthcare, came from medical representatives. Because the reason being that they are the only one which knows what is happening across the globe. I probably would know only what is happening in Mumbai, but I do not know what is the dialysis necessity of Assam. And they said, there are 3 nephrologists there, why don't you think about putting a dialysis center if you are a dialysis provider company? And that's how that knowledge, the medical representatives can always give it to you, that what's happening in the entire globe about the nephrology market, and you can learn few things about them. How to impress upon your customer, which is a patient. So give enough time. First and foremost, allay their anxiety, explain, and explain. Keep informatics ready. Then convince for transplant whenever there is a right indication. Dietary advice, you have to learn the actual dietary requirement and not what is given in the books. Understand limitations for lifestyle modification. Many times when we keep harping that your weight is not coming down, you still smoke, you still alcohol, they say there is nagging. And they'll again change the nephrologist because they are never interested in changing their lifestyle. So do understand that the lifestyle modification is not everyone's game. We already would probably have lectures on wealth management. Dr. Dedia sir has already come and is going to talk about wealth management. It's time to give back to society when the right time comes by formulation of foundation, charitable trust. You'll then carry out free camps and then enhance your practice further, because all that is going to add to your name. So it's one small step for man, but one giant leap for mankind. So always be generous when the right time comes. Group practice, again, we are going to talk about it. So I am afraid you'll have to stay late night. I want you to attend the talk on work-life balance. So that's the actual situation of work-life balance, okay? That no one is able to maintain this work-life balance, okay? And it's very important to, in fact, it's equally for male and female. Like for a male, he has to go to gym. There are continuous talks from the patients. He has to think about his livelihood. He has to think about his home. And for a female, naturally, there are again child upbringing and so many other factors. So ultimately, what it boils down to is be a happy doctor and happy practicing. Thank you.
No, I think they're listening everything, but they don't want to ask any questions. Yeah.
Yeah, so we try to avoid medical jousting as much as possible. In fact, we should be very neutral. We try to just pick up the points of the previous nephrologists which have been positive. Even if there are some gross error which are visible, we should just neglect that. They say, generally you can sum it up by saying that these complications, though rare, can happen, or whatever has been told to you is not completely wrong. So please and please avoid medical jousting. That never helps. That temporarily gives an elated mood that, I have downgraded someone and probably that is the reason I am a bigger nephrologist. But in the long run, it would be a big mishap. So medical jousting is something which has to be not allowed at all.
So advising fistula, making them prepared psychologically to accept the things that, well, it is there in your destiny, but we should be careful not to do it as early as possible, but to delay it, what they like mostly. No one likes to be on dialysis. And we can open the prospect of various forms of dialysis. So I remain little open with patients, and I feel that that's good, that you remain open with patient. Little talk about what he is going to have in future, just to make him more a part of obedient follower of what you see. 2 creatinine, just nothing. Maybe a diabetic is not convinced that at what juncture he is there. So little bit counseling about.
Yeah, so basically, first this conservative management, when people say that, are you going to give these medicines for lifelong? So say, no, it's not for lifelong, it's for long life. Okay? So then the conservative management
I think he's just giving us the tricks. That doesn't mean we are not going to inform them about it. I think a few comments from chairperson, then we'll have to close this session.
So excellent talk. The data was about, especially the number of nephrologists per population of this country was excellent, because I think the problem with most of the young nephrologists is when we pass out, we generally first thing is either go to do our fellowship and all, and then come back and work in big cities until unless you have a setup to fall back on. So what would be your tricks for younger nephrologists, and that will encourage them to move to maybe second, third tier cities and try their entrepreneurial skills there, instead of maybe coming back to the oversaturated cities?
Yeah, I think Vilas Naik is the best person to answer it. He is sitting by the side.
I'm going to have a complete talk on the same, going to a third tier city, and how do you start your private practice or transplant program. So I'll come to that very soon.
So for the interest of time, we are just wrapping this up, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's a wonderful session. The last one for this session is again a panel discussion on group practice in nephrology. And to chair the session, thank you. May I call upon Dr. Amit Langote and Dr. Bharat Shah, sir? Sir is
I think Dr. Bharat Shah has just come. May I request Dr. Prabir Rai Chaudhary also to be on the, for the simple reason that America has the best model, which we hope we will be one day able to emulate and have much more of group practice. So maybe if you are able to give some insights when at the end of the panel discussion. So please come and be a part of the.
And so I call upon Dr. Umesh Khanna sir as the moderator, and the panelists being Dr. Rajesh Kumar sir, Dr. Sonal Dalal, Dr. Mukesh Shetty again, and Dr. Shruti Tapiavalam.
So good afternoon. I think we had a good discussion on government, private, academics, and what we are missing in private practice. But I think a healthy mixture of all that could be in the form of a group practice in nephrology, which will probably bring in a lot of all these. We have around 30 minutes or a little less. I think I'll need. I need to check timings otherwise. Most of these people who are sitting on the dais are except Amit Langote, are part of or have been in group practice or are still in group practice. Some have been in and out of group practice. So I think that's a very good panel to discuss group practice in nephrology, and I think it's an idea whose time has already come, and that's for Indian nephrology scene. How many people in this audience will be happy to be in group practice if you were to start afresh? Oh. And how many people feel they are not cut out for it or will not want to experiment with it if you were to start afresh? Right. I'm surprised. You might be surprised at the end of it when we complete it that there are issues with group practice also. It's not a cakewalk. So, why group practice? Yes, as I said, it's an idea whose time has come. There are distinct advantages. You can create an impact. You can actually build an institution, which we are trying in Kidney Associates, that different people doing different things, and in the absence of an institution, you can build up an institute. We're hoping to create wealth. We have done a little bit, but not what Dr. Narendra Dedia would want us to be. And of course, there are a lot of subspecialty development which can be done in group practice. So I would not ask questions specifically to anybody. Whoever is wanting to answer can take it up. Now, there are many questions, so we'll have to be brief in it. What are the advantages of group practice? Anybody?
So I think, see, having practiced individually and later on entered group practice, exactly like Mukesh said, that initially start slow, wander around, and then settle down. Group practice has a lot of advantage in comparison to disadvantages, because you are a part of a team. The team itself gives strength. Everyone's strength is yours. Your weaknesses are hidden. Everyone's weaknesses are taken care of by each other. Everyone is an expert in something else, and you can take help from each other. No difficult case remains difficult because it is discussed. So that is very important. Your financial security is there because it's a team.
Okay. So
and it's a family. I think that gives a big, big boost.
Right. So since there are many other points and all of them can't be handled by each panelist, I've just listed some of them. Easy establishment from day one. You can do procedures, transplant. For example, the guys who joined me, from day one they were into a transplant program and doing all the procedures which otherwise in their own private practice would be difficult. Responsibility sharing, she said, free time, we all know. Financial security from day one. Individual management of your case, and yet there is an advantage of group's opinion. So we have that WhatsApp group in which you put up, this is the issue in this case, what is the opinion of the group. And of course, many of my 6 partners, they are pursuing different subspecialties in our own groups. And of course, you have academic development and negotiating power with hospitals and referring doctors, that we are a group, we can give you something better than an individual. And of course, medico-legal protection. Responsibility sharing is in emergencies, of routine duties, even finances. There is, everything is paid for by the company. Of hospital attachments, we can cover up in the new, fresher can get attachments into many of the hospitals in which the group is, and of course the rounds, procedures, etc., all that can be shared. Somebody talked of free time. We are going to have work-life balance. I feel personally group practice is a perfect example of work-life balance. In fact, I'm able to do most of the activities only because I'm in a group practice. Of course, there is professional security and medico-legal advantages and all. What are the disadvantages of group practice? Why is the whole of country not in group practice? Anybody from the group? What are the disadvantages of group practice? We'll talk about why others are not in group practice, but what are the known disadvantages of it if you have been in group practice?
So basically, a successful group practice means you start with what is called as group of practice, where some people come together. Then there is true group practice. That means your purpose is served. And then corporatization of the group practice. That means you'll have CEO, CFO, all basically mechanics are like corporate hospital. Then only it works better. And it's a transition from forming a group up to corporatization. It takes nearly 5 years.
Yeah.
And many of them would not have patience to wait till it matures. So people will start finding that there are negative points in it and they'll follow.
So I think in this group, we have, for example, Shruti and Bharat are in corporate group practice, and there are many people who are incorporate group practice where 3 or 4 people are working together in department. I think Gujarat Kidney Foundation was like how we are. That means you are individual people, solos in different areas and combined in a few areas. Mukesh and Rajesh were in a setup which was slightly different. But these are different models of group practice. So there are disadvantages. For example, each one wants to do everything. You can't tell him you take only dialysis round. Somebody says you take only transplant round. He wants to do everything. There is a problem of trying to own a patient. This is not pertaining to the corporate setup, but in the solo group practice where we are at different areas like how I am or where Rajesh is, individual youngsters would also want that this patient should be with me and not with somebody else in the group, because owning the patient gives them that much of confidence, ego or whatever. There is fear of financial misdemeanors which sometimes can happen. Personal interest over the group, which is the main area where I think the issues come up. Financial insecurity in the sense, how will I be paid next year, 3 years later, 5 years later, unless we have systems as in place as the US has in terms of group practice. Star doctor phenomenon, they will say this, the chief or the senior, Bharat Shah is a star, but his newcomer who joins, he feels I will be treated as an assistant rather than an equal partner. So there is this, and of course there will always be a feeling in seniors' mind, juniors' mind about mismatch in the work and emoluments. And I think one of the main reasons why it fails is lack of leadership. You really require a very good leader, more of a statesman rather than a leader or a boss. So how to start group practice? I think I'll try and answer this because somebody has already said that there are different types of group practice. You can have a partnership firm, a private limited company, or a LLP, which you can initially start. And you could either have, like how Gujarat Kidney Foundation, and Sonal, could you tell us the model in which Gujarat Kidney Foundation worked, since you were part of a very, very famous group practice in Ahmedabad was Gujarat Kidney Foundation, which a lot of people wanted to emulate. It was one of the first successful kind of practice.
So we started up almost about 20 years back. It's basically a partnership firm, and 4 nephrologists, like some is more senior and the others are a little junior. Then accordingly, the percentage of remuneration is usually divided. But most important thing in the group practice is that along with the clinical work, what is you get is like if you are having a clinic, you have a pharmacy, you have a dialysis unit, you are going to different hospitals, then along with clinical work, you can divide this work also. Like somebody is looking at getting the patients, like they are seniors, so they are getting. Others are executing the work. One person is looking more at the pharmacy business. One is looking at the dialysis unit. So that division of work is also very important, because everybody is doing everything, then there is like lot of chaos, and nobody is responsible for one particular thing. So that responsibility also is very well divided.
I think that is one of the disadvantages, because everybody wants to do clinical work. Nobody wants to do research work or administrative work and pharmacy lookout. And unless you do all these things, you are not going to have a financially successful model. So you should decide on your model. Is it multiple nephrology clinics, which you hope that for example, in western suburbs of Mumbai, there are 7 kidney centers, all belonging to one particular group. And similarly, you start in multiple other areas of Mumbai and hope that someday Apollo, they have diabetic clinics of theirs and somebody will pick you up as, Apollo kidney clinics or something like that. So some people have that plan in mind. So that clinic model is an OPD, a lab and a pharmacy, so that you have sustenance from other areas of income. You could add a small hemodialysis unit to it, so it has a full-fledged center with a daycare dialysis setup. You could have a nursing home, as I said in my initial nephrourology setup, which I had, in which we had dialysis unit, a urologist, an OT, and say 15-20 beds for hospitalization. That's a very typical classic small nephrourology clinic. And then you can have multiple chains of such clinics in the city of Mumbai or wherever you are. So 3 or 4 such clinics. So that's another nephrourology setup. And of course, people like, say, Vilas Nayak and many others who have a full-fledged hospital. You could have a kidney hospital, where you could have, everything under one roof, or a chain of such centers. So these are the different models in which you can do group practice. Is there an ideal model or a structure to build upon? No. Customization is required, and you must deliberate on various models. As Sonal said, that you will have to keep meeting regularly, and probably you must resolve to evolve. There is no fixed model on it. Yes, now our main question answers will be there. Why are people not joining group practice? Anybody? From Rajesh, Mukesh. Rajesh, you have been very quiet. Why are people not joining group practice?
So, most probably
in India.
Most probably people are not joining group practice is because they wanted to do, after 12 years of education, they wanted to have a leadership in their field. If they are working with some group leader or some seniors, they always be treated like assistant, and there is always a talk in front of them by the other colleagues or physician that no, Rajesh Kumar will not see, his assistant will come and see the patient. That feeling of this is preventing them to join a group practice. Second is whether they will make enough money out of that group practice or not. Senior will take away the major chunk and we will get hardly anything. So these are one or two things.
So is there anybody who can try and tell us what kind of formula will work in emoluments in terms of, say, 3 people joining, first year, second year, third year, fifth year? When should equality come into the financial sharing? Somebody getting more of, rest because he was senior, somebody getting, money, emoluments and work balance, which is fair and yet acceptable.
Sir, I think from what I've seen in Ottawa and other places where I've been, I think Dr. Chaudhary would also have his opinion.
That's why I want him on the panel to give his comment. You finish yours, then we can ask.
I think for the group practice, there are 2 things. You have to be equal in terms of respect, in terms of opportunity, in terms of representation of all the members to the general public. So everybody should feel that they have enough respect from everybody around and not felt as a subordinate to somebody else. At the same time, you have to have inequality in terms of positioning. There has to be a leader who would divide, assign, and everybody should agree to those roles and then comply with those chosen roles at that point of time. In terms of money, you should have a share or a sharing percentage where there has to be a capping for the senior most person, and the junior most person can rise up to a certain level, because it cannot, everybody can't be giving 100% of the money. So if you start with 10% of, say, the group's money, you may, depending on the numbers, go up to 20, 25%. That would be a cap. That has to be known. At the same time, annual growth has to be given or projected, because nobody wants to have an indecisiveness about the financial stability. So if you are able to do that and share that revenue in the model that you have decided, I think everybody would probably be happy with that.
Mukesh, anytime you feel equality in the emolument should come, or you feel that seniority and juniority, that financial or emolument difference should be there? Can't we have a formula in which work is reduced and money is shared equally or something like that? I mean, I'm just asking.
So practically equality is difficult, because those who would be senior would become more senior, and the junior would naturally be at the moderate level. So what I felt is it should be incentivized. The feeling comes with I am seeing 100 patients and yet I am getting off only 80 patients because my 20 patients money is going into group. So once we incentivize that, whoever sees more volume, for whatever reason, though it was supposed to be equal, would get little extra money, but a part of it will go to the group. So the group also enriches with it and can probably multiply more centers with it or things like that. So once that is incentivized, that feeling would not come. Like in nursing home also that comes, that it can be a common nursing home, but someone who is seeing more patients, probably if he's incentivized, he'll not be unhappy.
Rajesh, you are in Apex. What is the problem if you don't work but Apex grows, and ultimately the shares of Apex grow, and eventually instead of individual working hard, somebody else is working and the Apex share goes, and at the end you are benefited out of it. So what is the problem there?
So apart from Apex, I just wanted to tell about this part, that group practice, success of group practice depend upon like-minded people.
Yeah.
And to know whether this person who is joining the group will accept our theme or whatever thinking we have got, then only he should be the full-fledged part of the group. So initial few years, like what a corporate hospital is taking as a senior residency or a junior consultant or like that, in a group practice, if you have got a group of 4 or 5 people who can have 2 or 3 people, nephrologists should join as a full-time, where he can get the salary, and after 3 years, sharing should be given from the common pool. Regarding the senior, who is getting senior and junior are also getting senior, senior after some certain age will decrease their timing and cut down their shares from the group pool.
Yeah, so they should get less money.
Yeah.
But we thought you are saying that the money cannot be cut down, only time can be cut down. That will be unfair then.
Down, the share will come down so that the junior will get a better share because they are working more, they are giving more time, they are feeding more to the group pool, so they will get more money.
Okay, we'll get Dr. Prabir Rai Chaudhary's opinion on whatever he knows. I'm not sure whether he's in group practice, but whatever is the American system and some inputs as to how, we have a few more slides later on, but I think the 2 people from outside India should be able to give us some clue as to how things happen over there.
Okay, I'll go. Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me to join the panel, and it's a very, very interesting discussion. I have been in academic medicine, but particularly through the American Society of Nephrology over the last 10 years or so, have had a huge interest in overall workforce, and the group practices are a very, very important part of that. So I can give you some of my points. So first of all, I think this was an excellent panel and really excellent moderation, because I think all of the things that I had started writing down in terms of support and schedule and being able to divide people to specialize in different things, I think all of you, that has all been discussed. So I'm going to mention a few things that I think have not yet been, and maybe they are being done, and then give you some general thoughts. So 2 things that haven't been mentioned to a very great extent is that a lot of the large group practices in the US actually have a portfolio of investments. And you know, they go about it in different ways, and a very close friend of mine is really now the leader of a huge, huge group practice in the US. A lot of this has come from some of the things that that group has done. And the investments, of course, you know, that can vary. Like, it depends on how much people invest in, but often when you start in, if you agree to a certain amount of investment, then that goes towards the group. Maybe it may be taken from your initial salary initially. So that's one, and those have been very profitable, mainly in real estate. The second point, which is near and dear to me, is that the large group practices have a tremendous opportunity in something that you've just briefly mentioned, which is clinical research. And you know, in academics, I consider it as a way to get to know about new drugs and get to meet people. In many group practices, that can be a very, very powerful way of actually earning revenue for the group as a whole, particularly if it's done well because of the large volume of patients that such group practices have. One of the things that is very important, and you alluded to it as well, that if somebody goes on the clinical research side or goes into operations and business or goes into public relations, it is important to protect that person's time, because otherwise, the work doesn't get done well, and the person who is interested in it feels that they're just being taken advantage of by the others in the practice. So that sort of protection of time is very important. And then some of the more intangible things, which at the end of the day become the most important, and I think you mentioned it and others mentioned it, the overall mindset of the practice is very important, right? You join people who have a similar mindset. It's very important to get that right. And in academia, it's the same thing. You get somebody with a different mindset, everything goes downhill, right? It's sort of a negative attitude that spreads. Okay. Other things that are very important: transparency, trust, being valued, and being respected. And then for young people, something that's really important, and I would say practices in the US don't do it that well, is to identify opportunities for professional growth for that person. And that could be either in the different clinical areas, so you're targeted to be a transplant person, you're targeted to do onconephrology, but it could also be in other areas like operations and business. Data analytics, for example, is a huge thing that makes your practices more effective, right? Much more effective. In the US, it's very strongly linked to achieving metrics for payment. But right now, for the first time, the metrics for payment actually are aligned, really, for the first time, to at least things that are of value, as opposed to useless things like the hemoglobin or PTH. Right. So I think there's been a huge change which has been in the positive direction. And then the last thing I'd say is that in the right sort of group practice, you actually can innovate. And it's probably easier to innovate within a group practice as compared to a huge academic institution where it's not just your 20 people in nephrology or 30 people in nephrology, it's your 1,500 faculty, right? So if you want to innovate, the the guidelines are for 1,500 faculty, not for what you want to do. So I'll stop
Sure.
there.
Before I give the mic to Dr. Bihani, I had invited actually Dr. Nikhil Bhasin to represent the youngsters. Dr. Nikhil Bhasin is how many years post DNB now? 4. 4 years. He's been abroad for 2 years, so maybe 2 years into whatever post DNB program in India. He was offered both the options of joining a corporate hospital and a group practice. He joined corporate. So I thought as a youngster, he would tell us his thoughts as to then and now, whether group practice for youngsters, are they still scared of something, and why are youngsters, of course everybody raised their hands, but when actually it would come, what would they choose? So I wanted the youngsters' perspective of group practice, and therefore Nikhil, I need your comments.
Thanks, sir. So basically I had always worked in an institution. You work in a DM program, you are in a hospital. When I finished my DM training, I was in a government hospital completing my bond. Went abroad, again you are in an institution. So that concept when you come back is like, do you want to run to, in Bombay it is like, covering small hospitals. Are you ready to accept that point, whether you want to cover multiple small hospitals, or would you, want to settle down at one place? But this was my thinking when I came back. But if I have to go back, I think a group practice is a much better option, because like in a corporate hospital upfront, whenever you come back from a fellowship, don't expect to get a consultant position, at least in a city like Mumbai. And as sir was saying, you start off with a senior resident or a junior consultant both, hoping for you to become a consultant. At group practice, the model is different, especially if you know the people in the group, and if they have a same mindset, then it's definitely going to be a more sustainable option in the long run.
So he shifted his gears, which we will again have the poll later on, from what he thought was not a great idea, and now he feels it's not a bad idea. So probably there is some shift in it, and maybe many other people will. What are the concerns of a senior partner? I think the senior most right now is Bharat and me. So what are the concerns of a senior partner when you are into a group practice? I agree that yours is a little different model than the kind of model which most of the youngsters would be practicing outside, more into multiple solo people practicing rather than into one corporate. So any thoughts on where is the what does the senior fear about getting into a group practice?
No, I don't think a senior would be concerned, because he builds up his practice with people who are of the same mindset, and they would practice, they would all put in their best efforts to do their practice. So there should not be a concern for a senior partner, because he has people who are really putting in their best effort.
Yeah. So I felt that if there are so many seniors being so confident of group practice, most seniors would have taken all the juniors in their corporate hospitals as well as outside to join them in the group practice. But it hasn't happened. So Vijay Kher and then Dr. Bihani.
I think the senior would fear basically if one of the persons whom you have taken in takes an advantage. And since I have had a group for last 15 years, although we worked in corporate hospitals, it's been like a department taking multiple people. You try to give them different kinds of work, but it doesn't necessarily translate into that they want to do everything actually. Nobody wants to do a transplant thing only and a dialysis thing only and a clinical thing.
Correct.
But some people take an advantage. They come late. So these are concerns for a senior person, that one person is taking an advantage of this. So as a leader, I think the reason why many people are not, you need to have a very good leader. Unless you have a good leader, otherwise groups will not sustain at all. You mentioned about it.
Yes, I think which is why Bharat is able to do it.
That's right. That's why.
Hopefully, I will be continuing to do it. I mean, it's all about.
Youngsters will never feel confident unless there is transparency, trust, and that feeling that there will be fairness to everybody in that sense. They know that the senior might take more money for initial years and all that, but at some point of time, obviously,
equality
the younger one will grow in that fashion, and that's taken for granted. I don't think that's going to grow otherwise.
I think Dr. Biani, sorry, I took,
I'm in Ottawa, which is an academic center. We are a group of 23 people, and we work like it's a fantastic partnership. There are very base, the base rules are quite clear. Each partner comes with a particular amount of shares and then goes, and there is a cap at end of 15 years or so. And then when the new partner is joined, there is an expectation that this partner will do this, like the home dialysis or a transplant or so, depending on who is retiring. And with regards to the concerns of the senior partner, if a senior partner is working full-time after a particular age, it is thought to be a problem. He might have not been kind of done well before or something. So we necessarily at a particular age or something, they start cutting down. Either they stop doing calls or they stop taking triage kind of thing. So, and then the other advantage, which I think apart from what has been mentioned earlier, is that we are able to take sabbaticals, 6 months sabbatical are regular, so they can do advance their learning and so on.
So Mukesh, you are a great leader, and just want to know what is your view on how to attract and retain talent in a group practice? If you are in a group practice, how do you help in attracting and retaining talent?
So basically in the beginning, we are helping them more than they help us. So we keep a good remuneration package for them. They know that even if they start their private practice, they won't probably match with that figure. But we are confident that over a period of time, then naturally they will start doing justice. And within 6 months, probably it will get equalized, or within 1 year it will get equalized. So that's their first incentive. Secondly, we will always screen the mind of the nephrologist who joins, because some of them may be good in clinical practice, some of them may be good in business acumen, some of them would be good in data, some of them in research. So we assign that work to them so that their interest is on.
I think the time is running out. There are many other questions, but we would not be able to come up with all the questions to be taken. So what are the pitfalls in the success of a group practice? One is, I think people have, the partners have different definition of success, goals, dreams, etc., and we do not define it in the beginning. Mentoring or team building is defective, as everybody said. There is insecurity of partners both on the side of junior or senior, then it is there. Unfairness, individuality, ego, and more importantly, interpersonal relationships. So, your formula for making group practice successful, each panelist views 1 minute.
So you should have the same mindset and everyone should put in the best effort. That's a sure formula for the group practice to work.
Good interpersonal relationships and good expertise distribution so that everyone gets to do what they like.
Group first. You should not try
group
to...
first.
That is most important.
Not individual first, group first. Okay.
I already shared. 5 fingers are not same. Take the positive from the group's partner and negative is should taken care by the leader.
Okay, if there is no burning question, I will just summarize that. Identify your horizon, assess your personality. Can you work with colleagues? At least one person raised hand. Sometimes there are different people, different personalities, and you may not be happy working with all kinds of personalities. So can you work with your colleagues? Come together early in life. Somebody said that the age of group practice should be later. Address each other's concerns prior to joining. Do the paperwork right, Doctor. I think the main reason why US probably succeeds is the paperwork and the legal work is there. You can't just say, dosti yaari mein aaja, we will see later on. That doesn't work. Chalk out roles and responsibility up front. And that's how you will be able to succeed. in group practice. There are very few group practices in India, and I hope there are many more. What about the poll again? How many people in the audience will be happy to be in group practice if you were to start afresh? I think, and how many people they are not cut out for it and would not want to experiment it? So I expect that this group, when they come home, they go home, they would try their best to be in group practice. Thank you so much, the panelists and our special invitees, Prabir, for giving us insights into it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Umesh Khanna and the panelists. It was an excellent session. And we come to the end of the first session. Now that we know how to start our career in India, be it private, government, or solo practice, we go to the next session, that is fellowships in nephrology, that is overseas opportunities. And we have about 3 talks, and the speciality about this session is that we have people who have actually gone abroad, done a fellowship, come back to India, and are practicing here. And we also have a program director here, Dr. Mohan Biani. So I think after the ice-breaking sessions, now we need to ask questions. So you all have to come out with your questions to these speakers and the panelists to make the best use of this session. So let's go ahead. The first session is when and how do you choose a fellowship abroad? And this will be taken by Dr. Nikhil Basin. I call upon the chairpersons for the session, Dr. Prabir Roy Chaudhary and Dr. Shruti Tapiawala on the stage, please. Dr. Nikhil Basin, over to you.
At the outset, I would like to thank Umesh Khanna sir and Mumbai Candy Foundation for giving me this opportunity. So my task today is to give you a brief idea regarding where all can you apply for a fellowship. Most important question which people ask me, do you need to give an exam for a fellowship? Are these fellowship options funded or sponsored? And after my talk, Dr. Biani's talk is there and the panel discussion, hopefully all your doubts should be clarified with that. I think we all are, at some stage of our life, we have this question in our minds, and the morning session, the earlier sessions gave us a great idea, like should you join a corporate hospital, continue in a government hospital, join a group practice or private practice? Or should you start considering going out for a fellowship or go, permanently also in the long run? So what are the advantages of our international fellowship? Most important is the experience. And this is what my boss, Dr. Vishwanath Billa, he told me, go there, even if it's for 1 or 2 years, in the long run, go there for the experience. Your perspective to things changes. The clinical exposure is obviously going to be different than what you see in an Indian scenario. The patient exposure is also different. Most of the people who work there, they know it's a patient-centric approach. You need to give them all options, unlike over here where we guide our treatment for the patients. You can develop niche areas of interest like, onco-nephrology, home dialysis, which you don't encounter much in the Indian scenario. It's not only nephrology. When you work there, you're going to interact with other subspecialties. You learn from them as well. And as Dr. Soni was saying, they use evidence-based medicine. They will not use, in my experience. Work-life balance. We have a whole talk on this by Dr. Urmila and Madam in the evening. But this is a right place. You can have a work-life balance when you go out for international fellowship. You have time for family, you time for doing your hobbies, extracurricular activities. It also gives you opportunities to choose alternate career paths. You may go there as a fellow and you probably get a research position. You can always think of taking up the research position. If you are a person who likes to travel, I personally like to travel, so it's a great time, go there 2 years, it's a great time to explore. Research opportunities, as I said. Leadership role. We've got lots of leaders in this room. Madam is there. So it will, help you to build a leader in your career ahead. And definitely, I went at the time when COVID was there. So the cost of living had actually come down. So, and both I and my partner, we were, earning. So you could save a little bit of money. You also get these opportunities to do these extra paid calls on the weekend, and they pay you pretty handsomely for these calls. And we had a conversation on a group last week on our Toronto fellow group, and Dr. Georgie Biram sir beautifully quoted this. You go there for a educationally, socially, and a culturally uplifting experience. What are the limitations and shortcomings? The application process is very long. You generally need to apply 6 months to 1 year in advance. And even after that, the visa uncertainties are always there. Lag in practice. And as we were discussing, every year a good number of nephrologists are passing out. If you're going to come back to the country, you are going to expect a reasonable amount of people who've started practice, and this always then creates a, am I not good enough in spite of working abroad? Why I'm not getting a good job opportunity? Your wife or your children, if you're married, may not always get a visa, and they may not even get a fellowship. So, you may end up staying away from your family for a good amount of time. And as I said, if you come back to a tier 1 city, it does not always guarantee you a good job. If you're going to a tier 2 or tier 3 city, definitely it is a good option there. Applicability, I feel sometimes things you learn over there may not be applicable, but most of the times you can use whatever you learned over there. And adaptability. Once you go there for 2 to 3 years, you don't want to come back. That's a big issue. And when you come back, it's always you're constantly thinking, should I have stayed there? Should I have done more to stay there and do something else? If you go there for a dedicated program like onco-nephrology or transplant, when you come back home, you will need to work as a nephrologist who's the jack of trades and not master of none. So going there for a dedicated program, I don't personally feel it is a great benefit when you come back to India. Where all you can apply? North America, there's US, Canada. Dr. Biani is there, you can probably give us more insights. UK is also an option, Australia, and there are some of interventional nephrology fellowships at Singapore, Seoul, Mexico. This is in general. The Canadian process is the easiest to get, no exams. That's the biggest advantage. You can go there directly. I'll come to the process later on. You may even get away with the English proficiency test. USA, US MLE is a must. You cannot go to USA for a clinical fellowship without giving USMLE, and again you will need an English exam, a TOEFL, or IELTS. For UK, you need a GMC registration. Again, you need a IELTS or OAT. The Australian process is very complex. It's very time consuming. I'll come to it in a bit. And ISN, International Society of Fellowship, depends upon the country which you're going for your fellowship. This is something which you need to keep in mind. Fellowship does not give you a consultancy or job. For example, if you're going to Canada, don't have that point like, you're doing the fellowship, you'll get a job there. Rarely, I know someone who recently got a position, but you will always be in the smaller cities or in the cities where there are areas of need. It is difficult, but not impossible. Most of the times you end up doing residency, and that is not only nephrology residency, you have to do the medicine training as well. You have to stay there for a reasonable more amount of time before you get something permanent in the long run. But there are always some or the other loopholes in systems in US and Canada as well. How do you apply for a fellowship? Reach out to the program director or the coordinator. The Canadian process generally requires you to send your resume, statement of purpose, 3 reference letters from your mentors in India. Following that, they have a video interview. Once selected, you have to fulfill these requirements. The university requirement, the licensing body. For example, if you're going to Canada, it's the CPSO. If you're going to UK, it's the GMC registration, and the visa formalities. As I said, entire process takes long. In general, this process remains same for all the countries. Which city and how do I reach out to program directors? Toronto and Ottawa have the highest number of Indian alumni who've gone there, trained there, and come back. Hence, I think everyone is much more comfortable applying there. Plus, both our program directors are Indians. Dr. Tushar Malvade was a alumni of Nadiad, and now he's just become the program director. It's always easy to reach out to them, and they very promptly reply your emails. Vancouver, Calgary, and Edmonton are other cities where you can think of applying for a fellowship. Which fellowship should you apply? So Toronto is very clear. They expect you to do a general nephrology fellowship for 2 years. Unless you do that, they won't give you any of the subspecialty fellowships. However, like you can, once you're completing your 1 year of fellowship, they will always ask you, are you interested in doing a subspecialty fellowship? You can ask them if there is an opportunity available. They'll probably give you one of these. But you'll have to complete the general nephrology fellowship eventually and then come back. The subspecialty fellowship which they offer are transplant, onconephrology, home dialysis. They've recently started this POCUS fellowship, critical care and glomerular disease fellowship. There's a new fellowship which has come up, and they're actually looking out for people. Earlier this fellowship was only restricted to Canadian PR holders and people who are Canadian students, but now they've extended it. So they have 2 positions always, you can write to Dr. Darren Ewan. He'll reply for it, sure. Ottawa also has kind of the same process, general nephrology fellowship for first year. But if you're lucky enough, you may get one of these subspecialty fellowship. You can get a transplant fellowship and then see how things go. Vancouver also has transplant fellowship, GN and home dialysis, and Calgary also has a transplant fellowship. So how is your life during your fellowship? You won't get any hostels. You have to rent out your own apartment. If you don't know how to cook, you learn how to cook, because you won't get any house aid over there. So I think that's a must when you're going abroad for a fellowship. Generally, they pay you pretty well, 5,000 to 5,500 Canadian dollars a month. And UK also, it's approximately kind of the same. And you can always do some extra paid calls. The weekend calls, as I was saying, work-life balance. You end up working only on 1 or 2 weekends a month. You are entitled to 20 days of paid leave. Make sure if you're going there, travel, you learn, get to explore a lot. Your posting is, or your fellowship is divided into different blocks. You work 2 months in transplant, you work 1 month in JN. So it's not like you won't get any exposure to those subspecialties. You definitely get exposure. The Canadian programs, they don't have a lot of interventional exposure. So if you're asking me if you're going to get to do biopsies or tunnel lines, you won't be able to do any of those except temp lines. That also, I would say, maximum you will get a 4 or 5 a year. And always, as I said, you can discuss with your program director what are your future goals, and they'll definitely help you out with your for the future aspects. Going to UK, as I said, GMC registration is a must. ILTA or OAT is a must. Having an ESC NEF, which most of you may apply for, does not give you a GMC registration. You can always look for jobs at nhs.jobs.uk and track jobs. The jobs you are looking for is a clinical fellow job or a renal registrar job. How do you apply for a GMC registration? 3 routes. First is PLAB. It's a licensing exam like USMLE. It is not a degree. Step 1, you can give it in India. Step 2, you have to go and give it in UK. MRCP is a degree as well. 3 steps. First 2 are your written exams. MRC PACES is an OSCE. Generally takes 1.5 to 2 years to give it, because you're not getting slots for the OSCE exam. And last is this new initiative, which is they call as Medical Training Initiative, or MTI. It's neither a degree or a license exam. The Royal College will sponsor your GMC registration, and the maximum duration you can stay there is for 2 years. But once you go there, you can probably give your MRCP, and if you want to stay there for long term, this is a good career choice. Requirement for MTI also is not much. Most important thing is, if you have any undergraduate bonds remaining, you need to clear them first, because the first thing which they will ask you is an EPIC verification of your primary degree. They don't care whether what's your nephrology degree or the MD medicine degree. They will go back to your primary degree, that's your MBBS degree. So if you have any bonds pending, just complete that, because that always goes to your primary college. You must be in active clinical practice and 3 years of experience, and that your super specialty training is definitely considered over there. And as I said, how do you find jobs? You can go on their website, reach out to program directors, reach out to friends if they're working in UK, and if they can get you in touch with certain program directors, and organizations like BAPIO, which keep on holding interviews in India. USA, as I said, MLE is a must. You can get a research fellowship without doing MLE. I think there are a lot of nephrology job fellowships which are being posted, and there was a recent, I think so on Twitter also, there was a link which was going on. The number of fellowship positions are going empty. So it's a good, if you have given MLE, it's a good option. Another option is you go to Canada, prepare for MLE during your fellowship 2 years, and then apply from USA. If you get a a reference from Dr. Bayani, I'm sure you'll get a good program in there in US. And many people think of doing this. I had asked Dr. Jeremy Chapman, what are the scope of fellowships in Australia? He said, the number of nephrology fellowships in Australia is absolutely limited. It has a very complicated process. Even if they have a position, they would prefer giving it to an Australian citizen, and then they would consider an IMG. If you are still interested, I would suggest you reach out to some Indian nephrologists who've gone there. Dr. Basu is there, Dr. Madhi is there. They'll help you with this process. Singapore General has 3 fellowships, but unfortunately, all 3 of them are self-funded, and I don't think it's worth spending so much of money and going there. The ISN also has a lot of fellowship, and they have come up with these regional training centers, of which 4 of them are in India. So if you still want to do 1 more year of fellowship, I think so it's worth taking up in these centers. And there are a couple of fellowships in UK, the ISN Heartlands Fellowship and Kidneys for Life Fellowship. One is at Manchester Royal Infirmary. You can speak to Dr. Sandeep Mitra, who is coming there. He's at MRI, so I have his opinion. And the ISN UHN Dialysis Fellowship, which is again in Toronto, but you apply via the ISN route. These fellowships are for a period of 6 months to 12 months. They have given a good guideline on their website. Click on it and they'll guide you through the entire process. They come with their own caveats. You need to provide a letter from your home institution that you would come back and work in your home institution and keep sending periodic reports to them. If you don't fulfill this, they will probably you'll have to pay back the grant money back to ISN. Interventional nephrology, they've got 11 centers. These are usually for a period of 3 to 6 months. Same criteria, you have to go back to a center and apply from this thing. But I feel most of our DM and DNB programs give you a very good interventional nephrology exposure. ISPD also has a fellowship program. It's more like an observership, a period of 3 months, multiple centers throughout the worldwide. You need to be a member of ISPD and before you apply for this observership. Times are changing. We are focusing on the concept of Made in India for everything, and this is a fantastic initiative by Indian Society of Nephrology for this postdoctoral fellowship, and MKF is also coming up with this observership program. Dr. Ayan will be speaking on those. So to conclude, I would say you start early, keep your long-term goal clear. If you are very sure you're going to come back, it's fine. But if you want to stay there, make your career over there, start planning early. If you need to give an USMLE or give an MRCP, start preparing in your early years of nephrology. You always need to discuss with your family and partner. If your wife is unhappy or if your husband's unhappy, don't go for the fellowship. International fellowships definitely have their advantages, but have their own caveats. Job prospects after coming back may or may not be great. With that, I'll conclude, and I'll happy to take any questions.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. That was excellent. It's really important to have questions from the audience more than anything else. So I'd like to open it up. Is that okay at this point?
Absolutely.
For questions? And while all of you are thinking to get a question, I'll just make one comment. So I think that getting a different perspective is absolutely critically important. And I think that even though I sensed your diffidence in that it doesn't help you get a good job here, which hopefully will change, I think that in the long run, right, if you think out over the next 25, 30 years, the benefit of that different perspective, the contacts, the interactions, it pays it back, many times over, whether you're in a solo practice, group practice, corporate hospital, or academia. So that's one thing I would say. And then the second thing I do want to say about the US, we are struggling in nephrology in the US. I think we have too many nephrology fellowship slots, for one. And I think that there is clearly probably a valid viewpoint amongst the internal medicine residents that with regard to work-life balance and the amount of compensation, nephrology doesn't do that well. Compensation is actually not too bad, but you have to work hard for it. And I will say that we are trying in many, many different ways to address this issue, because for ASN and for the nephrology community, it's critically important. But what that does mean is that if you've trained in nephrology in a good program here, I think you would be able to get 2 years in really a very good program there. Sure. And I think it would be a positive on both sides. So I would just put that out there, that I think there is that opportunity.
Nobody wants to go abroad? No questions from the back?
Whom should they approach, sir? If they want this, the youngsters, they're very different to go to United States because of the USMLE, the third year flex. Whom should they approach?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Educators, that's what you're saying. As Praveen had said, that now it's no more liquor. Most of the fellowships are going up again. No one wants to take a nephrology fellowship because of the only one thing: money, money, money. If you want to earn money, then US is not the right place to do nephrology. You can change your system to MBA or something. But you see, the issue is that if you want to go abroad, now nephrologists are coming together to give you a capsule which will solve your problem, right? For your juniors as well. Suppose if someone wants to do a USMLE or do a residency and do a fellowship, there are a lot of steps involved, and that is too cumbersome unless you are very trained for that. So now the whole capsule is coming where you can, of course it comes out with the money. You can get all the steps done at a very good center, research, rotations, other things, and get the fellowship as well. But nephrology fellowship, as sir has said, salary group. So America is at the top and the doctors are at the 1% of the salary, but still the nephrologists feel that money is still not coming.
Yeah, I'm just going to add one. So I agree with you. I think this is an opportunity for good people to get trained in good places and for everyone to benefit. The one thing I will say, and this goes back to the group practice discussion earlier, I think one of the things that that's not realized as much as that is in many large group practices, the work-life balance and the compensation are actually going very much in the right direction. And I think that there are things, obviously, that the whole community can do to push that forward. So I'm hopeful that, it goes up and down so that we'll be up again.
So I think we will have a continuity of the topic.
I just put a little comment.
So
for
just
the
to inform them
students.
that please, tea break would be after this session, so that we request you to hang on, because that's going to be a very important session.
So I wanted to add, when, a personal experience. When I went abroad, I was being told by everyone that I'm trained in India from good institutes with good teachers. I am Dr. Bharat Shah's student. I had a wonderful teaching. But Dr. Vidya Acharya was the one who pushed me, saying, no, you have to go. And Dr. Bharat Shah kept asking me, why do you want to go? But Madam Acharya said, no, you have to go. And I realized when I went that yes, I had to come. It makes a difference. You are going for yourself. You're not going for a job. You're not going for anything. You're going to refine yourself. You have learned everything over here. You've been taught everything, but you have to know how to put it in perspective. You have to learn to talk to different people. You have to learn how to grow and stand for yourself. You are going from your country. You have to showcase that you have been taught well. You learn from there. You learn everything what they have to give. There are so many new things. And persevere. I have seen so many students who go there and within first 6 months they say they are homesick. What is there to be homesick? You are with patients, you are with doctors, you are grown-up doctors. There is nothing to be homesick. Persevere. Once you persevere, you will find your passion. Like Dr. Bhasin said that 2 years of nephrology fellowship is necessary. Yes, it is necessary because you will find your passion. You will understand what you want to learn. 6 months is too less for you to understand what you want to take from there and come back to your country. You have more weapons to use over here. You are equipped to do more quality care, I should say. Just because I stayed back and I decided to go into transplant fellowship, I landed up in an HLA fellowship, which is not yet existent, but I was offered it. And there I found my passion. So you have to give it time. You're going to refine yourself. So do not shy away from fellowships, saying that who is going to spend 2 years abroad? I want family time, I want money. No, those 2 years are the years where you are still in the learning phase. And you will develop. I think I will stop at that comment.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Basin, for that very concise and specific talk. Now we go. Now we know what person who's passed DM wants to do fellowship for. Let's hear the views from the program director. I call upon Dr. Mohan Biani for the same. I request Dr. Prabir Rai Chaudhary to stay on the panel. Dr. Ajay Kher and Dr. NP Singh to please join the panel. Thank you, Dr. Shruti. Over to you, Dr. Mohan.
Hello, everyone. It's nice to see some of the colleagues up here and back in India. I was going to go through the program director's view about nephrology fellowships at University of Ottawa. Just to give you a brief background, like I trained back in late 1990s and then went to Canada for a year or two. I thought like I'll do some kind of a deceased donor transplant fellowship, come back, or like do some home dialysis. And over time, like things kind of looked so well and they looked so different. Like I was able to kind of rediscover myself, like as a nephrologist, like it was kind of a very kind of an enlightening way to kind of look at nephrology in a different perspective. So like what I wanted to cover today in this brief, like 20 minutes or so, what we will talk about is the pros and cons, like what are the, about doing a fellowship outside India. What we offer at University of Ottawa training program, and then like part of it is covered by Dr. Bhasin about the subspecialty programs, like what we are offering, and then application process in a brief kind of thing. So like with regards to the pros, like initially, like we had been kind of talking about like how important it is to go and abroad and get a different perspective, different view about like how nephrology is practiced, and also rediscover yourself. Like you don't know like until like you find like there are these options which you have out there, which can help you to kind of like develop a new passion or something. So it gives you an exposure of nephrology in a very different perspective, like in the Western world. Like it gives you also like an academic exercise, and like at our center at least, like what we do is we treat our fellows at par at the Royal College Fellows. So they are not differentiated at all. Like they go through exactly the same similar training what the Royal College Fellows would go. And along the way, we kind of assign them some research projects. Some people are interested to do some qualitative research or some kind of clinical research, or we do have like a strong basic science research as well. Like so, like if like you want to do some of that, like we do have we can offer that during that fellowship year as well. Then you kind of also, we encourage them to kind of attend different meetings, present at these meetings, like at ASN, they become part of Canadian Society of Nephrology. And these are fully paid fellowships. So like as we alluded earlier, like most of the fellows would save some money out there. Like so they have chance to do those extra calls kind of thing. And like working in India and going abroad there, like really it is like not a very kind of like hard fellowship, like in that way, like call burden wise or clinical load wise. Like our clinical load is like 10, 11 patients in a half a day clinic is like, oh, it's too full kind of thing. So it's not like really like when we see, and some like of the colleagues I talk here, like 110 patients in that day kind of thing, it's not the same. Like, so you kind of like really can work that extra call to like if you want to kind of earn a little better. like there are cons as well. You are away from the home, like it's a new culture, new environment, so you need to kind of rediscover, like look at those kind of thing. Like we mostly are gone on e-charting now, like our most are like we have lost like our habit of writing at all. Like we're doing all, like the dictations are done, and so we don't, as alluded earlier as well, like if your spouse cannot, most of the times, like is unable to work or something, so you are either leaving her back home here, or like if you're bringing with you, like she may not be able to do what, like in her field, any fellowships or so. Most of the times it happens that way. With regards to the children, like children's might be able to kind of have that exposure for a year or two, but then they are back to India when they come, so there might be a cultural difference as well. And big factor in Canada at least is the weather. Whether we do get like a harsh winter right now, like we are running into -5, -10, but like you can learn skiing, skating, like that can become fun as well. Like if somebody wants to kind of get into a new kind of thing, that you can develop like that winter, take that opportunity and learn new things as well. What were we looking for from prospective fellows? Like the prospective fellows have to be interested, like strongly to, or a desire to kind of learn something new, like want to kind of like have like bring something new to the table. Clinical competencies, which we kind of like trained quite, and they are deceased donor transplant. We are kind of a center where we do around 120 transplants a year. Most of them are deceased donor. We are very strong home dialysis program. Like we run around like almost 220 to 225 home dialysis patients. Knowledge expansion, like there is a lot of rounds which we kind of like at least 3 to 4 each week the fellows are able to participate in. And then if there are research goals or something, we encourage them to be part of research projects. We have a lot of staff who have been trained in epidemiology and so on, so they can tag along them, like work on the database and get some research papers out there. So Ottawa is a beautiful city. It's around 1.2 million population. It's quite spread out. There are 4 seasons, like each one of the seasons are quite beautiful. I'm showing you the like a fall picture here. This is Canadian Parliament. As a program, like it's an excellent preparation for becoming an independent clinical nephrologist. We have a strong clinical group of people who can help you to kind of get a good clinical acumen. And the set stage for further academic training and research. Like if you want to extend, like from the first year you do a clinical fellowship and want to do a second year kind of thing, like it's quite flexible. We can talk it over through, like in the recent past, we have at least like 3 or fellows who, like as we were saying, have prepared for USMLE and then moved on to went to good centers in US, and they're kind of being trained in US in nephrology. So like that is one thing. So they get a fully paid fellowship in Canada. They are preparing for US and then go to US and start kind of get trained and start practicing there. We have international leaders who are in the research, who are in education at our center. We have three campuses where we practice nephrology. The civic campus is associated with the Heart Institute. A lot of heart transplants is done, and they do quite a bit of acute care cardiology. So we get a lot of CRRTs and so on being happening there. Riverside is mostly the ambulatory care clinics. Like so ambulatory clinic, we do home dialysis. And there are multiple subspecialty clinics we have developed. Like we have a PKD clinic with a huge database of around 500 PKD patients, and most of them get genetic testing. They kind of are getting counseling. So like we kind of started to do quite a bit of like a subspecialty fellowship as well. General campus is where we admit patient under nephrology, and there is a consult service as well where we kind of have some exposure for SLED and acute kidney injury. Like this is a new civic campus which is being developed. It is basically a 2.5 million cubic square feet new facility is being developed, and we are going to move there in next 3 to 4 years. So this is being developed as we speak kind of thing. And nephrology division is kind of going to be moving there. We'll have like around 80 dialysis hemo spots on this, on this campus. So it's a high volume center. Like as I said, like it is like we have like around 1.3 million population which we serve across Eastern Ontario. Clinical exposure wise, like you get exposure as an inpatient consult service. Specialized clinics are like, I would say like quite a bit forte. We do like quite a bit like our GN fellowships. Like there are like over the last 3 or 4 years, we have been offering GN fellowship. We will have a very strong renal path as well. So we kind of have those rounds on a like every couple of weeks basis where the biopsies are reviewed and fellows can participate and present as well. Apart from these, we have a renal hypertension unit where like it is recognized by American Society of Hypertension. We have been offering this fellowship for quite some time. One of our leaders is Dr. Rizika, who has been like working on sympathetic nerve hyperactivation and hypertension, and he's been there in the field quite well known. Pregnancy as well, we have a couple of experts who are like pregnancy and kidney disease, so we do kind of do clinics on every week basis. Apart from that, the conservative care clinic, where patients who decide not to kind of do renal replacement therapy or so can have a conservative care approach as well. So kidney transplant clinic, if somebody wants to do a transplant, exclusive transplant fellowship itself, we do offer that. It is recognized by American Society of Transplant as well. And we already talked about these clinics. So like we have 730 prevalent dialysis patients. We offer SLED as well as like around 100 to 110 CRRTs every year. As I said, like transplant-wise, we are doing transplant on 100 to 110. Most of them are deceased donor and follow almost more than 1,000 transplant patients in our clinics. Most of our home dialysis patients are home PD. We do like something unique is kind of buried PD catheter. So patients who are kind of closer to dialysis within 6 months or so, they will get a PD catheter and they are left buried. And when the time comes to kind of start dialysis, they will just unbury and start them on peritoneal dialysis. A typical fellowship year, this is how it will look like. So the first 2 months are basically warm up, like we do kind of just like there are no calls here during the first month or two. Then as fellows get comfortable around the surrounding, they become comfortable with the e-Epic, the e-health thing. Then they are started with some exposure to inpatient service. They get couple of transplant months, couple of home dialysis months, and then rest of them, and this is kind of negotiated, we can talk to the fellows, see what their interests are. So the rest of 6 months we can negotiate and have them in different clinics kind of thing. As soon as they come, if they come in summer, we run a summer series for the new fellows, like a basic talks kind of thing. And then they have different kind of opportunity to present themselves or be part of these rounds. Like Tuesday afternoon fellows round, we do Friday morning different rounds, which are journal club, evidence-based nephrology, or clinical case presentation. Biopsy rounds are done quite regularly. We have active participation from the pathologists. Nephrology grant round. This has been after COVID. This has been something which has been quite unique now. We are getting world leaders from across the world. One of our colleagues, Dr. Hermath, he's quite into social media. You probably guys have heard about him. So he's kind of getting all the world leaders to come and give us a talk. And so that is on the YouTube channel. If somebody's interested to kind of look at those, you can have a look. And so this is the channel which is from Ottawa Nephrology. There are a lot of videos which have been from the past talks. They are wonderful. There's a lot of information from like world leaders in their individual fields. So as I said, like in the second year, like we can offer subspecialty fellowships like transplant. We have critical care nephrology, hypertension, GN, hemodialysis, and home dialysis fellowships which can be offered if somebody is interested in that field or so. Kidney Research Center, that is quite unique. That is from Ottawa. We have like basic science lab, which we have like almost more than $10 million funding from different funding sources, and almost 75 to 80 publications in a yearly basis. We just don't study, we do have fun as well. So there is summer meet and greet. We do have some staff versus fellow jeopardy, fellows retreat, and we do when meet at ASN as fellow, we meet at ASN goes. So as I said, like what we'll, we'd go outdoor adventures as well. If you are interested in something else, like during winter time, you can be part of some different activities during winter. So it's a good place to kind of thing, like, so it's a perfect balance, like with regards to it's a large academic center, which will give you a quite good patient exposure wise. And there is like national leaders you can work along with. And along with that, like you have a good opportunity to be part of academic endeavor. The process itself is a little tedious. It takes 6 months or so. So like the first thing you need to do is basically show your interest with a CV and 3 references, and then we can guide you through the process. It's not like it's just time consuming, but like it can it can be done without any kind of major hassles or so. We started this back in 1999. So we just recently completed our 25 years. We had a celebration. Around 100 fellows have been kind of trained in our program. We offer around 5 to 6 trainees, like we have spots for, and and the fellows who have been trained, they have gone back to their home countries and become leaders in their individual fields or so. So if you have any questions, like I'll be happy to answer now or later, but I will encourage everyone like to kind of at least spend some time abroad before they kind of settle down back in their long-term.
I think everybody wants some questions from the back seat, mainly the students. This is the best time to ask questions to people who are actually into the job. Of course, we do have in the end, again, a chance to mingle around with these mentors. But one sad news is that the tea break is cancelled because we are 15 to 20 minutes late. And people who are in urgent need because the nicotine levels have gone down can quickly grab something and come, but we would want to continue because we are almost 15 to 20 minutes late.
Unlike American system, you don't have a matching system, right? They can directly apply. You don't need to go through that matching process. You can apply directly to the program, and with that process, and most of them generally are successful, depending on the numbers. That's an advantage.
No, so one of the questions which I was hoping someone would ask would be, when you have multiple candidates and you're selecting a few, so what is kind of from the Canadian standpoint, and then we can ask Dr. Prabir Roy, from an American standpoint, as a program director, how are you rating and grading the fellow applicants on the paper as well as then on interview? So what is kind of the things that you're looking for in the candidate who means you'll have usually 10, 15 and you're selecting 5, or in the match, how do you kind of evaluate the candidates that come?
Yeah, so that's a good question. Most of our fellows who are being selected recently are like the fellows who have been recommended by our fellows who have come back here. So they know them, they have been working with them as a junior or so. So that is a big plus what we look for. Like, so so that would be one. The second is the references, and the third would be the interview process. How does it go? But like I think most of the times what was happening now recently has been like we're getting the second kind of generation fellows who have been kind of recommended by our original fellows.
I can speak. So for the US, as was mentioned, you have to go through the match, although there's been discussion about whether we should or shouldn't be in an all-in match. Right now we are. So you have to go through the match. In terms of what one looks for, I would say that the interview process, which ever since COVID has been conducted virtually, is very, very important. And I would say that it's really important to be your own person, particularly if you're from outside and you haven't done a residency. I think you should highlight many of the things that actually Shruti said, right? You're coming here, you want to do it for yourself, you want to take back these qualities, this is what you have done. So being honest and truthful and being yourself is very, very important. The one thing I will say is that we did discuss earlier that this is a good time to come for nephrology fellowships even without a residency. But please do remember, as a program director in the US, you have to have 80% of your graduating fellows actually pass the nephrology board. So the one negative is that you don't want to take too many people in who you know are going to go back, because you're not going to hit that cutoff. And then I have a question to ask.
Yeah, sure.
And it's a question both to you and to seniors in the audience here and junior people. There seems to be some sort of dichotomy in that we've heard that a general nephrology fellowship is really good for, in a way, for people who want to go out and come back, because that's what you do. But at the same time, from your presentation and similar to our program, we're trying to move more towards specialty areas. So the question to everyone is that for somebody going out from India, isn't it also worth doing a specialty fellowship, because then you have an interest? And as if you're thinking out 30 years in time, it's really important to have a niche area that you can put your hands around and say, this is mine.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. In fact, what is happening over the last 3 or 4 years at our place at least, we have been offering first year subspecialty fellowship. Like, so they don't have to necessarily do a clinical fellowship, like unlike Toronto. Toronto like would want it, but now in our center we can offer them directly transplant fellowship or GN fellowship without having them to do clinical fellowship.
I think it's important to have a mix of the both. That in first 6 months having to go through the system to understand the system, so general nephrology can be there, and then their own choice, if possible, to get it. I think I agree with him, because the training in most of the even private centers is so good that the only way that you can expand your knowledge is to have more experience of the other nephrologists. But
Chaudhary, is should we be wanting subspecialty fellowships? I agree to that, but then our problem is, again, you have a Society of Interventional Nephrology now, but they don't allow our fellows to go there for hands-on programs. And even if they go to which does not get them a certificate or something to come back with.
Right. I think other than, so I think if you do a fellowship, it has to be through USMLE. I mean, you have to have, so you have to have the USMLE and then do the clinical fellowship. So that's what, and even for interventional, if you have the USMLE, that's something potentially you could go for.
So I think the bigger and more important thing is having clarity in mind. What are you going out for? So if you're going out for learning how to do interventional nephrology, you can do it in India. There is Avatar, there is lots of internal programs that will have lots of volume as well. And many of the Indian programs will have much higher volumes than any US program will ever have. So that is one. Second, the advantage with going to the US and doing a training program there is that you have time to think, you have time to reflect, and you have teachers who will train you on that as well, which is, I think, where the perspective difference is, I think, key, where if you go to a training program, the mandate as well as the focus is on training. Whereas in India, you might be in a training program, but the training program's focus is on taking care of patients and making you take care of patients, and not on the actual training itself. And so that difference can be a big difference. So even if you want to go and learn interventional nephrology and they don't give a certificate, if your goal in your mind is, I want to learn it, I want to do it well, and then I want to come back and use it, it might still be worthwhile going and doing it. But again, I think the clarity in mind is probably more important as to what is the goal that you're trying to achieve.
I think for want of time, would request to stop this session, and we would request Dr. Biyani that all those people who have so diligently sat through the various topics should be given 1 or 2 marks extra when they apply for the fellowship. Yeah, we move on to the next.
I need a list though.
You should give Dr. Biyani the list of the people who attended.
So is it also green? Not so after the discussion maybe. So we'll have the panel discussion, intricacies, pros and cons of abroad fellowships or settling abroad. I would like to just request Dr. N.P. Singh, Dr. Prabir Singh Chaudhary, and Dr. Ajay Kher to continue to be in the panel. I also request Dr. Narayan Prasad, sir, Dr. Sukanya Govindan, and Dr. Pratik Das, Dr. Bharat Shah, and Dr. Mohan Biani to join the panel. And this session will be moderated by Dr. Amit Longoti. Again, sir has gone abroad and come back, so he'll have lots to contribute. Over to you, Dr. Amit.
So this is the first lecture without any presentation, so you can all pay attention and look at my face, okay? Don't look at the screen now. Okay, good evening, everybody. So I think all of you agree that most of the complaints that you hear amongst each other when you meet at different forums is probably today, not so as before, is lack of actual didactic teaching sessions that you guys miss. A teacher teaching you on rounds, or you're having case presentations. Many fellowships are happening, many programs are there, but a didactic teaching is missing. And I believe probably one important aspect of getting a fellowship like this is having these kind of sessions which can reignite your passion in nephrology. That certainly happened with me. Lots of resources, lot of educational material, and probably what I learned in my 3 years, or rather understood what I had learned in my previous 3 years and after my fellowship, was more my passion about reading, which was reignited. The second thing to understand is life is all about choices. So if you don't know what is your research question, then your methodology is going to be wrong. Now, Dr. Khanna said the tea break is cancelled. But some of you went out and had the tea. That was a choice. So once you knew you wanted the tea, you knew what you had to do. You had to get out. You don't care if you miss the lecture. But you will go out, you will get the tea, you will either have it there, or you will come back and have it and attend the lecture. But you knew both of the things would not have been possible. So as long as you're not clear with what you want in life, all of this discussion is going to be very abstract and leave you with same confusion before and after this session. Okay? So I'm going to quickly start with questioning my panel here about the pros, intricacies, and cons about trying to go for a fellowship abroad, and should we really do that or no. And let me start first right away by asking Dr. Chaudhary the most important crux, bottom line question here. So you have settled abroad, right? And as an Indian fellow, first question to you is, why should an Indian person or Indian student consider to do a fellowship abroad? And what does that fellowship in today's age and world of social media, where the world has become small, have to offer to a person? Because today, through videos, through YouTubes, through Twitters, through journal clubs, there are education that is disseminated. So why should these students come to your center for a fellowship? What is your perspective? Because you've been there right from the start.
Yeah. No, I can definitely answer that. So I would say that a fellowship abroad is very, very important, because it's, you know, a fellowship is like an apprenticeship. I think over here and overseas. An apprenticeship is not just learning about your trade, it's learning about how to be a person, how to be a successful person that can ply that trade, how to be a successful person that can grow that field. And so the biggest thing that you're going to get from a fellowship is that you're going to be able to grow your mind. And I'm not even really talking about the clinical stuff and the medical stuff. You're going to be able to grow your mind because you'll meet very different types of people with different perspectives. And you can do that in India as well, but there is a difference. Just because it's a different sort of culture, it's a different place. And that growing your mind, learning how different people address problems in different ways, learning the pathway of thinking, that is the most important thing in a fellowship. And that is really what training is about. Training is about growing your mind. It's much more than all the clinical things that we learn, we have to learn. But it's growing your mind that's going to allow you to do great things in the future.
Right. So essentially, sir is saying that you become a better, well-rounded person. It's not just the education, but a lot of other aspects beyond just the education. Dr. N.P. Narayan Prasad, sir. So you have been running a huge nephrology department in a public sector, and you have been a mentor to so many students, and they are within and beyond your institute. Do you think you've missed anything by yourself not going for a fellowship today, after so many years of not have gone abroad, but in this big successful position? Do you think, reflecting back, you would still have wanted a chance to go for a fellowship?
Yeah. Actually, be fair, I have been selected for fellowship program at Toronto General Hospital, but due to health problems, I have cancelled this. My family did not allow me to go there. So that is my confession. But I don't repent for not going there, because this is all about your passion, what you want. So everyone has told that, first of all, you should be clear what do you want. I wanted to be in a teaching institution. There I have joined as assistant professor. Now I am the professor and head of the department of that place. And the department is at present running 110 dialysis stations. Whatever you can think of, it is there. Professor Vijay Kher was there. That department is totally changed. Intervention nephrology. There are 450 procedures done every month. So Dr. N.P. Singh has also seen that we have 2 dedicated cath labs. We have trained fellowship who gives the trainings. So, and then nephropathology is another things which we can see that we are doing approximately 60 to 80 kidney biopsy every month. So that kind of the huge center is there. Every day you have Dr. Kher was telling about the number of the patients in this. We are bound to do. We are bound to do, because 400 and patients comes to our OPD, and we have to dispose in 5 to 6 hours. We are 20 residents there. So department is huge, but you can just imagine government versus public sector was initiated by Professor Vijay Kher sir. He was there also. You can think of, we are spending only 2.5% of our GDP on health structures. Government has own priority. Government has to dispose of, take care of these poor pupils who cannot afford this private sector's care. Where every day we are running 10 beds of the intensive care nephrology, critical care nephrology beds. Every day some request comes, I am exhausted with the money in Medanta, Lucknow. Can you consider me for the transfer? So that kind of the situation is there. So you have to take care, you have to understand your government also. Your government has one priority. So this is all that. So I do not repent on this. I am able to serve my society. I am able to serve my country or state, whatever you can say. That is there. I am totally satisfied. But definitely, I have asked my senior, Dr. Saurabh Pokhriyal, who was fellow with Professor Vijay Kher. He came back from the Toronto. What different you have seen there? Definitely he has told me, you know how to work. What would be the meticulously you would be working. Your spectrum of looking at the patients, your making the notes would be different. Your thinking and approach would be little different. So that was the passion. But definitely that you can learn if you want, sitting
within
in your
here
home
also.
So that's why I am not repenting, but a lot of advantages
Yes, but
that
I
has been
think,
enumerated.
you got what you wanted, and that's why you don't repent. So at the end of the day, you have somebody as successful as him, running as big as a program, and certain programs in Northeast India, in Kolkata here, even there are biopsy postings, where a resident just posted to just do the biopsy the whole day. Can you imagine the volume of work they will be doing? And that kind of interventional work may not necessarily be available when you go abroad, because intervention is something that is not handed easily when you're abroad, because sometimes those are handed over to radiologists. So it depends again. Everything is a choice again, okay? So that's
one thing
good perspective.
I just want to give we have International Society of Nephrology Fellowship Program that Dr. Biani has shown there that this is a recognized center. And we have at present International Society Fellow, Dr. Han, he might be here, he is there. He has come there. And I don't think anybody coming on the fellowship program would have made 40 AV fistulas.
Wow.
So,
Wow.
So that kind of the training, that under supervision.
So,
sad. And I had gone there for some different purpose, but I visited his department and I was totally mesmerized. Last 40 years I've been in the dialysis unit, and I had heard about his program, but I would suggest whether you go to Ottawa or to Atlanta, but you must visit, that Raebareli Road and visit his campus and visit his department. You will be totally mesmerized. And I'm telling you, the amount of hard work, sincerity, and whatever intervention you can think of in this life in nephrology, you will find it there. So I must appreciate your efforts, and it is really wonderful. You must 100 patients undergoing dialysis at one place. It's too huge.
So the volume of work is enough if you choose the right center and work under the right person. And if you are looking for, say, example, interventional, maybe this could be a better center than looking at something outside. Now, Ajay, you're right between the two, and you've seen both sides of the world. You've been abroad, you've come back into practice. I want to ask you one, and be honest, what do you miss most after coming back to India that was good in outside?
So I would say probably two things. So when I was in America and I was there for 10 years, so in terms of professional career trajectory, so if I had stayed in US, I would have been able to plan whatever trajectory or career I wanted, whether it was an academic clinician track, or I wanted to do research, or I wanted to become a program director and then go into administration, like a transplant program director or a fellowship program director. I could have planned it and thought about it and executed on it. Having come back to India, that professional trajectory or plan is almost impossible. And I have now been back 8 years, and I can't still, even 8 years later, if you ask me what am I going to be doing, or what aspect or what plan do I have for 5 or 10 years from now, I can't tell you right now. 1, 2 years, maybe 3 years, I can tell you. I can't plan 5, 10 years.
Right.
So I think that is one. The Delhi winter pollution is the other. so whenever this time of the year comes, not as much for me, but for my kids.
Yeah.
So kind of exposing them to this, which was an option, because I was there 10 years, the kids could have stayed there with us. And so coming back, so those are two things that are the only things.
And the winter would not have been an issue if you had not gone to US before, because that's how you would have grown up in Delhi.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
So that's because you saw the better side of the world. Now that becomes an issue. Right?
You compare,
right.
You compare and you contrast.
The third is the driving. 40 years I've driven here, but those 6 months of driving in US has given me pleasure in actually driving that, what we could do here.
So Ajay, coming back to you again, just complete the second part of the question. Now that you came back to India, what are you grateful about after coming back to India? What are you happy about that you've come back to India? I know the situation right now doesn't let you plan, but the practice in India is very different. It's not institutional. It's not focused in terms of you can do one aspect of work and not do the rest and plan to continue that way. Here you are jack of all, right? So what are you happy about after coming back to India?
So I'll say the happiness is predominantly personal. So if I'm comparing professional satisfaction, professional work, there is professional satisfaction, there is professional happiness. But the predominant reason for coming back and the predominant happiness is personal, meaning personal for me, personal for my spouse, as well as for the kids. And the connection and the family that you get, which you're going to lose when you go and stay there permanently. Right. So this is a different question and answer versus you're going there for 2 years fellowship and coming back, versus you're going there for fellowship and now planning to stay there forever. So I think the pros and cons, which is kind of part of the discussion, the pros and cons of staying there versus coming back are predominantly same for everyone.
Yes.
So you are going to have parents who are going to get older.
True.
Who are going to be in India.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to get sicker, they're going to need help and support, and you're going to be in US and you're going to feel guilty.
Right.
That is part and parcel of all my friends who are in the US and staying there.
Very important aspect, emotional angle.
And so there's going to be that. Your kids are going to be ABCD no matter what they are.
Yeah.
They're going to be confused and they're going to grow up through their teen years and they may be well adjusted. I have lots of second generational who I met in America, they're well adjusted. They're either on the American side, they're on the Indian side, or they're well adjusted in the middle. But they've had to go through that phase of
Confusion.
exploring, figuring it out, and then getting comfortable with whichever part they're in. And I didn't want my kids to have to go through that. Third is them getting to know family. So family and connection for them would be seeing their grandparents on Zoom once a month or once a week, and never getting to know
Yeah.
their extended family.
Right.
So being in the US, those are the reasons why we came back.
So once you achieve what you wanted to achieve after going there, that was the first goal that you wanted. Then the rest of the goals that you were missing, the forest that you missed for the tree, starts coming into the picture, and you realize, okay, I got this, but then I don't have my friends, I don't have my wife with me, she's not going to have a career, or my husband is not going to have a career, my kids won't have the same grandparent support that they would have had. You know, all of that, my parents get, so what he said is something beyond to consider, especially if you're planning to settle abroad, okay? So it's not just medicine, there's a lot of other issues around you that you have to think when you plan that. Now, Dr. Bharat Shah sir, coming to you, you're an entrepreneur yourself. I wanted to ask you, do you think financially, is it rewarding to now, especially in these days, to be in India than abroad? And do you think career opportunities in India have increased many-fold than before?
So if you are an entrepreneur, you can be anywhere, whether you are in India or in US.
True, true.
So I don't think, as Sachin brought out a very important point. When you are in training and you are going for further training, finance should be the point in your mind. Your aim should be to learn as much as you can, and that is what you can achieve when you go to other center. You have learned all that you can learn in your center. You always learn something more when you go to other center, and you learn even more when you go to a center in another country. So that is where there is a great advantage. When we were in training at public hospital, we didn't really learn how to talk to our patients. That's a very important part of our medical practice. This is something that you learn better abroad. Approach to patient is also not very well learned over here. And your treatment here, maybe because of limited resources, is often empiric. Whereas there you are taught to look into the basic problem and then make an appropriate plan of treatment. So all this is different abroad, and that is where I think doing fellowship abroad is very, very useful.
Right. So
given an opportunity, I think one should do it.
Should go. But financially, is it more rewarding to stay abroad or no?
It is financially rewarding after you go and come back also, because then you are a more complete professional.
Correct. So you have another dimension.
And finance, everyone has a different parameter. No, what is enough finance?
True.
What
At the
level
end
of
of the day,
finance
yes.
will make you feel happy?
True. There's never that number that you know.
So that's
Everybody
what
wants
you
more
should
and more.
look
Okay. Now coming to Dr. Sukanya. Now Sukanya, can you just take us through some of the problems of going abroad for a fellowship in talking about more the cultural changes, the weathers, the homesicknesses, staying away from the families, food, veg, non-veg, so much of stuff. And the second part of it is, once you're there for a fellowship and you want to stay there, how difficult or easy to move into staff positions, to get a permanent job? Can you just take us through that?
So the first part of the struggle, I think it's common for many of us, but I'm a pediatric nephrologist, so the second part might be slightly different. So the first part, obviously, that culture shock, the food difference. For me, a South Indian going and staying in a very cold place, it's very, very difficult. I could hardly manage Chandigarh, so this thing of staying in UK, which is both cold, wet, and grey, and all that. So all that is there. But I think it's a necessary process. It can be very humbling. You might be your daddy's pet, you might be your teacher's pet. You are just, cocooned in India, and you are taken through all the stages of your training. You have excellent family support, and then to go and figure out many things, like even opening a bank account and a postal account can be a struggle if you're in a new
Traveling
place.
without the
Yes,
public.
figuring out your travel, figuring out your housing, figuring out how to manage all of that can be a huge shock, but I think it's a crucible, but it's necessary for you to grow as a person. These are non-nephrology nitty-gritties that you come back. as parcel of it, and I think it's very necessary for any individual to sort of come from this level to go to the next level. And I think you should not avoid just because of that. You should go right through it, come out of it, and learn through that process. So the second part for the staff position, so I did my fellowship in the UK where there are only limited number of staff positions. When you put pediatric nephrology, it's even more limited, very limited number of centers. So I never thought to stay there in the first place. While I went there, I was already in my mind, I knew I'm going to come back. But I've seen people sort of make the decision and stay there. It's a long drawn process if you want. And what one could do is actually be absolutely prepared even before you go, like do your certification exams, do your this thing. It's never a 1 year step, it's a multi-year step, and you have to have the rigor in you to sort of finish that.
So in Canada, if you want to go into a staff position, then you have to do your internal medicine again. So my colleague was a nephrologist, passed out, joined there, did his fellowship for 3 years, and then did the internal residency. They got him 1 year less, they give him the credit for the fellowship. But imagine, do you have it within you to go through all of that and then get a job? You then get a degree, but then getting a job is another next step. So do you have it within you when you want to settle down? So think about all of that. It cannot be a spur of the moment decision going there ki sab acha hai to chalo idhar hi settle ho jate. It's not like that. Okay?
So just to add on that, out of all the countries that have socialized medicine will have limited spots. So whether you're looking at Canada, UK, these are socialized medicine countries, they will have limited spots. So getting a consultant position there is going to be very, very hard. But America, on the other hand, because it doesn't have socialized medicine, getting a consultant position there is straightforward depending on which visa you have, as well as whether you've done your USMLE and then medicine residency. And as Dr. Prabir was telling me, there are now ways of becoming a nephrologist and practicing as a nephrologist and not having to do medicine residency. So there are ways to look at it. So if you're looking at all the countries as the same, I think if you want to or are thinking about planning to stay forever in a foreign country, then you're better off choosing America as the position. You want to come back, you can always come back. But if you want to plan to stay there, then that may be a better choice rather than these other countries.
So,
green card will depend on EB1 applications and all the other stuff. So that's a whole different ballgame.
At one end, sir is telling me, you're on deadline, and now he's coming and asking questions in between. Okay, so I request the panelists to be, I know we have few more questions to cover, so he's put me on a deadline, maybe some small and quick answers. Dr. Chaudhary, back to you again. How easy was it for you to become from a fellow to a staff at that point of time? And what happened to your wife and family? I don't know if you're married when you moved, but how easy was it for your wife to integrate there and get into her chosen field? What are the issues with visas and immigrations right now in US? How is it for an Indian fellow to think of coming there and settle down there?
Yeah, so lots of questions. I can give you a little bit about my own personal thing because often it's all about the individual. Sure. So it was hard. And I ended up, I remember in early 1996, I was well trained. I'd done years in the UK. I'd done a fellowship in Boston. Our second child was born in February, and really in March of that year, I still didn't have a real job to go into at the end of my fellowship. And I was looking across 3 different countries. I was looking at India, at Canada. I was actually born in Ottawa, I don't know more. Yes, I was looking at India, I was looking at Canada, I was looking at the US. So, the amount of uncertainty that you can have is actually huge. And I have friends where the family, the husband and the wife have lived in different parts of the country for 7 or 8 years. My view on that is that's just not worth it. I mean, I think Ajay really summed it up very well. I could not have done a better job. The one thing that I tell people when they come to me to ask the question, I've done my fellowship, I've done a couple of years in academic medicine, should I go back or not? I say, think 20 years ahead. And your point about parents, I'm in that. I'm here, I spent a day with my mother, I go back and spend another 2 days. They're so valuable that time. So I think you have to think 20 years ahead, whether it's children or for adults. What I will say is, and this is really important, if you want to come to the US and you want to stay there, I do not know of anyone where it hasn't finally worked out. So if you have a determination that you want to come, it's 99.9%, you know, it's going to work out. It's going to work out, right?
It will work out.
It will work out.
But mind you, sometimes because of the visa issues, you cannot leave the country and come back, because
Yes.
then once you're out, you cannot come back to the country
Right.
again.
So it will
if
work
you're-
out. Yes, agreed. You may have to stay apart from your spouse.
Yes,
You may have
family.
to have your child in India. If you made that decision, you may not be able to go back. You always have that fear of, suppose my parents get ill and I can't go back, what's going to happen?
What's going to happen,
So
yes.
all of that is there. So yes, no question about it. But there's really almost no chance that if you're determined and willing to go through all of that, that you're not going to be able to stay in the US.
Okay. Dr. Biani, a quick answer from you. Do you recommend that instead of coming to do a general fellowship, people should probably explore doing a targeted fellowship and then return back and enhance the skill set in their own country, like a transplant or a hypertension or a home dialysis or a PD, you know? Do you think, or interventional if there is one to offer, that they should come for a year or two, target that particular expertise that they have lacked in their own training, and then enhance their skill and go back and implement that?
Yeah, I would support that version of fellowship rather than doing a general clinical fellowship, and we are moving towards that, as I mentioned earlier. And in fact, now we have been offering like a certification course also, like like transplant fellowship will come with an AST recognition. The hemodialysis fellowship will come with ISHD like a certification. So there will be some kind of a certificate you can show off as well, like basically like you have done something specialized rather than kind of doing just a general clinical fellowship. Yeah.
Yes. I think having done fellowship abroad, I would concur with his opinion. It's better to plan what you specifically are lacking in your own skill set, go target that and come back quickly. Sukanya, coming back to you quickly. Do you think access to resources like library, educational material, and emphasis on research and publication is much more better abroad than in our country?
I think
I'm just asking.
Yeah, it could look that way from here when you sit here and look at a fellowship abroad. It might look that way, but I think it's each individual's perspective of how much you are willing to do that. So you can go do a clinical fellowship there and not at all get exposed to research there. It's up to you. But then the resources, as you said, the library or the access to publications is definitely there once you're into the institutional portal and you get access to everything. But again, how much of that you would use, it's your own this thing. But I think the access to everything in general is open to India as well now. There are ways you can get access to libraries and things. So it's not really going to make a big difference. As part of research and publication, I think again, when you look at your mentors there, when I look at your supervisors there, you sort of pick it up from them and you sort of how interested you are. I think there is a general push towards it. If your mentor also wants you to do research and you have the opportunity to do it and you are open to it, of course you can do it. Coming back to India, I think the things that you pick it up there, I think the kind of institution that I work in, it's an academic teaching institution where much emphasis is based on you have your clinical review meetings asking why there's not a publication, why there's not research. So I'm very fortunate to work in an institution like that. So I think having worked in the UK or trained in the UK, I could get that back, that rigor of setting aside some time for research and some time for academics, sort of able to put it back into my own work here. I think it's an individual's push, regardless of wherever you train. If you want to do it, I think you can find the time and space to do it. It might help to go abroad and pick up a few things on how to channel that, how to keep yourself motivated, get help mentorship. But I think it is doable even without doing a fellowship abroad.
Okay. Now I guess I'll come to the last question to Dr. Singh. Dr. Singh, you may be aware that the ISN has started in fellowship program, and I'm not going to introduce into, this is Ayan's talk and discussion later. But with those fellowship programs coming into the fore, do you think there may be less need now for people to travel abroad? Because now you may have a PD being trained in, say, South where they are doing a lot, and I'm sure North also they do,
So
East, Northeast especially. So,
as the consensus has been that the reason of your going abroad is to broaden your vision. That's it. As far as skill development is concerned, as far as volumes are concerned, which are existing in our centers all over India, so I don't think there's a need for you to get trained for any specific thing, right? But however, if you are very sure you want to become an intervention radiologist, I want to see the world, how they are doing. Apart from Avatar, you can visit one of the centers in US for around 6 months, observe there, learn their techniques, learn their manners in which they come. I think the only way you can improve is to try to understand how others are communicating with the patient, which unfortunately, whether it is traffic or whether it is your patient communication, absolutely dismal. So these are the things which probably soft skills which you might learn with your mentors with hand-holding. Otherwise, with Narayan Prasad Center there, I don't think there's a need. People come to his center for training now. So it's a reverse brain drain now. We are training the world now rather than training.
Right. So I'll give you a chance. Okay, yeah. Like you can ask. Yeah. Yeah, I think we'll need mentors to start those programs in Indian setup.
I think we are having the next talk on that, only, the fellowship,
Okay.
Indian fellowship.
Okay, so I think unanimously the panel agrees that all of you should probably look at a fellowship opportunity, but it cannot be a application to any and every fellowship. Look at what skills you have lacked in your own institutional teaching and focus those skills. Beyond medicine and nephrology learning, a lot of other things like soft skills, interaction, documentation, protocols, looking always into evidence-based practices, questioning what has been passed on from ages, and then formulating a plan of treatment are important skills to learn, and probably foraying somewhere into the area of research, if you so like, or basic science is something that you could additionally achieve. So I think I would thank the panelists for their honest and forth opinion about everything. I'm not sure if you guys are left more confused, but if you're confused, that's your fault because you do not know what you want. And if you do not know what you want, I can't tell you if the exit is this side or that side, because that side could be loo and this side could be outside. Thank you.
Thanks, Amit. You took a very good session. Yeah, Prabir wants to talk. Yeah, sure.
I was just going to say thank you for excellent moderation.
Yeah.
So yeah, congratulations.
Excellent. And I think thanks all of you all for giving your inputs. And we still have, at the end, meet the professors when some of the questions could be asked to them over dinner and other things. Right. Thanks everybody. We are running, I think, very slightly late, but I think everybody seems to be enjoying it. We move on to the next session.
Thank you, Dr. Amit and the panelists. So now we've heard about fellowships abroad. So what do we have in India? I think the Indian Society of Nephrology has come up with observership fellowships, and the Mumbai Kidney Foundation also has brought about a short fellowship program. So let's see what Dr. Ayante has to tell about the Make in India fellowship program. Over to you, Ang. Let me also call upon the chairpersons for the session, Dr. Narayan Prasad sir and Dr. Sri Bhushan sir on the stage.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be able to present here. And I've been given this very unique task of presenting to you this new initiative from the academics wing of the Mumbai Kidney Foundation, and as part of it, everyone here is gathered. So let me just quickly go through everything. Now I've put on some scenarios, but let me tell you, scenario 1, scenario 2, you can actually count how many scenarios could be there by the number of chairs that have been put up here. Each one of us has our own scenario. And I don't want to read through this, but just the basic idea is, suppose you are an early career nephrologist and you have worked in a center which has a good volume of a transplant. And now you're planning to go to your own city or your own area and want to develop yourself or show to the world, project yourself as a transplant nephrologist, and you don't have a good experience with ABO incompatible transplant. That can happen with someone, right? Next, go to another scenario wherein you have already started your practice and now you feel that in your area of practice, there is not a lot of pediatric nephrology that is happening, and you probably could maybe upgrade your skill and project yourself as someone as a pediatric nephrologist. Okay? Now, the scenarios could be very different. You take it from there. You think AV fistulas you want to create and want to project yourself as such. So how do you go about it? So this is where it comes up. the observership in nephrology, which is being now initiated and which will has already been in the process, and probably we are coming up in the new year, the 1st of Jan, and we will all keep you apprised. So basically, I don't need to tell you what an observership is, but it's a structured clinical rotation and with a predefined tenure and under a mentor or a very senior faculty who has carved a niche area for themselves. You practice in a safe learning environment, and now, of course, we are not talking about this during your 3 years of DNB training. You have already DNB or DM training. You are already a nephrologist. You know your substance. You are just skill upgrading yourself, right? It's different from shadowing, because in shadowing, you're just walking around seeing what the senior faculty is doing with probably not that much of a purpose, while here you will be directly interacting, seeing the cases, sitting in the OPDs. The pros of it, you're learning from someone very senior, you're getting an insight from all their experience. You have opportunity to imbibe their thinking process. How are they approaching a GN case? How are they treating a pediatric difficult case, a lupus case? How are they treating it? Opportunity to work in dedicated centers, as I'll come to later. You heard, I think the base was formed in the past session where you heard Dr. Narayan Prasad sir himself, Dr. Sri Bhushan Raju sir himself, the quantum of work. You choose a niche area, you go and work with them, you are bound to get an upgraded skill on what you already know. It's a step towards choosing a mentor. I think Vijay Kher sir also spoke about it. You find a like-minded one-to-one session, and probably this observership is the base from which you can build upon that mentorship, which will stay for life. What are the cons? There might not be direct interventions, but in nephrology you don't need. You need to pick up the brains. You need to pick up how the approach is. Hands-on experience is lacking, but that can be tuned to make sure that you have hands-on experience. Lack of standardized content, but when you're learning from the best who know their business, you will always get an exposure to that area and you can take it forward from there. Is it a time away from practice? As I'm sure the crux of the take-home message for all of you would be individualized, like we are going into precision medicine. We are trying to tell you that each and every one of you is different, and what the future lies ahead for you is something which you need to decide. So some key factors which come into this play, and I'll run through quickly, is the career plan, the trajectory you're looking at. It will help your networking, that's important. What are your future goals? The experience that you gain, the perspective that you gain that we spoke about, the value addition. You have to, when you're approaching this observership, don't just blindly go for an observership. See how much value it is actually adding to your practice. Location, travel, visa, which was applicable in the international, but we are talking about the national, and the cost of staying and probably self-funding yourself for that limited amount of period. Why do we need it? Because there is a subspecialization that's been an explosion. You have onco-nephrology, you have obstetrics nephrology, you have uronephrology, home-based dialysis, interventional nephrology. And so the few things that you can ask is, what is the area or locality where I'm deciding to settle? What is the area of need? Like I told you in this scenario. How skilled I am to that subspecialty. In those 3 years of my training that you all are going through, how much have I been exposed to that? Or is there something which I have not been exposed to? How can I project my skills different from my colleagues? There are 10 of them in my area. How do I project myself as being different? Is there a subspecialization which I really liked when I was working? And do I need to project myself as having that expertise over and above my colleagues? What is my financial liability? Can I afford to go for a subspecialization, so as to speak? And finally, it is up to you. Why bother with observership and spend extra time on it when I can grow my own practice? But as you must have heard, it is important. It's an important facet of your training. The way I look at it, we are at crossroads once we clear our DNB or DM exams. And interventional nephrology, peritoneal dialysis, transplantation, glomerular disorders, pediatric nephrology, interventional nephrology are the things that are important. So what's the current status? Dr. Nikhil has touched on it, everyone's touched on it. There are observerships available for the dialysis technicians and others. NUHS provides a handoff observership in few centers abroad, but it's not in nephrology. ISN, as Dr. Bhasin showed, there are some centers in AIMS which follow. And let's go to the next slide. Dr. Shyam Bansal sir sent an email, and I'm sure it will come up in the ISN con as well, where now you have a fellowship which has dedicated fellowship with certification transplantation 6 months, interventional nephrology 6 months, pediatric nephrology 6 months, 3 months of clinical nephrology, CAPD, and critical care. And this is the ISN website which Dr. Bhasina had shown. But now we come to what is over and beyond this, the observership program that the team is offering now, and why we all are here to understand better, is the first of its kind program. It's not a 3 months, 6 months sabbatical that you need to take. We have our mentors, our senior faculty here who have agreed to open the doors of their institutes and let you guys in. It's a golden opportunity. As I said, it can start from something as less as 1 month, and you and the faculty can decide as to how many months you want to do it. So this is doable, this is executable on paper. Renal transplantation, peritoneal dialysis, hemodialysis nuances and machines, pediatric nephrology is already in place now, as I'll show you in my subsequent slides. And we are coming up. You have seen the networking we are doing here. We know how passionate Dr. Umesh Khanna sir is, how passionate everyone here is about it. Everything else is going to follow. These are the baby steps which we are taking towards a dedicated observership program over the years. And look at the institutes which have agreed already. SGPGI Lucknow, Sir Gangaram, MPUH Nadiad, R.N. Tagore Hospital, Kolkata, NIMS in Hyderabad, St. John's, Bangalore, KEM Pune, and Osmania in Hyderabad. So under the academic wing of the Mumbai Kidney Foundation, which has been, and sir showed all these, where the dialysis technicians, nurses, dietitians, nephrology residents are trained, we are now coming up with the observership program, and then beyond it, the mentorship program, where you can choose a mentor for a year, for 2 years, you can choose a mentor for life. And if during the observership you pick up a mentor and you like to be one-to-one-on-one, imagine the amount of, I wouldn't say the umbrella, but even the guidance into something other than nephrology, career, everything what we discussed here, so many soft skills, all these things will stay with you. We already have the mentors, and a lot of them are here. Vijay Khet sir is here. This is which I took from sir's slide. We are really not the stalwarts. We are just passionate as much as sir is. And the entire group, and a lot of you are here. Thank you. So what is it? You choose renal transplantation. You have these institutes. And SGPGI Lucknow is here. Sir is here. You can connect right now. Sir Gangaram is there. Nadiad, R.N. Tagore Hospital, Kolkata, Dr. D.S. Ray sir, ABO incompatible transplants. After your nephrology is over, you decide, before I go on to practice, I want to dedicate 1 month, stay in Kolkata, enjoy the food, enjoy the cuisine. Yes, it will be self-funded as of now. And what you get directly to work or observe Dr. D.S. Ray, or you get to work with Dr. Narayan Prasad or Sri Bhushan Raju sir. You go for PD. How much exposure do we have in PD? Maybe some of you are lucky enough. You choose to go there. There is a whole dedicated unit there, and who better to learn from the stalwarts? You can choose up to 1 month or to 3 months, depending on how much you want to know and understand the subject. Pediatric nephrology is at St. John's Hospital. We will be coming up with all of this with a brochure, and it will be circulated. And these are the names which I'm sure you know. If you don't know, some of them might turn up to be your examiners, so better know. Okay? And they are the who and who of nephrology in India. And it's a golden opportunity for you to not only network, but also to imbibe all their experience. And so the road ahead is very exciting. There are a bouquet of options which are available, and you are increasing options. You now have a fellowship where you can do it for dedicated 3 months, or you can start with an observership. You can call up maybe Manisha Sahai ma'am or Sri Bhushan Raju sir saying, sir, I just cannot give 6 months to this. I can probably come for 1.5 months, and I'm sure something will be worked out. I mean, how fortunate. I mean, I really think if this was, and I personally am thinking whether if I can convince my team there, if I could go for maybe 15 days or 1 month to get such kind of exposure. So it's not just for the ones who are in training. The earlier career nephrologists and others can go. And I leave you with this quote, and thank you. So I think we can chat over it, the questions. Yeah, from the chairpersons.
Yes, actually observership is one of the best things for the people who are actually not trained properly according to their own concepts.
Absolutely.
But few years back, I was supposed to inspect one center, and where I was supposed to give a nod for continuation of the beginning of the transplantation program, and went there, and I found that the consultant there was actually not totally trained during the DM program in transplantation. So I denied giving it a permission. My opinion was actually very clear that unless they get trained properly in transplantation, I should not really give a permission for them to go ahead with the transplantation program, which will be something like their own first experiencing the transplantation on their own. Rather, they could have actually. And we have some program called Aragrishri program, where I was supposed to give something long back, around 10-15 years back. So in that also I expressed that unless the transplantation program cannot be started in a center where the nephrologist should have actually trained in transplantation, at least there should be at least 20-25 per year. Centers should be doing 20-25 transplantations per year. Then the boy should have, or girl should have been trained there. Then only they should be given a permission to go ahead. And initially they accepted, but over a period of time, most of the centers are actually doing good number of transplantations and all. Similarly, every center has unique properties or something like that. In fact, our Institute of Nizam's Institute and Dr. Mohan Biyani's is actually sister renal centers to International Society of Nephrology. If at all I have to say sister renal center in this country as nephrology is concerned, I think SGPJ Lucknow and ours is the elder sister and I'm the younger sister of the particular centers. And we almost try to replicate, but not in a true sense actually. We are slightly lagging behind SGPJ Lucknow. But similarly, it is a very good center, and we try to emulate them and try to copy them also a little bit in a good way. And these centers are not only our center, and most of the centers with the government institutions and even bigger centers like even Gangaram and these bigger hospitals, they are doing very well with certain aspects. Like, in fact, I tell my students also that if possible, try to go. Once upon a time, I used to tell them, go to AKDRC for transplantation. Like Gangaram also, the interventions and all other things. So most of the centers are doing very well. And as you correctly said, that some of the youngsters who want to learn a little bit more in detail about the particular aspect of it, probably they can choose these particular centers anywhere. So not only the one which are narrated, but other centers also.
Would want to also thank all of you all for agreeing to it. Now, this actually came up, MKF Academy's observership program came in because I think India has a fantastic technology called Jugaad. When you can't go to international society fellowships, when you can't get into Indian society because only one person can, what happens to the rest of the country if they want to learn a few things? It may not be the best program, it may not be the best standards of the world, but at least you get some exposure to places where these kind of activities are far and above the standard DNB programs in many places. Yes, we have now many people doing DNB, but then as mentioned by everybody that all these centers do not have the standard which was required for whatever reasons, which we need not discuss now. But this offers them an opportunity to learn at least for a month or 1.5 months, some exposure, depending on how much time they have and they can contribute. Both of you all have been very kind, and there are many other mentors sitting here who have been very kind to accept this kind of fellowship. Sanjay, from Narayan Prasad, we want to
We have already existing observership program, so anybody who wants to come, and every year we have some fellow coming from different institutions, newer AIMS, Delhi, even from CMC fellow, they send some students on the rotations there to see how we are doing, how we are different. So every year 15 to 20 students comes for the 2 weeks or 4 weeks of the observership from Manipur, from every corners of India. People used to come from Kerala, we have the students. So that is already there, and definitely you just see how every work is being done in India also, and USA also, in Toronto also, and there something you learn in Toronto also, how these people are approaching to the patient, how they are writing their prescriptions, what is the basis of evidence-based, non-evidence-based, so many things to learn. So thank you, Professor Umesh Khanna ji, for these excellent initiatives, and I would like to congratulate you, and I think this will be the one good initiative to take forward.
So any questions, we'll take it personally or at dinner. Yeah? Thanks.
Thanks, Ayan, for the great talk. So backside, how's the Josh? I hope you all guys are ready.
because we were 2 more sessions with an amazing battery of speakers coming up. First session is how to set up a nephrology department. To chair the session, can I please request Dr. Narendra Pal Singh sir and Dr. Pinaki Mukherjee sir to please chair the session. Our first talk is setting up a hemodialysis unit. Can I please request Dr. Rajesh Kumar sir to start the lecture.
So this part was added because it's para-academic. It should not appear कि इधर खाली मस्ती करने के लिए सब लोग आए हैं. There is some academics also involved, so that's how it is.
Yeah, good evening, friends. So at the outset, I thanks Dr. Umesh Khanna and Mumbai Kidney Foundation team for giving me the opportunity to discuss about the setting up of the dialysis unit. It is not a very interesting topic, but as you discussed by the seniors also, that the dialysis is your bread and butter in your practice. So you have to know something about how to set up the dialysis unit. So outline of my talk is site selection and infrastructure, equipment and consumable needed for the dialysis unit, how many staffs and training program for the staffs, the market analysis and financial planning, the legal and regulatory requirement of the dialysis unit, the patient care and how to add some value added service, the quality assurance and protocolized dialysis care, something about green dialysis, and then the conclusion. So for selecting the premises, it is a very important step for setting up the dialysis unit. You have to first decide where you want to locate your unit, which city, how is the population, whether the aging population is there or young population is there, whether the feasibility for establishing the unit is there or not, whether the lift facility is there or not, how is the accessibility, whether it is near to the public transport system or road accessibility is there, the parking area is there for the cars, water supply status, whether you have got a municipal water supply or boring water supply, what type of supply is there, whether the proper storage tank is there, whether enough water will you get it or not for the dialysis, how good is the electrical supply, whether the breakdown is there, whether the load shedding is there, power cut is there, and how much area is required. On an average, roughly, for each bed, you can have 100 square feet of area. So if you have got a 10-bedded dialysis unit, you can think about having 1,000 square feet area, which can take care of your dialysis treatment area, water treatment area, and other area. So after locating the site, you have to design the plan, and plan depend upon the patient need, the dialysis staff needs, and the technical status. Some of the patients need a privacy, so you have to provide the privacy. You can have a single room dialysis or isolation dialysis for the positive station. Some patients need a socialization with the other patient, so where you can have a curtain only, and that can be removed during the time of dialysis. You can have an internet access because some of the patients want to work on dialysis. You can provide the television and music player also, and for the dialysis staff, then the nursing staff table where the nursing staff is sitting, they should see all the patients clearly. All the patients should have easy access to their bed. The ambience is there, and the workstation should have enough space in between the dialysis beds, or in between the beds also through the passage where the wheelchair or trolley or things are moving around. The technical need is there, enough light is there, the better is there, the natural light should be there, and the ventilation facility and the electrical fixture should be proper. Water and drain line access and door and corridor. Door is very important. If you have got a quadrangle area for your dialysis unit, the door should be in the middle of the dialysis unit, and near the door you can have a weighing machine. I will show you in next few slides. So the required area in the dialysis center, you have got a dialysis treatment area where the hemodialysis machine will be there. The procedure room, if you want to have some catheter, to put the catheter, or you can start your own vascular access clinic where you can make the fistula, you can make a procedure room slightly bigger than the putting up the catheter. You can have enough storeroom because if you have got a 10 machine dialysis center, you are going to do 750 almost dialysis in a month, to 750 normal saline, the can of almost 250 can in a month. So all this required a good store area. The dialyzer reprocessing room is also required a certain space of 100 square feet, where you can have at least for a 10-bedded dialysis unit, you should have a 3 sink or at least 3 automated dialyzer reprocessor. There should be some admin office. It is always better to consult the nephrology practice in your own hemodialysis unit. Patient always feel happy that my doctor is sitting here, my doctor comes every day for consultation. If I have got any problem, I can come and show it to him. So it is always better to have a consulting room in our dialysis unit. The staff room should be there where they can go and sit or relax, or they can eat lunch. There should be a billing area, a reception area, and patient and visitor waiting area should have a TV and internet, so that their movement in the dialysis unit will be lesser. And it is always better that you should provide such a facility that the visitor should be less in your dialysis unit rather than more. Because as more and more visitor will be there, they will always come inside and disturb in your practice or work. Now the space planning. Every bed is almost 6.5 feet by 3 feet, and the machine area is 2 feet of, so each and every beds required almost 70 square feet of area. If you have got a 2 bed in both the way, so 6.5 or 7 foot in each side and 6 foot in between. So if you have got a room of 20 by 20, you can have a 2 row, and in between you can have a door. You can see here, there are door, and we have got a weighing scale and nursing station. Nursing station staff should see all the beds from here. The patient will come, they can take the weight, notify the weight here, and they can go to the beds. These are the smaller center. The bigger center you can see here, the entry point, you have got a weighing machine, and patient can allocate, nursing staff can allocate the bed, and the patient can go to the beds. So here the distance traveled by the patient will be lesser as compared to if you put a door here. Then from this door coming to another area will be longer. So it is always better to place a door in such a way that the distance will be equally traveled for all the patients. You have to understand one more thing, that during the shift change, at that time, if a 10-bedded unit is there, 10 patients will come in and 10 patients will go away from the dialysis unit, and the relatives are also coming in and out. So there are a lot of traffic in your dialysis unit. So a lot of space is required in between the beds. So these are the ideal dialysis unit where a lot of space is there. We are not privileged to get such facility in Mumbai. Now comes to the equipment required for the dialysis unit. We need a dialysis machine. Before taking any decision about dialysis machine, whether it is Fresenius, Nipro or A, you have to understand that what is your need, what type of dialysis you are going to provide. Whether you want to do a conventional dialysis or hemodiafiltration or expanded dialysis, depending upon that, you can choose the dialysis machine. Before choosing the dialysis machine, you have to think about whether that company is providing the service or not. If the company's service quality is very poor, even if that brand is best, you should not take that brand, because after 2 to 3 years, some of the company will come, give you the lesser price, sell off their machine and go back. And after 3 years, you are having a machine without work. So before decision, you have to decide about service part. The reverse osmosis plant design and capacity we'll discuss in next slide. Dialyzer reprocessing machine is required, weighing machine is required, voltage stabilizer. If you have got a load setting, the capacity of the voltage stabilizer and UPS, the generator set for a standby, autoclave machine, and emergency equipment like defibrillator, suction machine, oxygen supply, pulse oximeter, and ambu bag. Now comes to the electrical requirement. when you are deciding about electrical requirement, you have to think that multiple components are there. You have got a dialysis machine, you have got a water treatment plant, you have got other equipment like autoclave machine or light and fixture or refrigerator, air conditioner. So electrical supply has to be equally distributed so that the current break should not be there. When the machine is going in hot disinfection, at that time the electrical requirement in the dialysis unit is maximum. And if you are doing a hot disinfection in all the machine together, the electrical surge will be there, and at that time you may not get that much electrical supply, and you can get a break or circuit breaker. Along with that, you have to, because the machine is too costly, we need to safeguard our machine. So should have a voltage stabilizer or UPS so that any voltage fluctuation will not damage the machine. Because each and every, once the over surge is there, sometimes the control panel may go off, and one control panel is costing around 1.5 lakhs rupees. Maximum use of natural light will save you some of the money, and you can use the LED light to save them some consumption. Comes to the electrical backup, we should have either a UPS system or DG set. When you are deciding about DG set, you have to decide that how much is the electrical load of our dialysis unit. On an average, if you see 5 to 6 kilovolt ampere of load is required for the dialysis unit. So if you have got a 10-bedded dialysis unit, you can calculate and you can have a DG set of 125 kVA. If you are having if you are having a lesser kVA DG set, it will not fulfill your requirement. DG set should be having an auto on and off system so that whenever the electrical supply will go off, then the DG set will start on his own, and you should not get the break in the dialysis. Now the selection of the machine, you can choose the machine depending upon what you want to give. If you are giving a conventional dialysis, you have got an option of Fresenius, Nipro and B-Brown machine. You need to have a citrostyrene endotoxin filter for a Fresenius machine, and other machine also required some hot disinfection and cutoff filter. For hemodiafiltration, we have got a Fresenius 5008H, and for expanded dialysis, which can be done on conventional machine, but through the separate type, different type of superflux dialyzer like Theranova, and where we need to have a ultra pure water or double RO system and double endotoxin filter. Comes to the water treatment plant. Before designing water treatment plant, we have to see the quality of raw water, whether the water is coming from municipal corporation or whether the water is from borewell or groundwater. Depending upon the water quality, you can design the water. How much is the water supply? Whether the water supply I will get is sufficient for running the 10-bedded dialysis unit or not. How good is the storage tank? If the storage tank is not sufficient, because you have to understand that in our country, water supply is not always good. Sometimes in summer you may not get that much of water supply, and in rainy season you can get a bad quality of water. So water quality is also we have to look for. The water storage capacity and water flow we have to know. A space and location for that water treatment system. Sometimes you can keep the water treatment system on the rooftop where the temperature is almost 46, 47 in Nagpur or in some places like Bihar, where the temperature is a lot, and we can have inefficient RO membrane because of the high temperature. So location is also very important for the water treatment system. The power supply is important because we need to have a three-phase electrical supply for the water treatment system. And the water distribution loop I will discuss. You know that the multimedia depth filter, softener and carbon filter is required for pre-treatment part. Reverse osmosis is the treatment for removing the bacteria and endotoxin and the ions, and UV lights for killing the bacteria, and ultrafilter to remove the bacteria and endotoxin. Before designing, because we have to understand that in our country the RO plant is supplied by the big company who is not very keen for supplying to the dialysis unit, or a supply by the small company who is just interested in making the money. So we have to know what are the component and what good is the component. Raw water analysis is many times not done before designing the RO plant. It is very important to design your RO plant after doing a raw water analysis, because your raw water has got high conductivity, high minerals.
then you have to have extra softener. If your water quality is having more chlorine because of the municipal supply, you have to have a double carbon tank. So depending upon the water analysis report, you can design your RO. In our country, we have got a very poor maintenance record, and that is the reason majority of the RO, even if they are there working, but they are not working optimally. So we need to have a water quality assessment through physical and chemical purity, microbiological and endotoxin purity. So we need to monitor this with the daily activity, weekly and monthly activity. We all know that the TDS, hardness, conductivity can be managed every day. The backwash and rinsing should be done every day, and monthly the RO disinfection and bacteriological testing should be done. Endotoxin testing is costly. That can be done monthly, but it can be done monthly, but quarterly is okay. And water chemical analysis should be done at least 6 monthly. Regarding the water storage tank, whether you want or not, because it all depends upon your water supply status. If you have got enough water, you can make a RO online. If you are not having enough water, the water supply is not regular, then you can have a SS tank which should be conical downward so that the water should not stagnate. It should have a airtight fitting lids, and that lids, along with that you should have a 0.2 micron hydrophobic air filter. It is important that after storage tank you should have a UV ultraviolet filter lamp, and followed by ultrafiltration, so that we can take care of endotoxin produced by ultraviolet radiation. The distribution piping should not leach. Leaching means the materials from the pipe should not go to the RO water, and it can affect the dialysis quality. The bend, T and dead space should be minimum. There should not be any dead space or corner, so that the stagnation of water and bacterial growth should not be there, because at that site you can have a slim layer. The piping should not be interested. This is very important, that the distribution piping should not be done by the local plumber. It should be done by the plumber who is knowing what we want. So a very good expensive water treatment system can be run by a bad piping system. So design is very critical, and it should not be entrusted to a wild household plumber. Long stagnation period of water in a dialysis unit is a critical problem for having a poor dialysis quality. You can see here there is no bend, and you can have a SS316 push-pull connector here. That push-pull connector, where if you see, the blind end is not that big, it's a very small end, and you have got a push-pull connector here. If you are having a long loop or blind loop, you can develop a slim layer because of the long stagnation of water, and that may be the source of endotoxin in your dialysis. The drain line is also, designing the drain line is also very important. The drain line tip should not touch the main drain piping, because if you are touching the main drain piping, the main drain contaminants can go back to the machine when the flooding is there. So it is always better to keep 1 inch gap between the drain line tip and the main drain line. You can see here, it is just hanging, not touching down inside. You can have a better place in abroad. I have seen this, where you can have a drain also in push-pull way. Now comes to the consumable emergency medicine and material required in the dialysis unit. You required a dialyzer and blood tubing, A part, B part, all you are aware of. Emergency tray should have adrenaline, aminophylline, avyl hydrochloride, dexa, and other medicine. The blanket, linen, bed sheet, towel, surgical gown, all should be required. And for cleaning, you need a floor cleaner, toilet and cleaner and all. Staff required for dialysis unit, you need a nephrologist to run the department. You need a duty doctors who can take care of the daily problem with the patient. You need a dietitian to counsel about the diet part in the dialysis. The dialysis technician, the nurse, dialysis assistant who can help in giving the treatment, and the social worker who can take care of some of the social aspect of patient, cleaner, housekeeping, and you need an accountant who can look after the billing and accounts part. It's very important to have a staff training modules, which is called continuous dialysis education, where you can train the staff to implement your SOP in your dialysis unit to have good quality care. You can have a vascular access module, infection control modules, or dialysis procedure module. Emergency response and CPR training should be done to all the staffs. The professional development, how to talk with the patient and the relative, how much loose talk you should not do in your dialysis unit is very important. So professional development modules and documentation and record keeping, all this should be the part of monthly training in the dialysis unit. Before starting a dialysis unit, you should have a market analysis reports where you want to start the dialysis, how is the population, whether that population is the young population or the aging population. If the population is aging, that means number of dialysis patients will be more in that area. How is the prevalence of diabetes and hypertension, and if you can able to get the exact number, how many patients in that area are going outside and away from that area, then that will give you a rough idea whether the market for dialysis is there or not. And you should also see about your competitor, whether the other dialysis unit is there in that area, how is the pricing in that dialysis unit, how is the patient volume, whether that center is empty in spite of providing a good quality. If that center is empty and if you are starting a dialysis unit, that means whether you will have a full capacity or not, that is a big question mark. The quality is very important in your dialysis. How to reduce the cost? It is another area, because in dialysis is high volume, low cost, low margin area of your income. So optimum utilization of machine is very important. If you have got a 10-bedded unit, you can start with 5 beds, have 3 shifts full, then add 1 machine each, so that machine optimization should be there. You should avoid the wastage of the consumable. You can manage the manpower in such a way that the one staff should do at least 3 dialysis in each shift, so that the 6 dialysis should be done by each staff. The minimizing the breakdown and repair cost. It is very important to have a good quality disinfection. By having a good quality disinfection, you can maintain the machine for long period of time. And if you are having a 3 monthly maintenance, repair maintenance, then your machine life will be more and you can save money. The requirement for licensing is Establishment Act. Biomedical Waste Management License is required to be authorized by Pollution Control Board. There should be a MOU with the vendor for supply of consumable. The no objection certificate is required from the fire department. If you want an ambulance, the ambulance commercial vehicle permit is required, driving license and PUC is also required. If you are starting in a buildings, the building completion certificate, lift license for each lift, DG set approval, all these are required. Medical gas license if you have got a central gas supply, or explosive act if you are supplying from the central oxygen. Clinical Establishment Act registration if applicable should be taken. MOU or agreement with the outsourced human resources agency for housekeeping staff or anything, if you are taking up on contractual work, then you can have an MOU. The Provident Fund, ESI, GST, PAN, all these are required for your dialysis unit. So before starting a dialysis unit, you can have a checklist like this, where you can have civil work completed, tick mark, electrical work, furniture work, premises cleaning, RO installation, loop line disinfection, the machine installation, machine electrolyte, the RO water analysis, dialysis consumable are ready or not, the software is already installed, internet connection, phone connection, staff training, reprocessing, room fitting, dialysis form and stationery, office stationery, all should be there before starting the dialysis unit. Now 2 more slides, 2, 3. Patient care and value added service you can have. You can have a transportation facility. You can have a dialysis patient rehabilitation or dietitian consultation and counseling. The concept of green dialysis is coming up because you know that there is average 0.8 degrees centigrade increase in the temperature, global temperature in last 50 years. And you are also aware that each patient get 156 dialysis treatment in a year and almost consuming 62,400 liter of water. Almost 187 kilogram of waste generated through the dialysis and 1,872 kVA of electricity consumed. So we have to do something to go green and decrease this carbon consumption. So in water treatment, you can make certain changes to recycle the water. You have to cut down the reject so that the permeate should be more and reject should be less. You can reuse the reject in some other works like washing cloth and all. And you have to avoid the wastage of water. You can see some of the dialysis unit, the staff can keep the dialyzer with the tap water continuously going on for half an hour, and after lunch they are coming back and doing the reprocessing. So all this wastage should be cut down. In the electricity, you can use a solar plant, you can put on the rooftop. You can use as much as natural light so that you can avoid the electricity consumption in the daytime. You should have a motion sensor in the low traffic area, and air conditioner should be run in 24 to 26 degree centigrade. In the waste management, you have to segregate the waste. You can recycle paper and glass, and it is always better to have a digitalized system so that the paper use should be less. So if you are running a good quality dialysis, we need a protocol. Why we need? Because it's the high volume industry. Lot of risks are involved. It is problem prone. High cost recurring expenses are there. The dialysis provider are always accountable for the quality, and at present we are not having accreditation agency which are demanding the standardization, but it will come. Patient awareness is available on a click on the Google. So we have to have a patient care, minimum 3 times in a week dialysis. More patient to be on high flux, middle flux or single use dialysis. There should be a periodic blood check, diet consultation, and we should have a maximum number of patients on AV fistula, and there should be a continuous dialysis education. In the patient care, we can have an appropriate heparin dose to avoid the overburden of the heparin. There should be a periodic clinical quality audit, the continuous education for the patient also. All the patients should be vaccinated, and the staff should also get the vaccination and antibody checked. In the RO care, you should have a best quality and best brand for the RO parts, like a pump should be from Grundfos, membrane should be from Filmtech, the contact part from the SS316L, and the ultraviolet light from the light source. There should be a dual mechanism so that we should not be having a failure, because dialysis, the water treatment plant is the very important component. So in conclusion, site selection and architectural designing should be done considering the patient and the staff requirement. Equipment selection should not only based on the best brand, but also about the quality of the maintenance service. Storage tank and distribution piping should be done in such a way to avoid the stagnation and the bacterial growth. The continuous electric and water supply and backup are important component, and the staff training is must to reinforce protocolized dialysis care. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your elaborate discussion. But for everybody, there is elaborate discussion, but don't afraid of things. Though it is a very complicated things, and very simple guideline came in also ICN website, how to make a dialysis unit, what was actually the protocol. And some issues, actually I just want to add on this, because when you will do dialysis, some issues will be there. One thing is, what is a protocol for the hepatitis B, C and HIV? There will be a reuse of the dialyzer. Third part, that is a surveillance, because nowadays there is a software there. From one center you can monitor your other multiple centers by the software. And though it is in the initial days, Pradhan Mantri Yojana is there. So there is a funding part is also available. If you really want to establish the hemodialysis in a such area or such remote area, so where there is a funding is a really problem. So they can help only the things you have real show a goodwill to do for the community.
I think as of now, as he's mentioned very clearly, there's no accreditation process. So anyone or everyone is starting their own dialysis unit and without probably looking at the quality parameters, which are extremely important to provide an efficient and safe dialysis. But yes, I think ISN and Dr. Kher and others have given this whole supplement on how to establish your dialysis unit, and sir has almost replicated it. But I think what is important is to understand the need for the new dialysis center is there or not. I was staying in a very, very remote area. I tried my best to establish a center, but unfortunately most of the standalone dialysis centers said that economically it will not be viable. So we need to understand, and I think we'll conclude a very, very extensive presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, sir, for such an informative talk. Moving from HT to peritoneal dialysis, to chair this session, can I request Dr. Anand Chelappan and Dr. Subhashri to please chair this session? To speak on this topic, I'll ask the vice captain of our team, who's worked very hard to organize today's program along with Dr. Khanna, Dr. Vineet Behra, to please give a talk.
Good evening, everyone. For all those who don't know, I would just like to share one thing. This conference or this workshop we are having today was actually conceived during one such conference around a year back, in which we were just chit-chatting outside, me, Amit Langote sir, few of us. Umesh Khanna sir comes and tells, why not have a session on these non-academic things? So, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a great, wonderful experience seeing this thought to actually translate it into full practice, and using that idea or replicating that, there will be workshops by the ISN and by MKF. So it has been a great experience, and all kudos to that great thought by Umesh Khanna sir. Yeah. So sir gave me this topic that you do a lot of peritoneal dialysis. So why not you speak on setting up a PD center? So I told okay, but trust me, it has been a great humbling experience, and more humbling to present here in front of so many teachers from whom in fact I have learned PD. So the problem is that there is no reference or there is no baseline to prepare this talk. So as always, when there is nothing to prepare, we ask our seniors or peers, sir, ispe kya bolna hai? So one of my dear teachers, I won't name, so he told, isme kya hai? Isme to kuch hai nahi. But then when I got offended, ki sir, isme kuch nahi hai, but I have to speak. So then he gave me ideas, and my entire talk or entire discussion will be in fact a journey for all the young nephrologists sitting at the back or residents sitting at the back to how to establish not a PD center per se like sir just told about hemodialysis, but how to pick up your PD practice and how to build up your patients. So the entire endeavor will be that. There will be very few references. There is only one reference available, which I'll share at the end. So most of it will be based on experience, inputs from various centers all over the country and by the PD coordinators. So it will be just who, why, when, where, what about PD, and it is all which is about. So before I start, I would ask a question to all our residents sitting at the back. How many of you do PD now? Now means during your residency. Ma'am, residents. Very few. Okay, next question is how many of you want to do PD in future? So more number want to do. So I think this talk will be slightly helpful for all of you. So this thing you all know. So we can prefer PD over HD in the following situations. So these are the prospective patients whom you can target and counsel for PD. Any poor cardiac function, multiple access failures, old age, children, people who have a good output and who prefer a home-based therapy or who are staying in remote areas, and few of these. So these are the patients whom you should keep in the back of your mind. Whenever they come to you, you should counsel them for PD. We all know it, that PD is a underperformed modality, underrated modality in the country. Hardly 10 to 15% patients of RRT are on PD. So this is that scope where we can target and increase the number of PD patients. So what is a PD center? So for all practical purpose, for most of us, PD center is only these three: counseling a patient for PD, following up on PD, and handling PD complications. But as you go deeper into that, you realize that it is not only this. You have to educate your patients, have a proper PD clinic to handle his day-to-day problems. If you are into interventions, then do PD insertions and removal, dispense the PD fluid. So over and above, the entire gamut of this forms your PD center. So I shall be briefly talking about these aspects of PD, that is building up an infrastructure, a PD room and other supportive infrastructure, what all equipment, whatever it is there, we require for a PD center, manpower, the PD coordinator who is the backbone, others, something of logistics and the financial implications. So infrastructure is very simple. We require a PD room or a PD training room. Adjunctive things like having a OT, PD ward, or in case of big centers, or at least a PD bed, having a PD dispensary, PD stores is extra. So how do we design a PD room? So there is no reference I didn't get, so it was just a design discussing with various PD coordinators from all over the country. So there are a basic PD room has to be there, in which we all know this, that is there is a bed, wash basin, weighing machine, and to do a basic PD cycle, which all of you know. But the more important thing is this, having a separate good PD counseling area, and if the space permits, a PD consultation area, maybe the coordinator or maybe the physician can come or the nephrologist can come speak to the patient here in front of the coordinator, so that the good impact is there. In my previous center, we had a two-roomed PD room or a PD complex, in which we had one room for PD training, because in training, one bed is occupied for 4 to 5 days. The patient will stay there, spend some time. So it is not possible to handle OPD patients there. So we had two PD room set. In the second room, we used to do the PD training, and you should have your own space for documents. For keeping your documents, you should have an APD machine available. Give the patient the prospect that we can try APD for him, and if he is favorable, so it will be a big help that the machine does the PD. And of course, have some basic PD stocks, like all the various PD fluid, transfer set, all that has to be there. The point to note is the counseling room is the most important thing. You should have good audiovisual aids, good charts, and to speak to the family, to take a decision to start PD. This is a small artistic representation that how a PD room can be, whatever I just spoke. This is a PD room with a bed, counseling area. This is a separate two-room set in which you have a separate counseling room in which the patients can be counseled for PD. In one of the centers, this is a basic PD room, single-bedded, and on the contrary, this is a good center from the country in which there is a PD full center. There is a good PD ward of 10 beds, a separate PD training room, PD counseling room, also a PD ICU. This you all know, for doing interventions, for inserting PD catheters, you require a sterile zone, preferably a surgical OT, if not, at least a minor OT. A cath lab or a C-arm has become an important part of our PD insertions nowadays. And of course, ultrasound machines, these surgical instruments, what you see, cautery, many of you don't use, but it's a very handy thing to use. And of course, trained manpower to help you out. So what equipment do you require in a PD room? You have to have a PD cycler. So generally the company gives one cycler to the patient, so you don't have anything with you. But if you get in touch with them, the company manages to give you one cycler for your center, which can act as a training cycler, as well as the patients who go on acute or urgent start PD, so they can be initially started on this. You have a good, you should have a weighing machine, a spring balance to check the difference in weight of the PD fluid. And of course, PD consumables, the entire full fluids you should have, transfer set, all these accessories. Other items, These things generally the patient buys on his own, but it is good to have a single set with you so that the patient can be taught and explained. This is the most important, which I feel that many of us lack, is that having a good training equipment. So you should have some good PD posters, some good videos of patients sharing their experience in the local language, or some good videos. Many of them feel it's a major operation. So good videos of how simply this procedure is done, and if possible, a PD mannequin. The PD rooms can't have a fan because of the chances of dust, so it should be AC facility should be there, good water supply, and a well-lit room. You all know this. These are the 3 types of PD catheter available in our country. We have our different preferences. So most of us use the percutaneous one, which is marketed by Covidin as well as Meditech. We also have one simple catheter without the peel away sheath, the insertion needle, everything, which is generally used by the surgeons. 2 companies as of now make PD cyclers. One is a Baxter, which most of us use, around 80% of us. And Mitra has has come up with its cycler, and it's gradually picking up its use. As I said, a PD coordinator is the backbone of a PD program. So in our Government of India, some guideline, they have mentioned that we should have a PD nurse, a PD counselor, a dietitian, a storekeeper, support staff, and a junior doctor to help out the nephrologist. So effectively, the PD coordinator is the person who suffices for all of these and helps you out as a bridge between you and the patient. So who is a PD coordinator? Generally, they have a nurse background, preferably a dialysis technician, who has got some idea about dialysis or kidney failure. There are 3 to 6 month certification course being done at various hospitals over the country. CMC Vellore does it. Raju sir is doing it at his center. So they are doing it and they get a certificate. And many of them who have not done it do some on-job training, and based on that they can come and do. They are generally not hired by the hospitals, many of them. Generally the PD companies, that is Baxter and Mitra, hire these coordinators through a third-party agency, and they come and work covering 4 to 5 hospitals, the PD patients they cover. The salary is hardly 15 to 20,000. So my point is that if you feel that you have a good scope of PD and the number of PD patients are more, so it is not a bad idea to have a full-time PD counselor. It's worth the money and it's worth the effort. So what does the PD counselor do? Apart from counseling the patients, my PD coordinator comes with me for PD catheter insertions. She assists me there. Immediately post PD insertion, she does one cycle there, does regular dressing thereafter, trains the patient and his attendant for PD, and during follow-up visits and during further contacts, she is the bridge between me and the patient. So any problem the patient has, so he contacts the PD coordinator. So then she filters those questions, and only the important ones or those needing our attention comes to me. And more so, he or she acts as a troubleshooting person in case of problems. So you reduce your number of phone calls or the things which actually need your attention to only the very genuine ones. So we all know this. The Baxter is the main company who is dealing with PD over our country and over the world. And most centers in our country are using Baxter. They generally have a good expertise and a good quality. Fresenius is supposedly doing PD, but virtually non-existent in our country. Hardly few patients they are doing some things, a few of them in the north and in Mumbai. Mitra is a new Indian company, has been here for a few years now. It has got a patchy distribution, trying to pick up. Of late, there have been a few complaints about the PD quality of Mitra. Few complaints, some bans by the DCGI, but it is still in use. So you all know this, the basic PD fluid is available as a dextrose combination, 1.5, 2.5, 4.5. Baxter also has, many of you may not be knowing, has got a low calcium PD fluid of 1.5 and 2.5, and of course the 7.5. Mitra, the one thing different, it doesn't have a 7.5 solution, it is planning to make one. And both these companies have different PD strengths. So in case you have a pediatric patient or you have a bulky or a 80-90 kg patient, so you have bags available for that size also. So again, in PD, you and your coordinator have to use the internet, the telemedicine, have to be in touch with the patient for various multiple reasons, for decreasing patient contact and giving them good education, setting up reminders, being a troubleshooting. This is a well-known thing in APD, has been promoted well by Baxter. Many of the centers in our country are doing. What happens, as a part of remote monitoring, Baxter has set up a server for all patients doing APD. So the machine itself sends a report with the help of a patient of the daily feedback, that what is the ultrafiltrate, how he is doing, and this is recorded at the server. So any problem happening, the doctor or the PD coordinator or the clinical coordinator gets a message that this is wrong. So in case of any problem, if the patient has, generally the rule is that the patient waits for 2 or 3 days, comes to the hospital, and by the time he has lost that golden hour or that important period of a few days. So this can be sorted out immediately, and instead of coming, the hospital comes to know, the doctor comes to know, he can get back to the patient through the PD coordinator, and immediate thing can be done. For example, if a patient has a turbid PD fluid, instead of coming to you at a faraway center, at least he can give the culture samples, give a dose of, take a dose of intraperitoneal antibiotics by the time he comes to you. So that saves time, some critical time is saved. All patients record their details in a PD book, which you must see during every OPD visit, which gives a detailed record of what is his ultrafiltrate and what fluid he's using. Financial implications, this is a brief, I should say, approximate representation. There are variations all over the country and different area-wise, different sector-wise, public-private. So CAPD 3 cycles, that is 1.5, 2.5, if he's doing with basic consumables. Baxter, if he's using consumables, it costs some 30 to 35,000. Mitra is slightly cheaper, close to 30,000. If he is using one cycle of 7.5, which costs around 700 or 800, the costs goes up to about say 40 to 45,000. APD cycler, all those patients who use, they can buy it one time also. They can get it on a rent also at around 10 to 15,000. So Baxter PD, APD cycler cost around 6 lakhs, Mitras cost around 4.5 lakhs. And a monthly cost of doing APD or by a cycler, without the cycler, comes to around 70,000 for Baxter, around 55 to 60,000 for Mitra. So again, a very important component which I should stress that for all my younger colleagues, that till date, if you actually try, we hardly face rejection in about 10 to 15% cases who are hell-bent that I will not do PD. So most of the patients are in that group that they can go either ways. So these are the patients, if you counsel well, explain them everything, so they are willing for PD. PD counseling is never for the patient only, it's for the full family. The family has to help him out with PD. And the nephrologist, apart from him and the coordinator, we used to have some PD ambassadors. That is the patients who are success stories of PD in different age groups, say an old lady, a young girl. So you have them. Any patient coming a new patient coming with a prospective PD, you connect him with that person of that age group, that society status. So it works wonders. And we used to have OPD day in which around 20 to 30 patients of PD used to come, or 40 to 50 patients of PD used to come. So any patient who is new for a PD, the moment he sees his peers doing PD so well, doing it independently, automatically it's a yes. So the next question he comes and asks you, ki sir PD kab karna hai? He doesn't ask you ki PD karna hai, and he asks you, when can you do a PD for me? And of course, if most of the patients have a family, have a doctor in the family, they may speak to you, you have to counsel them, and then only they're convinced. So I'm very lucky to have some patients as PD ambassador. This lady from Darbhanga, Bihar was a 78-year-old lady, has been doing PD for the last 2 years, 0 episodes of peritonitis, and I would credit her for influencing at least 15 more ladies who are mother of people, 50 to 60 years for doing PD, just by her convincing, and she's uneducated. So that's the power if you involve them. So PD training, It is done at a local level as well as at your hospital. And most of you may not be knowing that the PD coordinators actually visit the patient's home also to go and check that is he maintaining proper hygiene, is he doing it correctly or not. So you have to just keep that in the back of your mind that he is being trained well. And now with the Government of India, this document, they have a good checklist for PD training, that what all things has to be checked during when a patient is trained. And this is a thing which had been a sore area since long, but fortunately, the IRDAI passed on an order of including PD also in the health insurance policies. I was checking up the policies of some companies. HDFC Ergo Health has included PD as it covers PD, not the whole amount, a part amount. The fluid part it is covering. Even ACO and Reliance are also covering PD as insurance. So that financial instability or that financial loss what the patient used to have is that may be overcome in the days to come. So this is the document which is the only basis for guidelines for establishing PD. It deals with not about setting up, that about how should the manpower be, the clinical things. And we have few of our senior faculty, including Narayan sir has been an author or a contributor for this. So anyone wanting this, it's available free online, can mail me, or you can just scan this QR code and you will get the document. And that's all. I would try to finish early. And I would like to thank my teachers, everyone, especially the clinical coordinators of Baxter and Mitra who gave me inputs for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinit sir, for this excellent presentation, and thank you, Kanna sir, for this excellent initiative today. But I would like to, I'm afraid I differ from Amit sir's opinion. If you do not know what question you ask, all these things would appear abstract. What I believe here is you have a crowd of young nephrologists, and there's one subset who knows what question to ask and trying to seek clear answers. The other set being not even knowing what question to ask for. But it does give you a lot of perspective to be here today, and that's equally worth it. And with regards to your talks, I think I have just got one comment to make. During residency itself, I feel it is important to develop and express interest in PD equal to HT. One, because it will help you in advocating HT and PD in an unbiased way when you meet patients. The second thing is, you may not require PD in a center that you get trained in. It may be a low PD center, but the place where you're going to practice, you may be the single nephrologist there where you get stuck, and it becomes imperative for you to be equally equipped with AIPD and CAPD is what I believe.
Absolutely. In fact, for all the residents, many of our centers over the country, especially the private centers, may not have that good PD load. But nephrology is a continuous learning. We are learning new procedures, new things, even after our DM. So don't think that if you have not learned PD during your residency, you can't do it later. So if you find the need, if you find the requirement, you can pick it up. And now so many fellowship programs have come up. It's a 1 month or a 3 month fellowship. And within 3 months, you see around, multiple insertions, follow-up patients. So you get the confidence to come and do it.
Thank you, Vinit. That was an excellent presentation. There are just few comments. So I work in a government sector. So what I find is to convince the administrators of the importance of PD, it's not as easy as that with HT, right? So they consider somehow, I somehow feel that they consider it as an inferior modality, which makes it difficult to convince administrators that setting up a PD unit is extremely as important as that of a HD unit or a transplant unit. So that's one obstacle which I have faced, and it's taken quite a lot of time, though we start off PD, but to set up a program, that's definitely one major hurdle. And the other is the financial implications for the government patients. Just talking about the government patients, not all the states have the government insurance schemes which covers PD. So that's one major impediment. And the third is the attitude and the basket of RRT that we give to the patients. As Subhashri had also pointed out, unfortunately, not all nephrologists offer PD to their patients. So that's a major impediment, and there should be a significant change in the mindset of all the nephrologists in the country that PD should be given as an option, not for those selected conditions, just that it's just used as a salvage therapy. So that's what is in the mind of the patient. So there have been several occasions where we have pursued so much in the last 3 years since we have started the department, and after we have started, the patient feels so better with PD compared to HD. So there's a gross transition. Sometimes I feel that it's even a much better therapy and compared to hemodialysis. So a lot of persistence and effort is needed on the part of the nephrologist. It's a lot of responsibility on the younger nephrologists to bring up and maintain this modality. Otherwise, it would unfortunately have much lower numbers with time. And in the private practice, I guess the challenges would be even more because the rewards are less. Compared to hemodialysis,
Dr.
it
Anand,
needs
for
more.
want of time, can we quickly sum?
Yeah, sure. So thank you for that wonderful presentation. So these are just some comments which I felt we should share. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Vineet sir. Shifting gears from dialysis to transplant, to chair our next session, can I request Dr. Pratik Das, Dr. Pinaki Mukherjee, and Dr. Swarnalata Gudidi madam to please come on stage. Using all his experience and training from Toronto and setting up a dialysis unit in the city of Kolhapur, I would like to invite Dr. Vilas Naik to give us.
Which one is that?
So while the speaker is preparing his presentation, so let me introduce. So I mean, as with the previous speaker, it was shown that it is like difficult to establish a HD and PD unit, but believe me, it is still more difficult to establish a transplantation, because once the nephrologist thinks that he wants a dialysis unit, it's easier to coordinate and get it established. But transplantation, it doesn't ends with the nephrologist being he wants a transplantation unit. So it's interdisciplinary. It requires a lot of resources and the participation of the other departments. Okay, so I think you can start. We can discuss.
Thank you, ma'am. I thank you, Dr. Umesh Khanna, for giving me this opportunity, and the Mumbai Kidney Foundation. I see a lot of sleepy faces. Now wake up. Okay, so I am Dr. Vilas Naik, and I practice in a very small third-tier city, Kolhapur. First of all, this is not my personal slideshow. These are not standard guidelines to set up a transplant unit all over the country, because it differs as per the hospital, as per the city, as per the state. And the talk would be, how did I reach a point where I could set up a transplant unit in a nursing home. I passed out in 2006 from GSMC, Mumbai. This is my Toronto fellowship photos with the very Dr. Oriopoulos, Dr. Joan Bagman, and this is the beautiful Toronto General Hospital building. Okay, so regarding fellowship, a lot has been discussed, but I'll tell you a few things which I personally have experienced. So when you go for a fellowship and work with these people, your perspective changes and you learn to say no. I do not know a certain thing, rather than saying I know everything. The second one is, in your early 30s, you have been struggling with your MBBS entrances, your MD entrances, your DM entrances, and working day and night with your long hours. You really get a break, 8 hours, 5 days a week. You do get time for your family. Third thing, well, if you come back to your practice, your first international trip will be after 8 or 10 years of your practice, when you start earning some money and will still be hesitating. Like if I go for 15 days or 8 days to North America or Paris, all my patients will be going to my nephrologist next door. So this good break of 2 years is learning, enjoying Europe or North America or Australia along with your spouse, and you do get your good family time. So this is 4 things I learned from my fellowship. This is a transplant lecture, not a fellowship one, but just to summarize. So I came back to a very small third-tier city where still the patient believes absolutely in his general practitioner, irrespective of his qualification or intention. There was no difference between a urologist and a nephrologist. 99% of the practitioners did not know the difference. Urologists did kidney biopsies. Some also treated acute renal failures doing dialysis. And the nephrologist need was not felt. I was the first nephrologist in 5 districts. Still, I did not have any cakewalk because most difficult part was to change the mindset. And the most egoist and the difficult people you face would be your physicians. They know everything. They 100% know more than you. So haven't we practiced till date? What do you do other than dialysis? You consultation charges are too high. You consult once, we'll manage the rest. We have been doing all our life. And the doctors themselves back in 2009 believed that dialysis is a waste of resources, money, especially the chronic ones, and all acutes were converted into chronics without further evaluation. So when I reached this place, transplant became more necessary and very, very difficult, both. Because this is one exclusive job of a nephrologist, so you have to start something. And with the people where the doctors don't know difference between nephrologist and urologist, you are still talking of transplant. So what was existing in the city? 2 medical colleges, 1 government and 1 private one. 4 small dialysis units, 1 in government. A good thing was in a couple of years later, a 200-bed corporate type of hospital was coming up, which was my best bet to think of transplant. And there are 7 qualified urologists in the city who had done transplant some years back, and they did have some idea during their fellowships, and they still were, somewhat excited about the thought. What was required the most? Believe me, nothing else. This is adequate. And to change the mindset of the people, hammer them that this can be done in this small city, and this is feasible, and this is workable. And as no one wanted to employ me, and I had already a family to support, I rented a small place. This looks bigger than what it actually is. But it's like 2,000 square feet, 800 square feet place per floor. So I bought 3 machines, a couple of ventilators, 4 monitors, 12 beds, a small pharmacy, as well as a lab to support my, earnings, and went ahead, let's see what happens. And here my Toronto earnings helped. One more thing. When we passed out in 2006, we were paid 12,000 rupees during our last year of DM years. And when we went there, it was like 2.5 lakhs, and that was a lot of money. So that is one thing. I don't know what's the present situation that you can discuss later. And things worked out well for me in this small setup. At the end of 2.5 years, we did like 500 dialysis. Guys started earning money, bought my own place of 30 bed, set up an 8-station unit with an OR, lab, pharmacy, a comprehensive small setup, which Dr. Umesh Khanna had mentioned. Yes, but still, when you are a nephrologist, you always want to do transplant. Sir might not believe me that. Okay. So it's a happiness both for the patient and the family as well as the nephrologist. So that passion said, now it's time, I will start doing something for that. So other than passion, you did a lot of things. An institution where the person or the head of the institution should be convinced that this is the need of the time. There was one visionary owner who agreed to my idea of starting a transplant unit in the small city. A transplant team and only 1 nephrologist was available. So it started from training your with your own money, sending them to Chennai, Mumbai, to various Mohan Foundation lecturers, getting them certified as a medical social worker and a transplant coordinator, training your OR staff, nurses, etc. And building a transplant surgical team, which was relatively easy. People from Mumbai and Pune helped me a lot. Dr. Mukesh Shah, Dr. Ashik Rawal, Dr. Bipin Vibhute from Pune, everybody was more than willing to come, start a transplant program and train our existing and interested young urologists. Now came the most difficult part, the legal. So application to the regional Deputy Director of Health Services office, your regional office in your city, with a whole bunch of documents. They had no idea what to do next. So we visited them, they had kept the file under the table for 6 months, and after 6 months we said, please forward it. And they discussed a lot and finally forwarded it without doing anything. It reached the Director of Health Services, Mumbai. Document scrutiny was hell of a lot of job. The hospital admission should be doing it, but no one had any idea, information, nor interest. So they asked for a document every day, and I visited 9 times, sat in the Director of Health Services all day and completed the documentation. And the Director of Health Services issued a letter of inspection to our government medical college in our city, who had neither a nephrologist nor anyone who had any information about transplant. And they kept the file with them for 4 or 5 months. I used to go and request that, do something, do something. He said, I'll contact the Director of Health Services. Finally, they were forced and go and do some inspection. So they did come and did some inspection. I don't know what did they do. And finally, the institute was issued a transplant letter. Hooray! After 18 months of hard work, mostly by me. I had prepared 8 patients waiting for transplant, and there was a sigh of relief. Yes, we are going to do something. Back to the institute side. I met him. Sir, now we have got 8 patients who are ready. Tell me what to do next. He said, well, we are going to charge 5 lakh rupees for the patient. I said, back in 2012, 13, the cost was lower in Pune and Mumbai. I said, sir, this is not possible. Who will come to you? He said, no, this is my charges. Okay. I asked him, how much will you pay me? Well, he said, you do any number of visits per day, you'll get 500 rupees. I said, and it will be your responsibility. I have you to notarize that you are responsible for the good and bad of the patient. I said, okay. So that's it? Yeah, he said, that's it. So after all this effort, my mistake was to say, not discuss this earlier. So I refused, kept my foot down. No, I'm not going to do transplants. Believe me, my friends, never work for peanuts. That will be, you will be insulting your knowledge, your hard work and your qualification, and whatever you give free of cost has no value. So say no, you might lose it, but refuse to work. This is one single advice I'm going to give you. Never work for peanuts, because you will be considered monkeys then. So never work for peanuts. So after the failure, what next? There was another medical college, a private one, whose intention was to establish a MCH program for urology, for which transplant was mandatory. So I had some luck here. So all the same process again. This took 6 or 7 months. I had a lot of experience running around now. Finally, the first transplant done in April 2015, and the transplant program started. So we did 25 transplants in the next 2 years, and the cost of the first 15 transplants was around 1 lakh, mostly into the government schemes, including medicines. This was needed to kickstart the transplant program and make people believe that this can be done. Whoever had 7 or 8 lakhs did went to Mumbai, did not stay with me. So these were the people who couldn't have ever done any transplant anywhere. So I had limitations as well as complications. No immunology lab was available. CNI levels were available after 2 or 3 days. Biopsy after a week. Microbiology backup was not good. PCRs were not available that easily back then. 7 or 8 days later, I used to get some PCR report. I don't know the validity of that. Transport, cold chain, maintaining the cold chain, nothing. I also did not have any backup system for any complications, good or bad things that happened. But I had my backup system, my seniors. I called Jatin Kothari, Vishwanath Pilla, Alan Almeida sir, Dr. Hase, who had trained me. And with a lot of complications where I couldn't handle, I used to refer them to GSMC, my alma mater. And we kept them for months together and did fix them and then sent back to them. Okay, so transplant program was started. In November 2016, I started to build I completed building our own hospital. This is a 100-bedded hospital, multi-specialty hospital I own. So my dream was to do transplants in my hospital. Probably that was supposed to come true. So sole person responsible for all the goods, all the bad, still half of my patients don't know that I haven't operated them. They still feel that I have done everything. If in spite me telling me, no, I am not a surgeon, he said, no, I only know you. So that is good part. And there are many bad parts. Whenever it fails, they will like, you are the only responsible person. So to the nursing home, not even a hospital. Till 2023, we did 130 transplants, 14 deceased donors, all swabs. Last 12 have been laparoscopic. We upgraded ourselves. Second transplants, we have done absolutely free just to promote single mother, girl, child, just our part. And 50% have still been done under government schemes, including medicines. So limitations do exist. We still don't have an HLA or a CDC cross-match lab. Biopsies and CNI levels are delayed. And I do not have any papers or presentations since 2009 to now. Believe me, I haven't done anything. Okay. So we have started a liver transplant program in this hospital itself. Apollo has a tie-up. We are yet to do our first one. It's being worked up. Maybe probably in a month or so we'll be doing our first liver transplant. Dr. Kher might ask me, why do you want to do transplant in such a compromised, limited state? I would say like up to 50 or up to 80% of these people who I have transplanted are from villages. Some are like from the mountains, you know. To reach the district place, Kolhapur, they require like 2 kilometers of walk, then 3 kilometers of driving by a bullock cart and then getting a bus. So they could have, even if they have given 10 lakh rupees and asked to go to Mumbai or Pune, along with 10 of their family members, 8 to 10 visits for their workup, for their meetings, for their legal aspects. None would have got transplanted, even if they had any amount of money. So this is not only the economic aspect, it's the social aspect, the social hindrance. Okay, this can be done. So probably I started a transplant unit in place where otherwise nobody could have got transplanted. Now we are getting patients who voluntarily come for quality work rather than just it's available free of cost. So we have started laparoscopic program. That's, I think, I got some limitations in life because of all this. I don't have any international flights. I had to come yesterday evening to reach this place because I don't have any direct flights from my city. My traveling time is 3 or 4 times as compared to the metros. I still am in third tier city where there are no international schools or classes for my kids, but I do have some advantage. I have been playing tennis with my kid as they grow up. I do have a lot of time. I have been biking to Leh and Ladakh. I have a lot of time with my friends, even a weekday. If I call Dr. Amit Langote in like 7:30 and say, "Chal baithte hain," so he'll block my number the next day. So हमारे यहाँ चलता है. Anyone calls at 7:38, chal. Chal. So that is some advantages we have. We have got a lot of time for ourselves. And I do play cricket matches with my hospital team and still doing some transplants and celebrating with the donor families. I think that's my talk. So how many of you are from third tier cities? There are a lot of people. Do not hesitate to go back. You might have certain deficiencies. Now, see, your academics is available on YouTube. You've got excellent WhatsApp groups for support system. It's not like back 15 years ago when you had to attend a conference to get your lectures and knowledge right. So I would suggest go back to your hometown. It's a good chance, and people will acknowledge you more than being one of the nephrologists out of 150 in Mumbai or Delhi. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Vilas. I think we should all congratulate you for establishing a transplantation in not in one institute, probably three places, and that too in a remote place. And there's a lot of learning from you for the youngsters. So as I was telling, it is interdisciplinary, and a lot of the other department support is required, the infrastructure, the manpower, the training, including the coordinators. And the most challenging was, as you said, is the legal clearance. And of course, even within the hospital, you should have the legal person to legally clear all the individual cases. So really congratulate you. And of course, you said the deceased donor also. Deceased donor has its own challenges. So having a neurosurgery department and the legal department to process, and then declaration and optimization. Do you have your in-house donations as well in your hospital?
All the 14 donations are in-house.
Okay.
Those are multi-organ donations, and all the other organs that retrieved have been, like including heart and lung, have been distributed all over the state and country.
Okay.
So all those 14 retrievals have been in this hospital.
Then I think it really you need a
that is
big
14 organ
kind of
donations.
yeah.
Pratik Das sir, any comments?
This is an excellent experience. I just listening to your experience. It's an inspiration for the young nephrologist, because every time we think of starting a transplantation, it is always a second step of your practice. It always requires the support, especially you have to have a running dialysis unit, that is either a PD or a hemodialysis, to support your transplant program. That is the priority. The same stories echoed when I was listening to Professor Kamrul Islam from Bangladesh. He was telling almost like of yours. They started with a 3-bedded hospital with a 2 dialysis machine. Now they are from the dialysis they are earning money and doing the transplantation free of cost. And now they are doing more than 150 transplantations. So it's a really an excellent one. There are and there will be the technical difficulties, legal hassles, that will be there. But passion is important. That I do agree with you. Any question?
Dr. Mukherjee, any comments?
Yeah, really good. There is a excellent, I think so. Your initiative and all these things, and many youngsters actually who are actually afraid of studying the transplantation, at least they will be role model and can see and how to just make it in a very conditions in a very small town. And another important thing is that you have the centers having the all type of things. There is one swap, ABO, beyond ABO, and also the deceased. That is also a great, because Madam is telling, because Madam is now one of the pioneer in the disease donor transplantation. It's so difficult to just make a legal and monitoring and everything. So I am really, and another important thing regarding the cost, because in some state also they have some Ayushman or some Sastashati, any regarding things. Actually, I am from United Medical College in Kolkata, because here my experience is some you can also some patient can be transplanted free of cost if you just utilize the resources of the government, including the post-transplant cost as well. So we have set a model in our hospital. So we have done all the transplant till date. We are new. There is no low volume transplant center, but all of the free of cost. So your experience actually inspired us to make it in a big way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Vilas Naik. Moving to our next talk, a very important topic on medical legal aspects for nephrologists. To chair this session, I'd like to request Dr. Urmila Anand Madam and Dr. Radhika Govil to please chair this session. And to present this talk, I would like to invite Dr. Narendra Pal Singh, sir.
I think I must appreciate the passion and motivation of the talk of my previous speaker. I think it's so. I was actually watching the youngsters sitting behind throughout my day, and I found that the most cheers and the most smiling faces which came were the last talk. I think we should all compliment him for his efforts. So it is actually the passion which is important, but more important apart from passion is the way you do your work. And I think Sachin or someone did mention that though he's doing, again he was doing it in a small center, but he was doing it ethically and legally. Why is it important today to talk about this? When I was a student and a resident, I'm very sure Dr. Kher will agree with me, we had no such, we had forensic medicine, but these things were not discussed. The relationship between the patient and the doctor was that of a paternalistic attitude. And I would implore each one of you, when you give your presentation, to give this disclaimer. If not now, an MC had to withdraw that act, but after some time, you will have to be totally transparent. And this is my first message to you. Whether you are being paid by a pharma or not, be transparent in your dealings. Be absolutely declare your interest. That is what differentiates us, our presentations, from the person who comes from abroad. He always takes money, but gives a disclosure. So as I was saying, that the patient and the doctor relationship has changed now. Why has it changed? When I was a student, we used to look upon our teachers, and they were talking to a patient, and the patient will agree. I think, as we all agree, it is the corporatization, the Googleization, and your own colleagues, which has brought about this medico-legal case. So again, things were discussed that a patient was given the steroids, and he did not respond, and went to the other nephrologist and said, "Oh, इसमें तो कोई indication ही नहीं था, genetic variety." So I think we need to be first. The second message which I want you to understand is, please do not criticize your own colleagues, or at least don't say bad about that in your, especially in front of your patients. So it's a very interesting or a very interlinked thing between patient care and medical negligence. Why is it important for us to discuss this? Because our first and foremost thing is patient safety. Now that should be always considered, and we want a very, very highly quality care to be prescribed to our patients, to have an also ethical angle attached to it. So, you are allowed, you can do a transplant in the third trimester if you have a passion and you're doing it ethically and legally. So I would like you to focus on this, because this is addressed to you, because this is the backbone of your medical negligence. So if you know what is the standard of care, no one expects you to be off the standard of Professor Kher or Dr. Chokha. You have to actually have a expertise which you should be able to deliver, that is standard of care. Important thing is informed consent. That is again a very, very important part of that. We'll try and discuss it further. Confidentiality and privacy. I think each and every one of us have this tendency to discuss our patients in our meetings. After some time, we'll start discussing, mere us PD ko ye ho gaya patient, that ho gaya, he's come to you. So that privacy has to be given to our patients. And documentation. Again, a very, very important part of our coverage. Now, of course, we have EMRs, but having spent 10 years in Delhi Medical Council, we realized that the most important thing which actually brings about a sort of professional neglect and medical negligence is your documentation. If you have not documented, you have not done, and you have erased the documentation, that is the worst part of it. So documentation becomes important. Of course, we need to be understanding our regulatory compliances. Every time we change, there are new regulations which come up. We should be able to understand. We should also understand patients' right. We have to, like we are talking about PD, why is it 5%? Because we only tell 5% of patients. We do not empower them that there are 4 varieties of RRTs, and out of which one is no treatment as well. As of now, for an 85-year-old gentleman, if he has a good residual urine, we may not be able to, we may not like him to have a worse quality after dialysis. So that right should be given to the patient. And of course, we should always upgrade ourselves, as Bombay Kidney Foundation has been doing, to not only do a CME, but professional conduct. So the numbers are increasing. I think the lawyers are also, like you have chosen this profession, the lawyers have chosen their profession, and their numbers are also increasing. So the number of medical negligence have suddenly shown a dramatic rise. I don't have a figure after 2016, but definitely the numbers are increasing. Why is it? Because of, again, as I said, now we have ChatGPT, so the answer can come within seconds to a patient, and if you have not followed it, he will always come and complain to you. So what is required is the medical negligence is a lack of reasonable care and skill and willful negligence on the part of a doctor in the treatment of the patient. So this is very important, that there should not be any willful negligence. Now, negligence can be in the form of both act of omission, you have failed to do something, or act of commission. Now, but fortunately, at least, the onus lies on the patient or the subject to prove it. He has to prove that there was a duty towards the patient, the 4 Ds. There was a deficiency in duty. There was a damage which was the direct result of that particular lack of deficiency or lack of duty. And doctor's duty is very clearly, you can choose your patient. You can refuse to see a patient except in the emergency where one has to cater to the patient and take him to the next level of emergency. So if you are not able to justify these 4 duties, then you will not be given, the consumer will not be given any compensation. So what is the standard of care? There is a very, very clear-cut Supreme Court guideline on that. That is known as Boehm's test. Boehm's test is the healthcare professional is required to adhere to the standard of care which an ordinary doctor is supposed to adhere, and not of a very high-skilled person. So even if you have been able to manage an ordinary care, that is enough for you to justify that this is what the standard of care is. Errors of judgment can occur. I think a 9 millimeter stone may go to a urologist person and he'll say, I'll do a stone retrieval. Next day only after Urimax, his stone passes, he saves. But then it was an error of judgment. Both alternatives were available. But if it is a 1.5 centimeter stone, and if I say it will pass, then it is my negligence. I should refer the case to a urologist for stone retrieval. So there are certain slight differences between the two, but we need to understand. But prima facie, the patient has to be able to prove in the initial stage that there was a error judgment, and then subsequently it comes back to us. These are some of the common causes. You must have heard that wrong anesthesia, wrong limb, wrong medication given, foreign objects being left in the especially among the surgeon colleagues. Many a times these after, I have seen one patient after 9 months having gone through 3 physicians with pain abdomen, and finally the gauze piece was taken out after 9 months. So these are certain things which are gross negligence, which we need to. And now we clearly know, despite of our having saying that medical profession does not come under consumer, but as of now, today, we are also a part of the Consumer Protection Act. So what are the liabilities? We need to understand. There are 3 important liabilities which we can undergo. First and the foremost, which is always in the back of mind, is the criminal liability. Now that criminal liability is a rarity. Unless a person is able to prove a gross negligence, then criminal liability does not ensure. And that too, after a proper procedure with the Supreme Court guideline being coming up. So more importantly, we have 2 types of other liabilities. One is a civil liability, which is governed by so-called, you have a deficient in your service, and the patient sues you for certain amount of money. And that is generally more towards the hospital, and the doctor is included in that. But more importantly, we are all, as professional colleagues, we are governed by our regulatory guidelines. NMC tried to bring out its guideline in 2023, which was from my side, it was a very, very robust guideline. It was very transparent guideline. But obviously, there were certain issues involved with that, and I would not have been coming here on the trip which was organized by the organizers if that would have been established. But I think still we need to understand it. We need to realize that in future some sort of a guideline will come. But that we are governed. And if I share my experiences with you in 10 years of Delhi Medical Council, most of the cases which were brought to the forum in the nephrology cases have been related to certain communication errors or documentations, or not being properly communicated about the complications which occurred. So this disciplinary action is taken by a sort of a council. This is also a part of it. So we have our criminal liability, which is very, very rare. We have our civil liability. And how do we counteract that? We counteract that by joining hands with so-called the insurance agents. And now we know that Indian Society of Nephrology has joined hand with Cover You, and they will provide you with insurance coverage, liability coverage. And each one of you should at least take a coverage liability insurance of 1 CR, which comes at 2,500 or 3,000 rupees per month. So that coverage has to be taken by everyone. As I said, the criminal liability is one. So how are the legal remedies available to the Aam Aadmi or to the person? He can actually complain to the State Medical Council. He can also file a civil suit. He can file a criminal suit, and he can complain against a Consumer Protection Act. Civil courts are there. They will decide on the monetary liabilities. They are generally, lok adalats or there are other things. The sort of court cases go on and on. But more important, as I said, these are some of the examples where criminal liability can assure, though the cases cannot be proved, and hardly 1 or 2 cases have been there where the doctors have been punished, and it's a 304A, which results in 2 years of imprisonment or fine. But these are some gross negligence cases, performing a criminal abortion and operating on the wrong patient and the wrong site, wrong eyes. And I will also discuss one extra part which we nephrologists face as a criminal liability. Not face, but we may encounter if we cross our borders. That will be. But more importantly, I think disciplinary action. We all know that each one of the doctor who wants to practice has to register with the state council, and the state councils have the authority to take disciplinary measures, and that includes warning to the suspension. Now, 10 years we tried our best to establish the quantum of punishment. How do we decide that this professional neglect gets 1 month of 1 month of patient being not allowed to see? On the other hand, the other person gets 3 months of this thing. So now again, the new guidelines in NMC had brought out clear-cut guidelines on how to identify or quantify the quantum of disciplinary action which we need to take. So we all know the consumer can file the complaint, or there are now recognized associations, a central or a state government. All of them, there can be a suo motu action against a doctor by the courts as well. And what are the steps involved? They can file it with the local police or state medical council. If it is appropriate, as I said, the council can start taking an action against you directly. If the case is criminal, it will be state versus the doctor, and of course you can have the various stages where the judgment can be appealed to the medical council. The consumer courts are actually only meant to seek monetary compensation, which can go up to 3 levels. So these are the 3 levels. If a person is having a civil liability of 20 lakhs up to, he will have to approach the district forum. The state commission has the limit of 1 CR, and if there has been a liability of more than 1 CR, we have to approach a national commission. And you must have heard the place where you are sitting, Calcutta. There was a case against a famous rheumatologist where, I don't want to name that how many crores were liable, just because unfortunately the person who was fighting the case on the other side was an NRI doctor, and he knew about the intricacies of diagnosis and complications. So this can be. So how can we protect ourselves? I think it is very important for us to now understand that medico-legal, you do your transplant, you do your dialysis, you are doing everything, but patient is important for you. You have to respect him. You have to communicate to them well. You have to empower them. You have to take their informed consent, which are all very, very important components which we unfortunately neglect. Having worked for 20 years in government hospital and then 10 years in private, I try to establish the consenting process during dialysis. Tell me how many of you take the consent from your patients every time when the patient comes for dialysis? I don't think anyone takes, or maybe 1 or 2 hands have come up. But these are certain important things which we need to look at the quality of payment. A doctor can also protect itself. He can appeal against some of these laws which are in favor of doctor. I'll not go into the details, but most important, as I said, documentation. Now, it is extremely important whether you are following electronic medical records or whether you are writing it by hands. Documentation is which will protect you. If you have not documented, if you have not done, if you have done a procedure, if you have given certain medications, it has to be, so a good record will produce a good defense, and no record or poor record will produce a poor defense. This is where we lack. We unfortunately sometimes try to fudge or overwrite it, where the judges take a very severe action, but it is extremely important that documentation process has to be. Now, there has to be a format of your prescription. Fortunately, when you start practicing, you have your colleagues, or at least in the pharma industry, which are providing you with softwares to write your prescription. But again, NMC has come out with the format of prescription which you must. In our times, I still know the doctors, you can't even see the handwriting, you can't even make out, except the chemist who's able to recognize that hand, and they don't write the name, they don't write the diagnosis, they don't write the investigations, but this is the format which you should use when writing a prescription as given by the NMC guidelines. Now, more important is informed consent. Gone are the days when the paper was handed over to them, the patients, and they would sign it. No. Informed means that they should be totally empowered. They should be empowered that dialysis is being done, why hemodialysis is being done, what are the other alternatives available, is peritoneal dialysis also a modality, is kidney transplant in Kolhapur is also a possibility, and not doing anything is also a possibility as per the international guidelines. I don't know whether we have followed it or not. So all these possibilities have to be given, and for hemodialysis, what complications we are likely to see has to be mentioned, and we should allow him to refuse, I don't want to do PD, rather than not telling him of not doing a PD. So these are very important things, and if we fail to obtain consent, and many of times the civil liabilities have come, because there are certain emergency situations where you may not have the time, or the patient may not be conscious enough to give you a consent, but overall the consenting process has to be there. And this is again, someone of you had asked me whether you have any criteria or any format of informed consent. Most of the corporate hospital has. I had prepared this, so you can take the slides after that, and you can see what components should be there in the informed consent form. And third important thing, councils are very strict regarding issue of now young generation have the tendency advise rest for 3 months. Patients on dialysis rest for 3 months, okay, but no, there are guidelines. You have to be following your council's guideline, not more than 2 weeks at any point of time. And if you have to give rest for more than 4 weeks or 2 weeks, you have to justify it. You have to mention this patient is a post-transplant patient, attending his office would be detrimental for his health. That is why I'm issuing about. Otherwise, many a times we also in council cases have come up which could have been genuine but not documented and not justified. They were penalized for this. So there are certain duties. We have to be truth-telling. We have to tell them that what are the side effects, what are the complications which can occur. We have to also, we can choose our patients. We can refuse to see our patients. But we should also not hesitate to take an opinion. There's no harm in taking an opinion from the second nephrologist. When I was in Max, 3 important things which we used to do: call any other doctor if you want to show. You want a document, you please take the document. And if you want me to communicate with your family member doctor, patient advocacy is coming up. Last 9 months I've been in USA. I am not allowed to practice there because I don't have the, but patient advocacy. I talk on behalf of my patients, and they talk to me for half an hour. So now this profession is also coming up in a big way. Many doctors are now taking up this patient advocacy, in which you talk on behalf of patients. So these are certain important things. And of course, there are now guidelines for telemedicine consultation, which is again, DMC has come out with. There are very clear-cut guidelines. Unfortunately, it is all virtual. We cannot touch the patient, we cannot examine, but there are certain gadgets which have come up to do that. Well, there are certain cases, these are hypothetical cases, but please understand that these are the situations which you can come across, especially the younger generation about this. So this was a patient of chronic kidney disease. He presented to the emergency department. The duty doctor, without informing the patient or the attendant, decided that he has a potassium of 7 and acidosis is there. So I'm going to dialyze. Straight away took the patient for dialysis and started doing a dialysis. Well, there was no proper communication, and informed consenting form was there. So now this was in a hurry. This happens in a hurry. When you have a sick patient, you'd say, but unfortunately, you have to talk to your family members. You have to tell them, why is it important for us to do the procedure? Now that is a win. Well, in emergency situations, you may justify that there was no time for me to take a consent. In that case, you have to document that I will be taking the consent later on because it has become a life-threatening situation. This is again an important thing, and this I did a poll because there is no guideline on that. The first year resident had joined, a fellow had joined. He was very enthusiastic. He wanted to do a kidney biopsy. and the third year resident was there, and the patient started having bleeding next day morning, and there was a big hematoma formed around the kidney region. So now what is the guideline? There was no clear-cut guidelines. Only 2 places it is mentioned that a minimum requirement of 5 native or 2 transplant biopsies and simulation training under real-time ultrasound. This is it's given by one of the American boards, and the Australia says that 6 native kidney. So please look at the kidney biopsies first before jumping on to doing it yourself unsupervised. Do a supervised kidney biopsy, because you may end up, anyone can end up with hematuria, gross hematuria, hematoma. But this is again one case where we can get caught if we do not, get adequate skills to do a certain procedures. Well, this is what I was referring to. Well, there is, apart from the other criminal liabilities, we have our own Human Organ Transplant Act. Unfortunately, we cross boundaries, so that is why we get caught. And I know there have been things, there have been case reports, no one has been implicated, but then just because there are authorization committees, doctors should stay, nephrologists should stay away from deciding who will be the donor. You can empower them, you can counsel them, but please do not participate in that process. There is a hospital authorization committee, there is a state authorization committee. Let them decide, and when they bring to you, we only look at the technical aspects. And this is again a very, very, though there are some controversial things in this as well, but this also gives us a lot of stress, and this thing where the doctors have come in the media much more. Well, again, there are certain complications which can occur, and these complications, if not discussed earlier, you can go into issues like this patient had a transplant done, but he was unfortunately not tested for CMV, and within 2 weeks the CMV came up, and there were some issues with that. And you not being able to make a diagnosis because of your inadequate knowledge. Now that is where comes the this thing of referral. If you are a third-year resident and your consultant is there, you are not sure about the diagnosis, you can always, I had this instance where the patient had come to me with a leukocytoclastic vasculitis, and his ANA was positive, dsDNA was positive. I started the patient on steroids. She started, and then she did not respond. I put her on MMF. She started having diarrhea, and unfortunately, she was lost to my follow-up. After 3 months, she landed up with Dr. Narayan Prasad Hospital, where they did a biopsy, and they found AFB on bone marrow. So obviously, so now there is a lack. You see, the issue is that whether tuberculosis came up after or before, but I relied on the reports of the labs which were available outside, which were from a very standard labs. So there are certain things which sometimes can occur, but one has to be very careful. Otherwise, there is a need for you to empower your patients about the alternative. And the last slide is the 6 C's. You have to be very careful. This is your preventive strategy. Checklist, always make a checklist. Whatever you're doing, you have to involve the patient as far as cost is concerned. Always rely on consenting. Do counseling as much as possible. Talk to them about the disease. Talk to them about AV fistula formation, why is it important. And complications will occur, but manage them properly rather than leaving them alone. And always get covered yourself with 1 CR, minimum 1 CR insurance. Thank you very much for your patience. And if there are any questions?
I think the best line was to cover yourself with minimum 1 CR. Yeah, more than 1 CR is actually advisable now because for the younger. Right. Yeah, unfortunately we're running 30 minutes behind schedule. Unless Radhika, I think if you have any comments.
No, I just had a small comment to make. As an early career nephrologist, what I've realized what happens is it's such a great feeling to suddenly be able to translate what you've learned into successful clinical practice that the documentation part gets left behind at times. And that's what puts us in soup. So, yeah.
So, there would be many questions, but Dr. N.P. Singh has promised us to be around when the Meet the Professor session is there. So, thank you so much for this session. And we move on to what I thought a lot of people would be interested in knowing is how to manage your finances. Of course, the first step is to earn money. And unfortunately, a nephrologist is now going to find it very difficult. Let me tell you, in Mumbai, at least to earn 5 lakh rupees in 3 to 5 years is going to be very difficult. maybe better to leave Mumbai and go outside and practice it. So, yeah. Mumbai में 5 lakh रुपए कमाना in 5 years is going to be, in 5 years is difficult. This is the present state. हाँ जी. उसके बाद मैं बोल रहा हूँ 5 lakh rupees for a nephrologist in 3 to 5 years of practice is difficult. So anyway, but he will tell you how to manage 2 lakh rupees.
Recently, the data shows that nephrologist earns minimum amount of money in all the physicians branch or surgical branch, so there is no question only.
Yeah, so let's go on to the last session, session 4. Last wala to over dinner hai, and meet the professors hai. So, financial planning for nephrologists is the next session. May I please request on stage Dr. Urmila Anand ma'am and Dr. Mastaki Ahmed. And for this very important talk, I'll call upon Dr. Rushil Dedia sir.
So hi, good evening everybody. First of all, I'm not a doctor. Probably that's why I have a bigger smile than most of you guys in the room, it seems. But I'm given a little hard task, I believe, because this is almost the last session before dinner. So I think everybody has half their minds over there. And I know we're talking about finance, so पहले से ही काफ़ी thoughts आगे रहेंगे, अरे यार अभी तो ये ज्ञान देंगे, ये करना है, वो करना है, long term सोचना है, etc. etc. So, and मैं कोई बड़ा experience आदमी नहीं हूँ. I'm myself 33, so it's not like I have some tons of experience and I'm coming here to speak in front of you. But being in the field of finance and coming from a family of doctors, at least I've gone through certain experiences, thankfully very early in my career, good and bad, which is what I'll try and share something with you. And I know you guys have all gone through the generic gyan. Everybody's doing some sort of investment. Somebody's doing an SIP. Somebody has zero the account. किसी के चाचा मामा ही broker है ये वो. I know everything everybody has done. I'm just going to talk about certain learnings and mistakes which I have done. I think hopefully if you guys relate to it, if you guys can learn from it, or if you have some questions on it, whatever, let's keep it free flowing. I don't have anything. There's nothing complicated here. There's no financial jargons, because I believe the field that I'm in, personal finance, or financial planning, it's really more logical. And I'm actually an engineer and I'm in this field, so you know, मैं कुछ भी नहीं कर रहा हूँ related to my field today, right? So, and I'll tell you what we do. I think a lot of people, first of all, have confusion. Okay, what is this business? तुम जो कर रहे हो है क्या? So, just like you guys are health managers of sorts, right? आप diagnose करते हो patient को, उसकी history लेते हो, उसकी परेशानी समझते हो, and then you come to a conclusion. अच्छा, this is the treatment, this is the course of medicine, blah blah blah. We do exactly the same for wealth. हम समझते हैं इसकी प्रॉब्लम क्या है, इसकी हिस्ट्री क्या है, फैमिली के लाइबिलिटीज़ क्या है, इसके फाइनेंशियल गोल्स क्या है, राइट? एंड देन वी कम अप विद अ फाइनेंशियल प्लान एंड देन वी हेल्प देम, वी मैनेज दैट एंटायर पार्ट फॉर देम. सो इन अ वे दैट्स व्हाट वी डू. यू ऑल आर हेल्थ मैनेजर्स, वी आर वेल्थ मैनेजर्स. इट्स रियली दैट्स अबाउट इट, एंड दैट्स व्हाट मी एंड माई कंपनी डज, right? And I think the most basic question that people, everybody talks about who's got the highest return and which is the best place to invest, which is the next multi-bagger and all that, but I've realized most people don't know only what to do with money. What is the purpose? आपको करना क्या है wealth का? आपको 10 करोड़ मिलेगा, 8 करोड़ मिलेगा, 50 करोड़ मिलेगा, आपको करना क्या है पैसों का यार? At the end of the day, right? There are certain goals that you want to achieve. Financial goals, of course. I'm talking purely on financial terms at the moment. घर में शादी है, नया घर लेना है, आपको it could be something as generic as मुझे हर साल 2 बार abroad घूमना है. When I ask people, यार, what is the purpose of your money? Forget what I'll do for you, which is the investment options, ये वो. What is the purpose of money? Nobody has a clear answer. नहीं, बस पैसा कमाना है, करना है, घूमेंगे, खाएंगे, पिएंगे. But there is no conclusive answer. कि बस, you know, what am I doing with? What do you want to do with the money? All right. So anyway, let me just quickly start. I know we are short on time, so just a parody on. You know, there's a very popular book, 7 Habits of Effective People. I've just got copy pasted and put it for mistakes and learnings for investing. And the whole theme of this was, you know, भाई कर क्या रहे हो? Just pause and reflect. Everybody is in such a race. ये लेना है, वो लेना है, उसने ये बोला, वो कर दो. And people think somebody who's doing a lot of action, somebody who's fully involved in the stock markets is the guy who's making the most money. But I've seen completely the opposite in real life, right? So I'll just come to the first, and we'll try and cover 7 parts, but अगर नहीं होता तो at least I'll cover the main parts today, right? personal finance. More personal, less finance, right? Everybody's focus is on the mathematical part of it, but it is actually the qualitative, the softer part of it, which you cannot quantify, which is a much bigger part of personal finance, I believe, right? And I feel in our field, for sure, in our own, my own colleagues, and sometimes, unfortunately, everybody's in a race, right? There are comparisons of, you know, who's got the better return, which is the best product out there, like I was saying earlier. But we forget to ask the basic question, yeah, is the, जिसको मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, या जिससे मैं सलाह ले रहा हूँ, is his goal or is his motive aligned with my motive? Will he really give me the right advice at the end of the day or not? So what is this comparison on what basis, right? Like I said, har ghar alag, har couple ki problems alag, har family ki liabilities alag. So on what basis are you comparing? So there are all kinds of asset classes. You have fixed income se leke, you have everything from up to startup investing and private equity. And this entire range of risk is what we call. There are all kinds of products under the sun. So different asset classes carry different risks. So there are people who invest for 100 years. You'll actually be shocked. There are actually companies, not so commonly known in India, but outside, especially endowment funds and all these guys, they invest for 100 years. They actually take a call. क्या ये धंधा 100 साल तक रहेगा तो मैं आज invest करूँ कि नहीं? There are companies which invest for 50 years. There are insurance companies or sovereign wealth funds, which are basically funds owned by the governments of large countries. So countries like a lot of countries in the GCC, Middle East, or Norwegian Wealth Fund, all etc. They actually take such long views. There are companies in Japan, for example, they actually invest for 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. And then of course, then there are companies, over here, the family offices. There'll be mutual funds which will take a 10-year view, or it could be portfolio management services. There are people who invest for 5 years. Conventional retail investors who believe that is an ideal time, at least that's the horizon you should have. There are people who invest for 1 year, there are people who invest for 1 hour, and there are people who invest for till the end of the day. Abhi, is pure duration, man, you will have everybody who's only doing two things, buying or selling, right? Ultimately. But the larger money actually made is something in between. But point being here, if you, depends on who you ask at the end of the day. If you're asking a 100-year vision wala guy, कि मैं क्या करूँ, तो he'll have a completely different answer to somebody who's investing for 1 year or for a month or whatever it is, right? So, sub action to wahi kar rahe, either you're investing or either you're redeeming. But point is you have to make sure that whoever that you ask has the right intention, has the right motive, or is aligned with your thoughts when you're asking him that question. Now, quickly going to your school, let's go back to school. This is something which was taught to us in 9th standard. Everybody has conveniently and or probably ignorantly forgotten about this formula, right? Compound interest ka ye formula hai. Now look at this formula very carefully. It might, obviously this might be taking you back to your proper 9th standard school days. ये simple formula है, but हम लोग पूछते क्या है सब लोग को? Everybody asks the same question. कितना मिलेगा, right? When we are obsessed with this question, everybody has the same question. But can you really control this? So look at this formula again, right? What is P? P is your principal. आप कितना invest कर रहे हो? T is your time. R is your rate of return. इन तीन चीजों में से what can you actually control? You can control T to a large extent, unless it's an emergency and all that. But let's assume to a large extent you control T. You can control P, yes. Everybody's making money, right? So just saying, how much do you save is more or less in your control. कितना फिजूल का खर्चा है, कितना खर्चा ज़रूरी है to manage or take care of your lifestyle. You can control P, right? It's your savings. Only if you save, will you invest, right? So everybody is still in this race, but return कितना मिलेगा is what everybody will ask. So simple point being, control the controllable. There is no person on planet Earth who can, and this is, I'm obviously not talking about your guaranteed fixed income stuff, because that is something which is predictable, but you have a limitation over there. Because risk and return is always hand in hand, right? There's no one without the other. No matter whatever anybody says on planet Earth, there is a reason why SBI pays you 7%, and there's a reason why a cooperative bank will pay you 10%. If you don't see the risk, there is something wrong in your perception. It is not something else, right? So risk and return is always hand in hand. That doesn't mean you go to one extreme or the other extreme. The idea is obviously to find the right balance. So point being is control the controllable. No matter whatever that you say, and everybody has aspiration to earn more, right? Nobody is only going to do FDs in today's world of time because you're losing money in real time. But आपको अगर return चाहिए तो risk तो लेना पड़ेगा. अभी कितना risk लेंगे, क्या लेंगे? That's a whole new discussion that you ought to have and spend a lot of time on to come to a conclusion. But simple point being is control the controllable. You can control P and you can control T, which is, these are the strongest tools that you actually have it at your disposal. And I'll show you how. I hope the Excel works. I'm not sure. Anyway. I hope it is clear at the back if you guys can see. Right? Anyway. So, take this simple example, right, that I've put in front of you. 100 रुपया महीने का 10% आपको कमाना है और 10 साल है, right? Simple numbers. Now, in a normal case, if I do a monthly investment of $100, this is only mathematics. This is not a comment or a advice on any particular stock or fund or anything like that. This is purely maths, right? If I invest $100 every month, 10 years, 10%, you come to 20,600 ke aspas. That's the number that you come to. Now I'll give you two options, right? Either you double principal, time or rate, any one of the three. Which will be the best choice and which will be the worst choice? Okay? And I know this is going to be hard to calculate mentally. I just want, okay, what do you think will be the better choice? That I don't want the number. So, obviously time, right? You saw the formula. Again, go back to the formula. Please don't forget the formula, right? It's raised to t. The exponentiality is coming from time. So, okay, so I can't, unfortunately, I'm not able to edit this. So I'll just say it orally. So if I double the time, if 10 ka 20 saal ho gaya, so that number goes to 72,000 approximately. Okay, now comes the question that I'll really want somebody to come up with the right answer. What is the second best choice? Should I double the rate of return? Matlab double the return. Har saal ka average return goes 2x. So 10 ka 20%. Or should I increase my savings and do 100 ka 200? So principal double or time or rate double? Which do you think is a better answer? Or which will be a better one? Rate? Okay. So I'll tell you one of the answers. Maybe, hopefully you get a better idea. So if I double the rate, then your answer is 38,000 rupees. Approximately, again, these are approximate numbers. So, 10 ka 20% kar diya at 110 years, it's 38,000. Do you know what will be the answer if you just increase the principal, 100 to 200, and keep everything else the same? Actually, the principal is better. It's 41,000. So again, go back to what I said, right? Control the controllable. हमारा focus क्या है? Return किधर ज़्यादा आएगा? Return किधर ज़्यादा आएगा? आप सिर्फ अपना savings पे control करो, आप time पे control करो, automatically, even though you might not get the best return, you will still make more money than anybody else out there, right? And here is where the context lies. And simple things which I've observed in my day-to-day life, for example. We all go out on weekends, we all spend with family, friends, At least when I was younger, I realized, whenever you go out with the college friends especially, you get carried away. When you're out, going for a couple of drinks and you're out spending money, going for movies, I realized if I just saved money and did nothing, and I just invested, and this I'm not saying that I live like a sadhu, sab band kar do, aise kar do. You live your life, there's no question about it, but introspect, could I, मैं 2 dinner के बोले 1 dinner कर सकता था, या मैं 3 बार बाहर जाके खाना क्या 2 बार कर सकता था कि नहीं? Still do your socials, do everything that you want, have a good life, but so small changes like this, why don't you improvise on your own lifestyle? It could be something as simple as a dinner, वो तो मेरा example है, but something as simple as that, right? So, one is to obviously save efficiently, one is to earn more. There are only 2 ways of increasing your net savings at the end of the day. So, try to improvise just some basic things that you can control. And of course, time is something that I'm sure that you guys can control because as a professional, as a medical professional, I know you have a running income which comes in and a running expense which is also there. As you get senior, as more cases come through, with inflation you increase your fees, you should be able to increase your monthly investments, for example. So simple things like these, which actually will go a much longer way rather than you chasing the best return, because nobody on earth can guarantee you or nobody on earth can promise you that, right? So that's just one simple example. Now this is where I will try and show you how the other example works, right? Let's assume there are these 2 guys. One is this really smart fellow, he kills it. He gets a 15% return, and this is over 10 years. Let's assume both are investing for 10 years, right? So Rajesh does it for 10 years, but he's picking the best equity fund, like he's a genius. Or uska friend, he only gets a measly 8% return, right? Almost like an FD. Okay, almost double the, एक का दूसरे से 2 गुना, almost 2 गुना का फर्क है. But ये एक चीज़ सुमित ये करता है यार, मेरी इनकम हर साल बढ़ रही है, मैं उतना स्मार्ट तो नहीं हूँ, पर मैं मेरी सेविंग्स तो बढ़ा सकता हूँ, right? With inflation, I'll increase my investment by 10%. Again, sorry, but I can't edit the Excel over here. So, who do you think makes more money? Yeah, thoda obvious na, because the way I'm asking, the fact that I'm asking means that Sumit will make more money. But do you know by how much? So, this guy, Rajesh, despite being the best guy out there, he gets the highest return in his friend circle, ends up at 27 lakhs. Because, again, he makes 27.5 lakhs ke aaspas. Sumit is at almost 29 lakhs. Despite being one of the worst guys in terms of rate of return that he's achieved. Purely by habit of saving. He's done nothing, he's not done anything extraordinary. He's just saved efficiently, that's all. So, one example was of time, which I told you. Now the second example I wanted to show you is just by efficiently saving, how do you enhance your wealth creation journey? Okay. Now another example. Let's assume there are two young nephrologists and they're starting their career together. 25 साल के हैं. शायद nephrologist नहीं बन सकते 25 साल में. I know in today's day, but let's assume they are doctors. चलो, sorry about that. But one guy just starts investing. चलो 10,000 है, मेरी income तो आ गई, you know, छोटा मोटा residency में. I'll start before that. This guy says नहीं, let me establish myself. अभी बहुत खर्चा है, ये है, वो है. मैं 2 गुना SIP करूँगा, लेकिन 10 साल के बाद करूँगा, right? So he says मैं wait करता हूँ, इसने start कर दिया और कुछ भी नहीं किया. और दोनों batchmates है, so they turn at the age of 50. Who do you think makes more money? I've put some basic stuff over here. So this guy's put almost 30 lakhs over the course of 25 years. 25 साल की उम्र से start किया up to 50. This guy started at the age of 35, but he's doubled his investment. So he's actually put more money, by the way. So throughout his 15-year journey of investment, which is Sajeev. So he's put 36 lakhs. So again, it'll be a little obvious why am I asking this question. Who do you think makes more money? Sajeev. But you know by how much? Now this is a little baffling question. The difference is almost by 1 crore. This guy is at 2 crore, this guy is at 1.9, so almost 2 crore. So look at the difference. This guy, Sahil, is one who started early. So it is not just about, you know, increasing savings or putting more money, and more money only brings more money. Time obviously has its own credentials, which is why the exponentiality works in your favor, right? The earlier you start, the better it is. So simple, it's also a game of time, and time is the biggest differentiator, like you saw in the formula that I told you. No matter what it is, no matter what you can afford, even if it's a 1,000 rupee SIP, you should start it. We do SIPs for our own house help at home, for example. And we've urged them to start early. So when their kids go to school and they start finding a job, we support them. Chal tu start to kar, we'll support you on half the amount or whatever it is. If at that level they can start, they'll see a big difference in their lives 10 years down the line or 20 years down the line. So medical professional, being medical professionals, you guys I'm sure will have a much better condition and much better amounts that you can start with, right? So starting early has its own perks. Right. So moving to the next. Now this is something which I see on the biggest condition or the biggest issue pertaining to most investors is this, in my opinion, right? Recency bias and action bias. जो अभी चल रहा है या जो अभी हो चुका है in the recent past, वही सब fresh है. वो ऊपर उसके पहले का सब भूल जाते हैं, right? अभी if you ask anybody, they'll think stock market is the best place to invest, right? उसके सिवा तो पैसा बनता ही नहीं है. And the same was completely absent in COVID. Everybody had forgotten. सब गालियाँ देने लगे थे into the stock markets and all of that. How does this happen, right? So the last line, I'm not sure if everybody can see. This is the ultimate truth in our field, in the field of investment in general. Prices drive narratives, and sometimes ulta, narratives also drive prices. जो अच्छा है उसको सब सच धज के टॉप हेडलाइंस में आके 4 एक्सपर्ट्स को बुला के टीवी में बुमा बम करके सब बिक जाएगा. अच्छे टाइम में कोई नहीं पूछता है. Nobody cares. As long as money is made, everything is good under the sun. And the reverse is also true. When things are very, very bad, it's completely the reverse as well. So I'll tell you how this is. So our mind is a very funny thing, right? So imperfections of the forces in the market or the forces in the world of finance, and the imperfections of your brain, because you've already made certain impressions. ये अभी हुआ है तो ये ऐसे ही होगा, and we extrapolate. अगले last 2 साल में ये हुआ था, अभी ऐसे होगा. These two imperfections will make a very deadly cocktail, which is something which is well destructive, not well creative in the long run, right? So let me give you an example. Let me first give you an example of action bias. What do I mean by action bias? Action bias मतलब कुछ तो करूँ, कुछ लेना चाहिए, कुछ बेचना चाहिए, कुछ अगर मैं हाथ नहीं चलाऊंगा, फ़ोन नहीं घुमाऊंगा, ट्रांजैक्शन नहीं करूंगा तो मेरा कुछ नहीं होगा, which is what people think. So let me just tell you what is in very simple words, what do you mean by action bias? So you see this image in front of you, right? What is this? It's a goalkeeper. Goal के आगे खड़ा है, एक penalty shot है, let's assume. Now I'll tell you how this actually. So goalkeeper क्या कहता है penalty के shot में? He has to try to save the goal from the striker whoever was shooting towards the goal. पर होता क्या है, ज़्यादातर times you've seen the goal हो जाता है, because it's a big goal. Keeper देखना है, he can only make a guess, and ultimately, more often than not, goal is scored. So statistics show 40% of the times the ball is hit right in the middle. Either he has to just move to the right or to the left. Barely move, मतलब one jump or one hand extended. But only 6% of the times the goalkeeper is actually still. This is what stats show all across in all the top leagues of football in the world. ऐसे क्यों होता है? अगर 40 ये डेटा मेरे पास नहीं है, उनके पास भी है. इनके तो coaches have everything, all the statistics data of everything that they need to do to prepare for a match. If 40% time, which is almost half, right? So you know that the ball is coming towards you. You don't have to do anything. You just have to take a call and move from right or left from your own spot and not make a big leap. So the problem is, think about the goalkeeper. Now you put yourself in the keeper's. He also knows these statistics. उसको पता है कि ये शायद मैं खड़ा रहूँगा तो बॉल मेरे पास आएगा. But अगर मैं खड़ा रहा, फिर भी गोल गया, तो पूरी दुनिया will give him गाली. तुमने कुछ नहीं किया, तुम तो खड़े थे. मतलब तुमने effort भी नहीं डाली, right? All the fingers are pointing towards him, and he loses. I mean, he's bearing the brunt of everybody's frustration. But if he jumps and the goal still goes, मेहनत तो की है, कुछ नहीं, try तो किया, हो जाएगा, चलो next time कर लेंगे. He's off the hook, right? Nobody says anything. He's not not attached to any blame. It's this exactly what happens in finance. 98% of the times, all you have to do in the world of investing is do nothing. You just have to sit, because people forget what are they putting money in. You're investing in a business ultimately. Business koi have overnight every quarter cannot do jadoo. All the largest companies of the world have taken many, many years and many years of struggle to reach where they are. But you want instant gratification, right? The promoters of the company are attached to it for 20 years and 30 years. So funny thing is, in the stock markets in India, even today, the largest wealth is still created by the promoters of India. There are great investors, of course, but on volume terms, it's only the promoters who have made money, because nobody's held till so long. Because बहुत सारे reasons आते हैं बीच में ना, war आता है, elections आता है, ये भी आता है, वो भी आता है, मोदी जी आएंगे, मोदी जी नहीं आएंगे, ऐसा होगा, वैसा होगा. We try to find reasons to justify our need to take action, and India actually runs despite the government, not because of the government, right? And that is what history has also shown. Over the last 37 years, see the record of the stock markets, right? If you did nothing and just bought the index, still made money, tremendous amount of money. So, which is why here is the reality, right? Your return, the stock returns or the index returns are never investor returns, because we just never have the bandwidth or the patience to wait it through. Ek bhanak of problem and one bhanak of something going wrong, and we are all rushing through the exit door, which is unfortunately the reality of life. So this is what it is. So this is what I wanted to show you what action bias is.
Rushel, time is running out. I know it's 20 minutes is very, very short to make money, because we struggle entire life actually. But then still, I think you can finish summarize in next few minutes. Then a lot of interesting we can cover it in the.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. I'll do that. So I have 5 minutes. Okay, cool. Right. So, and recency bias, I told you short-term memory, right? FOMO. उसने ले लिया, मेरा बाजू वाला कमा गया, मैं रह गया, तो मैं भी डाल देता हूँ. अभी तो ये बहुत चल रहा है, because markets are at a high, so you'll see much more of it. I'm sure most of you have experienced this. बिना सोचे समझे वो कमा गया, मैं रह गया, तो मैं डाल दूँ. Again, recipe for destruction. This is the ultimate truth. The only two emotions which are ever true are greed and fear. No matter what it is, history always rhymes. It does not repeat necessarily, but it will always rhyme. और यही दो चीज़ drive the entire investor experience at the end of the day, right? And सब लोग extreme ले लेते हैं. अरे अभी बहुत मंदी आने वाली है, अभी बहुत तेजी होने वाली है. बस बीच में अरे but 90% of the times you're always in the middle. There is never an extreme in our lives, right? Why are we swinging to extremes? So I'll show you how people or conditions around us make us take extreme views, right? So again, sorry, I'll have to switch back to this. I'm just going to scroll. आपको सब पता चल जाएगा. मेरे को कुछ बोलने की इसमें ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी. These are all the headlines from the top newspapers or websites. And look at the date. This is just about when COVID, the first wave came in, and हमारा पहला lockdown announce हुआ था. So पूरा तबाही का scene हो गया है. So if you remember those days, this is not very long ago, three and a half odd years back. Lockdown started हुआ, market started melting, migrant worker problem, job losses, US economy shrinking. And you see, everything is negative. ऐसा लगेगा कि बंद ही हो गया, मतलब everything is shut. And which is true, because we had no idea. This was the biggest humanitarian crisis we've seen in the last 30 years or so, right? 60% business closures, everything, right? Market fell 37% in 10 days. It was a record fall. Now, see what happens. ये डेट देखो 25 तारीख 2020. Morgan Stanley, which is one of the most renowned investment bankers, cuts target to 32,000. और ये क्या होता है? नवंबर में सीधा 50,000. ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है? 5 महीने में पूरा उल्टा. Remember my first slide. Prices drive narratives. It is just that. न्यूज़ पढ़ता कौन है? हम लोग पढ़ते हैं ना, तो हम लोग कंज्यूम करेंगे, हम लोग बातें करेंगे, तो छापेंगे, उनको क्या है? Everybody has a motive. Everybody has an incentive to work towards, right? And all of us. This is nobody's exception to this. So किस्मत की हवा कैसे change हो जाती है? And कुछ ऐसे बदला नहीं था by November, right? We just came out of the lockdown. Things started just opening up a little bit, but we are still under restrictions. But despite this, everything, and then suddenly see all the headlines, how they just change. This is all during around November, and then Diwali after the first lockdown was over. Record inflow, then historic rise in the US GDP, and PLI got announced, auto sales recovery, the largest capex was announced, etc., etc. Housing numbers, सब कुछ अच्छा. इससे आपको लगेगा कि ऐसे 6 महीने में ऐसे न्यूज़ कैसे पोलराइज इतनी चेंज हो जाती है. But this is how it is. This is the reality that we live in. So the honest answer when people ask, at least me, right, market क्या लगता है अभी डालूं? नहीं पता. That's the honest answer. There is no way I know anything. Too many moving parts, too many conditions, too many things beyond our control. All you can do is time and just hope, that things will do well. But this is the golden truth, I think. It's never as bad as it looks, and it's never as good as it seems. You always try to find a balance in between. That's what it is. Let me just skip this because in interest of time. Now simple. Now because I've told you about a couple of biases. Can anyone give this answer? Early disclaimer, I was wrong, by the way. Even I went wrong in this. So there is no shame in trying at least. A financial guy is going wrong in numbers, so you have nothing to worry. Let's assume these are funds in the same category for the argument's sake. This is year-wise return. कौन सा सबसे अच्छा है आपके हिसाब से? Or where will you invest your money in? Fourth? इसमें बीच में minus है. I don't know if the guys at the end can see. There are a couple of minuses also. 3. So a couple of people here I heard Dr. Saab said fund 3. I heard a lot of fund 4s over there. Majority were 4s. 4 just anybody for anybody else? Any other option? No? Okay. 1? I'm saying 1. Okay. ठीक है. So the answer is all are the same. 10% ये सबका answer. But yours is, जिसने भी 4 बोला ना, this is where recency bias came, right? I just spoke about recency bias. आपको लगा कि steady return है तो सबसे अच्छा होगा. ऐसा नहीं है. These are also good, but the journey is very different, right? Look at the journey, how this is going. So assume there are 4 friends investing in 4 funds. वो तो है. So I'll tell you how, in reality, what happens, right? There will be 4 guys. Let's assume they are batchmates. 1, 2 are very savvy. They think they'll definitely कुछ करना ही चाहिए. You have to buy out of the box तो ही पैसा बनेगा. उसको 35% मिला पहले साल में, दूसरे साल में. 2, 3 और 4 वाले को लगेगा अरे मैं तो रह गया, अरे इसने तो कितना कमा लिया, मेरा तो नीचे चला गया, खराब हो गया मेरा फंड. वो क्या करते हैं, इस वजह से निकाल के उसमें डाल देते हैं. फिर इनको सीधा -50 पे हो जाता है. So this is where unfortunately in our field of work, दो ही लोग आते हैं जिसके पास पैसा है और जिसके पास experience है, right? So we claim that we have the experience. So पैसे वाले लोग आते हैं और invariably क्या हो जाता है? Experience वाले को पैसा मिल जाता है, पैसे वाले को experience मिल जाता है. That is the sad truth of life that people have. But unfortunately, this is exactly what we should not do. But if you play this in real life, people switch when they think somebody else is doing better, mine is bad, I should move. That is exactly what you should not do at that point of time. And this is how things work out, because at the end, everybody is on the same level playing platform. But but the journey is very, very different. So you have to just make sure that you stick to your guns. You know, pick your right strategy and stick to that strategy. That's it. Just to quickly conclude, I think this is a little more relevant in today's world. When I ask a lot of people, I have time, I can research, I can do online, I have all the resources. Now, when I push down, I realize they are more on WhatsApp groups rather than reading anything, right? And WhatsApp is not a mode of knowledge, but WhatsApp is just a mode of communication, people in our own family, in my own industry, I've seen they are on 15, 16 stock market groups. Ye le lo, wo le lo, short term, candlestick, ye, wo, whatever it is. But when I ask them, how many annual reports have you read? Chalo, aapko karna hai na investing? Go for it. Everybody should have a shot at it. How many annual reports have you read? 0. How many balance sheets you've gone through? 0. So this is not something just because you can buy and sell in a second that life is very easy and you can make money, which it seems right now, because in the last 3 months everybody's made tremendous money, and last 3 years particularly have been good. But when things go haywire and things go bad, I've seen the worst of people come out at that point of time, right? And this is where your knowledge actually comes to your saving. हम बड़ी बड़ी बातें करते हैं, वॉरेन बुफे का नाम लेते हैं, but these are the guys who actually show their mettle in the worst times. So simple thing is read more and hearsay less, right? Hearsay is मतलब WhatsApp पे तो सिर्फ it's only your stock tips and quick money making options which are there. So don't be afraid to make mistakes, but keep reading. There is no end to how much you can read, and it doesn't mean you read only about stock market. You can read about anything. History, geopolitics, it could be macroeconomics. There's so many things which can give you great ideas where to invest in. So I think less WhatsApp and more, hopefully, annual reports or at least better quality blogs or whatever it is. Right? And I think...
Yeah, you will have to summarize, because your passion is showing so much that we will all feel that FOMO effect that only you are investing, we haven't invested. I think you will have to...
Sure, sorry. So we'll wrap it up. I feel, please don't go by short-term events and elections and ye and wo and paisa kam hai zyada. I look at India from a decadal point of view. I have an entire 2-page list of certain stats which I wanted to ideally show. But India, we are very privileged that we are in a fast-growing economy, probably in the fastest 2-3 in the world now. Very stable government, great demographics, the youngest population, working population at our disposal. In the developing zone, and whether it's the BJP government, Modi government, or whatever it is, we just have natural demographics. We just need somebody out there to just not make any bad decisions. Let's put it that way, right? And at least add fuel to fire. Baki kuch karne ki zarurat nahi hai. There are tremendous entrepreneurs which are there in the country, amazing sunrise sectors which are there in our own industry. Look at your own sector, for example, healthcare, pharma, diagnostics. So much potential out there which you can explore. So think about a decade rather than anything else, and just invest for the long bit. And and hopefully you'll try and catch something post this session. Feel free to walk to me if you have any questions, thoughts.
Yeah, you are part of that special group with people will come and ask you. We have Meet the Professor session. You are the professor for finance.
So.
Meet the professors.
Anyway, thanks you. Sorry, I'll have to cut it short now. Thank you so much.
So we have a father and son duo here who will be doing this. Dr. Narendra Dedia is a nephrologist from Mumbai, and Rushil Dedia is, or rather Narendra Dedia is Rushil Dedia's father. I don't know how he wants to be addressed.
Yeah. So we move on quickly to the next session. May I request the chairpersons, Dr. Sonal Dalal and Dr. Sachin Soni, to please come on stage. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, chairpersons. And this is a panel discussion for financial planning for nephrologists. And Dr. Narendra Dedia sir is going to be the panelist, is the moderator. And panelists are Apurva Jain and Rushil Dedia.
Thank you very much. I think before me also somebody spoke that we will be doing without slides. So yes, this will be a without slides talk. All of you want to make money? I think no answer. Nobody wants to make money. Yes. Yeah. So I think this is most important basic questions I will put it here, that we doctor usually talk that paise ka baat mat karo, money baat mat karo. But at the inside everyone knows that we want to make money. And everybody want to make money. Then why you are afraid of talking about that? If you can make money legitimately, legally, what is wrong? So please think about that making money legally or legitimately is always good and advisable. You could have seen that Rushil probably wanted to talk a couple of hours more, but then yes, he was not allowed to talk, and we know obvious reason. So we can have a separate session for this. And this is why it is important, because we takes almost 20, 25, 30 years to reach to financial freedom. And what I mean by the financial freedom, that your passive income, I will repeat, your passive income should be more than your active income, and that is the time where you can think about the retiring. And if you start at the age of 35, probably the majority of the will start the practice at the age of 35. By 55, 20 years is more than enough. Yes, I will repeat, 20 years is more than enough to achieve the financial freedom. And it's very, very simple. At the end of today's this panel discussion, probably at least I will give you that message, how to achieve that financial freedom. And which is, I'm sure, you will say, "Arey, ye to humko bhi malum tha." This is so simple. And I think it is absolutely that simple also. So, friends, I think what important message Rushil has tried to convey about the compounding effect, that is very important. Now here, I will put some of my personal experience so that it can give you the better experience. I think he mentioned about the most important is a time factor, T. And that is the T which, what we talk about the compounding effect. Kidhar gaye? I think Umesh ran away. Huh? No, panel discussion I didn't want it. I wanted to give. Sonia, how many kids you have? 2 kids. So this was my theory. What I have never learned about the finance from the beginning. And somebody talk about the tips in the practice, and somebody talk about how to build the things. What I always realize that what we are lacking in our study or in our curriculum is a management course. Where IITian people score over us, they have something like a management course. They talk about that, and majority of time in the medical curriculum, medical education, that is the lacking. And that's why we are extremely good in our profession, but we are very poor in the management. That could be the interpersonal management, that could be the financial management, and so on. So Sachin, can you have a third child? I don't want to give you mic. He says yes. See what I mean to say, now this is the compounding effect of beauty, just to want to make.
Yes, I want your clarification.
I think we have 15 minutes. In that you have to discuss how many children people want.
Yes. So I just wanted to question, you are asking me financial feasibility or biological
So
feasibility?
what I mean was a virtual child. Now, friends, normally your wife is pregnant, pregnancy expenses, then nursery expenses, getting clothes for the child expenses, getting education, getting higher education, sending abroad, or buying medical seat, then marriage. So child becomes 30 years of the age. Till that, he or she will earn for himself or herself or for family? No. Right? How much average money, Dr. Kher, you will spend for the child? No, per month I am telling you. Per month. So average कितना होगा? 25,000, 50,000, 50,000. Dr. Kher spent 50,000, but I am not that rich. I will spend 25,000 per month. Okay, Sony?
When my second child was born, I have one relative who is like equally financially competent and very active. He told me 1 crore.
No, per month.
I am not trying up, like he said, your child is worth 1 crore till he gets. In that he said in 2009. So I know.
So I am talking about that we will come up to the 25,000. Now here I want to give you the example of the compounding effect. Suppose you put 5,000 rupees SIP, just simple SIP, nothing else. Is you no brainer. You don't require any brain. Blindly put money, money, money. Rushil was explaining you 10,000 rupees, yeah, 100 rupees per month, something. So I'm doing 25,000, 5,000 per month. Till 30 years. How much money you are putting? 18 lakhs.
Yeah.
60,000 into 30, 18 lakhs. 18 lakh rupees you are putting not together every month. How much money it will become at the end of the 30 years? 1 CR. Anybody wants to guess? So I will tell you the return. 15% annualized return, CAGR. CAGR means year on year return is 15%. Anybody want to guess? Come on. It will be around 1 crore 75 lakh rupees. अब काफी नजदीक थे आप. So now suppose if Dr. Kher, how many kids you have? 2. Your third virtual child, if you would have put 50,000 rupees per month, how much money you will be having at the age of the 30 years of the child? 50,000. We were talking about the. So how much? Almost it will be 35 to 40 crore rupees. 35 to 40 crore rupees. Now Dr. Kher, beauty is here. Listen. If your first 2 child knows ये बाप के पास 35 करोड़ का तीसरा लड़का है या लड़की है, वो कभी छोड़ के नहीं जाएंगे आपको. So Dr. Kher will take a better care. So this was just trying to give you the compounding effect. And here I will tell you my personal experience also, compounding effect. I had done for the, so such juggleries I had done a lot, and that has helped me a lot. And, but then I realized much later. क्यों? पहले ज्ञान नहीं था. So unfortunately, Umesh had not organized such kind of meetings when we were younger. But fortunately for you people, he has done it when you are younger, so you can take the advantage of that. And here my personal experience is that I had done one thing for my medical insurance. I realize as my age is going to increase, insurance companies are going to increase the premium. Now what is insurance company? Anybody can think? क्या है insurance company? Insurance company, they are taking premium from us. On that, they are adding GST. From that, they are giving commission to the agent. And so मैंने कुछ 10,000 दिया तो वो 10,000 में से एक्चुअली इंश्योरेंस कंपनी को तो जाता होगा 6,000 या 7,000, बाकी जीएसटी में चले जाएगा, कमीशन चले जाएगा एजेंट को, एंड सो ऑन. So amount of money reaching to the insurance company is actually 30-40% less than what we are paying. From that company, they are running the big houses in the कांच के बिल्डिंग्स इतने बड़े बड़े चलाते हैं, बिगर लोगों को सैलरीज देते हैं, देन शेयर होल्डर को डिविडेंड देते हैं, एंड आफ्टर दैट दे आर पेइंग यू द मेडिकल प्रीमियम. एंड if some year they have a loss, they will increase the premium. So then I thought, why not I should start my own way of investing rather than giving to the insurance company. So I started one SIP, which is still continuing. But ये मुझे ज्ञान हुआ at the age of 52. Today I am 65. So those, and a very small SIP I am doing separately for that, apart from the equity investment, I am putting a 10,000 rupees per month. That SIP has given me, just now I was checking before that, in fact, unfortunately I don't have the slides, around 20% of CAGR. 20% of CAGR, actually it has given me till today. I will give the fund name. It was originally Reliance Growth Fund and now it's a Nippon Growth Fund. So that has given me that kind of return. So why you want to do any jugglery? Why you want to, अरे मेरे को tips दो कौन सा share में डालूं, कौन सा equity में डालूं, क्यों करूं? This is so simple. 10,000. So amount of money what I have put is around totally 10 करके maybe around 15 lakhs. Today it is more than 65 lakhs. And suppose I am not taking any money out of this within 5 years, it will become more than now because quantum become big. Though I am putting a small, so he was a time factor. Important is again here time factor. Now quantum becomes so big, so even I put 10,000 SIP, it will grow. And this is only 12 years picture. So how can it become a much more? So friends, this is the major advantage of taking the time factor, putting the long term, and this is the beauty of the compounding effect. And that's why the people say the compounding effect is the 8th wonder of the world. And it's so simple, so I'm probably not easily done. Rushil, people will next questions. I will ask now, Rushil being he's the only financial advisor. How to choose the good financial advisor? That will be the common questions that people will ask, because now since we say it's so easy, people next question will ask how to find the fund which can give a 20% return, or how to find a fund which give a better result, and so on.
So the answer is there is no right answer, unfortunately. You'll only know with time and experience. And that's the way it is. How do I know if a doctor is good or not, right? I'll probably see कि result आया तो अच्छा डॉक्टर है, अच्छे से बात किया तो अच्छा डॉक्टर है, और कोई सख्ती से बात किया तो नहीं मैं किसी और के पास जाऊँगा. That's what you see in your day-to-day life. No way to find out. There are too many moving parts. So कुछ नहीं, पहले ये सब discussion ही नहीं होना चाहिए. There's no need to go to a product. That's my simple point. And see, there are 2,000 mutual fund schemes, right? Now, which one is good, which one is bad? I think the problem is, in finance, everybody is looking for the black and white answer. A lot of finance is just grey. There is just no way to give you a right or wrong answer, right? And some things are suited for somebody and some things are not. I don't think if somebody is making a 7% return, even in an FD-like product, or FD itself, but if कुछ और ज़रूरत नहीं है ज़िंदगी में, that is a great return. You don't need to do anything in life. You don't have to chase a 15% equity-like product because you don't understand the risks. And when you don't need it, then why do you go about it? So I think you ought to be cognizant of your own financial goals on your requirement and then decide the product. And product is the last thing which should come to the point. So I think it's only with time and experience and somebody who puts your interests first. But these are all very nice things to say and probably very ideal things to say. But ये आपको time के साथ ही पता चलेगा कि वो deliver हो रहा है कि नहीं. But I think the simplest thing is to go by references. If you have people who've gone to that person, if they recommended, they've shared the experience. I think nothing sells better in health and wealth is personal experience and personal references. Yeah, it helps actually. There's actually an SIP in charity also, by the way, which I follow, for example. So I do that. But I mean, this will bring you whatever du'ain and all of that, whatever that you say. It helps in the long term. 100%. But that's a whole new discussion.
Here I will try to summarize that, yes, way you have to try and find out the कोई मेरे को पूछता था what is the marriage? I say marriage is a gamble, but everybody has to play it. So similarly, but here it's not that difficult. So basic thing here I will try and summarize that you should have a financial knowledge. I don't say that you should not have the financial knowledge. You should know basic about the finance, so you will definitely able to select who is your good financial advisor. Then it is not going to be difficult. For the successful in a practice, there are two main important parts, apart from the so many other things. One is you should have a good charter accountant, good CA, good tax advisor. And second is a good financial advisor. Now, why I'm telling you good CA? Because indirectly good CA becomes your partner, and he can help you in designing your way of practice, how you will be more successful, and so on. Dr. Jain, you want to say on that the tax planning is how much important?
The financial planning, actually this the key factor, the compounding factor is the most important thing. You cannot, the rates and the principle are beyond your comprehension. The only thing that you can comprehend and do is the time factor. So starting early and try to live longer. This way you can expand the lifespan of your finances. The other thing is this, that learning is very important. You have to devote time. You have to understand what are CAGRs, what are return on investment, what is ROI, what is GDP, how you have to exceed the standard rate of inflation plus GDP of your country in order to preserve your investments. You should know basics of equity investing, fundamentals of how a company runs, what are the factors while you consider equity investing, which company to invest in, which are the primary things which you can just see cursorily and then decide. To begin with, investment portfolio of a person who is coming off from a institute, just starting his practice, in the early years you can take a bit more of risk, and you can have a diversified portfolio in which you can have a slightly high risk funds in the ratio of maybe around 40-45% up to 50%, and stable funds in the ratio of 50%. And as you age, gradually you can reduce the risk component of your investment portfolio and go to a more secure funding. So how do you decide about what should be your retirement amount, what should be your retirement corpus? There is no single answer to that, but generally there is a rule of 40. I think Rashil must be saying that 40 times your annual expense should be there. And if this 40 times the annual expense is then put in a very safe fund like a fixed deposit also, maybe it will yield 6.5-7%, even then it will be able to support your reasonable degree of life, quality of life.
Yeah, unfortunately, I started, I heard Narendra Dedia's talk earlier also. I stuck to early time factor. We started on time, yet the compounding effect of getting delayed in our sessions continued, and eventually we are now very late. So I would request Dr. Narendra Dedia to wind up this, because 8:30 we have to leave the
I will
hall.
summarize here, Umesh. Thank you very much. Now, since everybody agreed that it's so simple, so this is the actual fact. Chairman of the Amazon asked the Warren Buffett on the dinner meet. Warren Buffett regularly does the dinner meet for the driving the donation and helping for the philanthropic type. He says, Mr. Buffett, it is so simple, but then why everybody is not becoming rich? And his answer was only one line: nobody wants to become rich very slowly. I think message is that for the youngster it is today is very important. I hear a lot, I don't want to give the name, but I hear a lot that this fellow went for FNO, he lost 50 lakh rupees and 1 crore rupees and so on. So please think before going for the FNO and such things and losing the money in the early time of your career. It is very, very important. Thank you. Thank you very much. And sorry friends, actually anybody wants anything for the financial advice, anytime they can contact me or Rushil or...
No, I think 8:30 we have this meet the professor session in the other room over drinks and dinner. At that time, I think you will have to be around to answer their queries. Yeah.
Sure. So we quickly move on to the next work-life balance by Urmila Anand ma'am, and can I please request the chairpersons, Dr. Manjusha Yadla, Dr. Smriti Sinha, and Dr. Sandeep Mitra to chair the session.
We have already done very badly in work-life balance.
I know.
Till now it was
This
only
is-
work, hardly any life actually. So
I think this is the time all of you are thinking of your work-life balance. कहाँ फंस गए बोल के, that's the only thing. Manjusha, I'll start because we can discuss at the panel discussion. Now, why are we concept that we have, this happens is like this. This is the Venn diagram. You're sitting in the middle. Your work is this side, your life is that side, and you have your interests, family, hobbies, etc. Actually, that work is part of your life. That is the Venn diagram where it is. So, you please, all youngsters, please don't separate work and life. Work is, as for you all, it is, I have learned this. It's part of our life, and I have talked to 3 nephrologists. The pretty girl in yellow has just finished her DM. The second lady is an assistant professor in PGI. She is much pretty, Punjabi girl. She is an assistant professor in PGI Chandigarh. And this gentleman, I don't see him, is a mid-career nephrologist. I asked all of them to put into their context what do they mean by work-life balance. And you'll realize, and at the end of it, the rapidly aging nephrologist who's died here will tell you what I have understood. But you will see how the concept of work-life balance actually changes throughout your career. This is this girl. She knows that if she wants to choose nephrology, in our time we were just said, why did you choose nephrology? Because it is aligned to internal medicine. That's all I knew. So now youngsters are thinking the interest in subject, the life balance, do I have research opportunities? Will I be able to do transplant or intervention? All of them think before they actually decide a schedule. And then they are worried, how will be my night duties, transplant duties, seminars, etc. At home, being a lady, she has all the other me time functions. So this is how a young DM girl thinks, and she tries to realize, and I think all of you has been a recurrent theme today throughout the meeting. If you really want to have a balance, have a mentor, have self-care, think of your health. Everybody talks about time, and most important thing, prioritize your job. Don't do everything together. Find out what you think is good, and always have short-term goals. You should know, when I went to Hyderabad, I thought this is it. I will not go anywhere. Before I know, I have shifted somewhere else. So you cannot have long-term goals in your life. This is again from Jasmine. She also, all of them have this Hamlet soliloquy in their life now, whether to be or not to be. And same, the questions are very clear-cut. Why should I do this? Who's my mentor? What time I will do? Why should I not do? The complexity of kidney. So it has changed actually for all of you. Work is making important, and you're asking questions to yourself as to why we should do work. And the same thing, and they all want to burn out. And this is Vali in his inimitable style. I always like his slides. He is now mid-career, and he now realizes his question and queries are different from the youngsters who were more worried, what should I do in nephrology? Why should I do nephrology? He now looks his professional commitment and his personal life, and he realizes that his commitment at mid-level is the demands of career, emotional stress. He is now at a level when he has to make decisions, and he actually misses many personal events in life. So he realizes for youngsters like you, you should have clear boundaries between personal life and work, get time for family separately, and also develop a support system. This is what we have learned as you grow older. Youngsters, when you're doing your DM, you don't have time to think of this. The second area that he also thinks, and I think all of us should think, patients' health are important, but your health is also important. So you should get into this, that the irony he says is we don't take care of our own health because of our habits, exercise limitations, rest, etc. So he believes that all of us, to have a balance, we should have regular health checks, stress management, and always cultivate hobbies and all. Finally, again, he believes at his work, time management and delegation of work. Don't do everything yourselves. Don't get into a system of doing everything. Learn to balance. Even at a younger age, learn to delegate and learn to do your things separately so that your work and life becomes different. And so he believes that multitasking and personal growth are different. And you know, the convergence that is happening. You have multitasking at your work level, your life level also you should have multitasking. You should have self-reflecting practices, do things and activities which help you grow. Please understand there is a merging between your work and life. They both don't mean different connotations in your life. What you can do at your work, you can do at your personal life also. It is just how you give your time at what level of your career. So at work you task, at home also you have different ways of thinking. Now this is my experience. This concept that we have to achieve balance is actually a big misconception. This balance does not exist. Work bleeds into your personal life and your personal life bleeds into your work. This is a truth which we cannot do that. So many authors like Warren Buffett was being mentioned, he does not believe in work-life balance. He means in work-life harmony. You should have an harmony between your work and life. If you're happy outside of your work, you are good at your, if you're happy at home, good at work. If you're not unhappy, you're not good at home. So you have to see that you balance both together and work this. And this is my second, that life needs to be compartmentalized, that you give 50% time for your work, 50% for your life. Or you have 8 hours of sleep, 8 hours at work, 8 hours at home, 8 hours of sleeping. All of us know sitting here, this is impossible. We can never do this. And there are days which you will put 10 hours of work, but then there will be Sundays or other days which you will only do 2 hours. Your colleague will be doing the other work. So what is important for you the day that you're doing 10 hours, please realize you're doing that 10 hours because that is your priority that day. You have a sick transplant patient, that is your priority. But then there are days when your OPDs are less, when Narayan doesn't have to go to OPD, he can just relax for 2 hours and go to Hazratganj and have some galoti kebabs also. So you can, that is what you can do. You can prioritize yourself. Work will always take your precedence when you have a deadline. But if you don't have a deadline or you have completed your deadline and you know you're going to go for a vacation, then family will take precedence. So you have to know, it is not that today I will have a deadline till 10 o'clock and then I will go home and then I'll have a vacation. And in certain phases of your life, for youngsters, deadlines will always take precedence. So don't crib if your professor does not give you leave for going out for a marriage or something. Because you are in the safe stage, and you should not say, I don't have a work-life balance. There are certain stages in life you will not have balance. So, and the other thing of balance is we should have everything. I should go for yachting, I should go for golfing, I will have 10 transplants, I will do all the intervention. You should not be doing that. You will sacrifice something. Like I'm traveling for a conference, I'm sacrificing at my home. So that is very important. And you can also realize you can never compensate. That I have 3 days in Kolkata for my work, so next day I will buy an ice cream for my husband. Does not work. This does not work. So you have to get out of this mindset completely. And don't have, aspire that you want everything. Everything for or your vacation, me time, everything. That will not happen. But you should be very sure what are your goals and dreams. I was 100% sure what my dreams and goals are, that I will be with my family even if I have to travel from 5 metropolitan cities of this country, being born in this city also. And you should realize this very early in your life. Take out the chaff that you don't need. I will love to sit with my family and watch a movie at Netflix at home rather than go to a theater and stand for 3 hours. You should know what is that you want. And then cut down things which you don't want to do. Many of us did when we cut down our travel and conferences when our children were growing up. Time management is always told, my ex-employer told me I could not manage, but this is getting out of fashion. As a doctor, we cannot say that I'm sitting in my OPD and I cannot avoid distraction. There are times when I'm sitting in my OPD, I feel somebody comes and takes me out for a coffee. I will go. I will tell them and go. So learn to live with that we don't have to be busy always. Even at your work time, you can make some balance. So that is it. So instead of managing this time, select your time for what you want to spend. Even 10 minutes of something that gives you a cup of coffee, do that. Rather than doing nothing. And so expend your energy for the right time, things at the right time which you want, and it will give you less stress. Technology helps achieve work-life balance, I agree. Many of us are doing that. Chatbots are helping out. Telemedicines, get that for your balance. But clinical work, all of us need personal touch. I'm sorry, even in my hospital, I'm typing computers and patient is talking this side, I'm looking at the computer. But if at all you want AI, use gadgets at home, which many of us have now. Lights are put on, microwave gets on when you go, so that work comes down. Flexibility of work, which we don't have. It doesn't matter how you do it, you should do many meaningful work. I go at 10 o'clock in the morning, I work till 6 o'clock, but that time of 8 hours is much better than if I go at 8 o'clock in the morning, half sleepy, and leave at 4 o'clock. So you should have that flexibility and you see where you can work. And many of us fit into the larger picture. Like my students, some of them come at 8 to 4, other comes at 12 to 8. So that you give them the flexibility and your work is also done. Early bird never catches the worm. So it's not true that you have to get up early in the morning. I used to get up. Some of us are night beavers. They work more in the night. Some do more. So that doesn't mean that you get up early and go late and you have done more. No. Just see what is your productive time. If it is 10 to 5, it is your productive time. You don't have to get up at 8 and work till 9 because the 2 hours before and the 4 hours there, you are not doing anything. So plan to understand this kind of work. And you don't have to work during off hours. This is also not true for us. Never say if a patient calls you, I am in my work-life balance, now I am in my lifetime, I should not. You cannot have strict boundaries. You have to work through this. Now, why I am saying this, we have all gone through this stress. A time comes when you have to accept certain things and make it part of your life. And that's how it does. So less work makes you happier, not true. Even working 18 hours makes you happier, that's also not true. I know many youngsters put Narayan Murthy hours, but they are nowhere happy nowadays. So you should just put as much as you do. And then some folks, like Rajesh Kumar, who works 70 plus hours every day and he's happy. So it's all your happiness. If you're happy with working more, do it. But then you should not say it's not, my life is imbalanced. Your life is balanced because you're doing what is happening. I think I'll take this off. So this is what I have learned is if you really want work-life balance, find life at your work and do that most importantly. This is anesthesiology, a paper which came. Anesthesiologist was asked what makes them happy. For somebody, it is the anesthesia. Somebody, it is the post-op care. Somebody is the pre-op conversation. For somebody to know about the drug. So each one of us as a nephrologist, somebody likes intervention, somebody, Sachin likes doing fistula, draw strength from different activities, situations and moments in our professional life. That makes you happy and that is your life at work. Please try to understand that and dedicate yourself for what you like to do best. And what employers can do at flexible working hours. And if you look into these are all hospitals actually. And these are not the patient areas, these are doctors' areas where they can sit, enjoy. These are hospitals in Spain. So we should also get a system of, when you go home, come to work, you should feel as if you are at home. So that makes you feel that it continues, your life continues. And woman vital workforce, maybe I will be murdered for this, but outside the hospital, 50% is of the other gender. When you come inside the hospital, if it comes down to 10%, obviously the discrepancy jars and it makes you more stressful. So always try to have a balancing workforce at your work. So at the end of the day, you may have that work. In that work, your life is okay, you have your best time. But here, at your work level, you decide what you want to do. And these are various parts of the pie. You can have a bigger pie or a smaller pie. But at work, Do things which make you happy, and that is your life. So your work also becomes part of it. Work is part of your life. Career can be a very enriching part of your life. Live your life well. So you see that work is also part of this life well lived. Make career choices from the beginning itself, the youngsters who were in consonance with your values. The whole day the discussion has been there. I want to be a government servant, or I want to be in the corporate. You choose that not because of money, you choose that because it makes you happy. There are many who have been in medical colleges and they have gone out. There are no categories called work or life, and life. It is actually love and loathe. So you should know what you love and what you loathe. And slowly over a period of time, which I have also done, create an imbalance at your workplace where you're doing more that you love than what you loathe, and less of what you loathe. Delegate the loathing part to your youngsters. But what you love doing, do it. And your balance actually becomes, your life becomes, and then you find your balance. So this is again from a lady, I forget her name. We cannot always do what we love, but find the love in what we do. That gives you your work-life balance. This is Jasmine Sethi. If you follow your heart, at work or at home, you will develop your balance. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. I think madam has summed up everything in a very sweet and shorter way. But to balance P1 and P2, that is the professional life and the personal life, we need 3 more Ps. That is passion, what madam has emphasized, passion to your work, passion to your family, prioritization, prudence as to do what and when and how. These are important to be profitable at the end of the day. That's another P that can be added. So all P's together. So I'm sure everybody will learn over a period of time. But what has been said, of late it's been said that doctors are all at the stress and all this. Avoid stress. Be with the family. As madam has said, one day you may work more, one day you may be with the family, one day you may be with the family, work less. But try to balance and rejuvenate yourself, liberate yourself in the best manner that you know, whether it be family, whether it be a romantic date, whether it be a family date. Please go out, liberate yourself, rejuvenate so that you come back to the work in a more stronger manner, empower yourself in a more healthier manner. Being healthy mentally, physically is equally important for us in the days that we are in right now. So it's not, as madam has already emphasized, it's not balance, it's harmony. Over to Smriti.
I think ma'am and Manjusha ma'am, everybody has really summarized everything. I think from a youngster point of view, the only other thing I feel in the 5 years that I have worked is that there's a lot of guilt for us because we have aspirations, we want to do everything. We a lot of time land up taking a lot more than what we can handle. And be it social media, be it conferences, be it academics, be it everything. And there's a point in life when I think we just burn out also. And that's a conversation I've commonly had with a lotot of people, especially my age. And
it's very simple. Prioritize what you
prioritize, exactly. So that's an ongoing
you can
learning
only do
procedure.
That much.
Yeah.
That's it.
So there are 2 steps forward you may take, and you might have to take a step back also sometimes to let yourself understand what is it that our priorities are. And not to associate guilt with that, I guess. Every time we take a step back, there's a lot of guilt that comes in. So I guess that is one practical tip.
So thank you so much. I think if there are any questions, probably Dr. Umesh suggests that.
I think there is a panel remaining.
Sure,
so
yeah, right. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So I'll quickly say.
Yeah, we'll quickly sum it
So
up.
the panel discussion is how to manage time for self and family. The moderator is Dr. Jitu Kurian. Yeah. The panelists, may I please request on stage, Dr. Swarnalatha Guditi, Dr. P.S. Wali, Dr. Lavi Gaur, and Dr. Anand Chelappan. May I please request Dr. Ajay Kher and Dr. Sakti Selva Kumar to be the chairpersons.
Is that you always, fail at the work-life balance. We also failed. We thought we'll finish work and have a nice life. We also failed.
Yeah, I've been very clearly instructed that it should not go beyond 15 minutes, so I think I'll rush through it. Most of it Dr. Urmila ma'am had already covered, and I'll be just briefing through the same. So we have an elegant panel here. Dr. Anand Chelappan, who is actually assistant professor now, is going to be the associate professor and in charge of AIIMS Nagpur nephrology department. Then we have Dr. Swarnalata, who is actually the head of the department and professor of nephrology in Nizam's Hyderabad. And she's also in charge of the disease donor program of the state of Telangana. And then we have Dr. P.S. Wali, the pictures of who just Dr. Urmila had projected. He's actually a very active Instagrammer. He has about close to 50,000 followers, or 40,000 followers. 10,000 less. Now we have Dr. P.S. Wali is a senior consultant nephrologist in Asian Institute of Urology and Nephrology, Hyderabad. And we have Dr. Lavi Gaur, who's again a consultant nephrologist in Vaishali. So we'll go ahead with the panel discussion. 20 minutes. We need all the answers short, sweet, and specific. Common questions will be projected in red and will be targeted to all the panelists. And we have specifically directed questions. Interaction with the audience at the dinner time. So let's go ahead. So I would ask the panelists to just briefly tell about the nature of the work, the hours of the day, their family, spouse, number of children, their hobbies, extracurricular activities, and how do you think this area of discussion is important? So if you have to just score it out of 100, the discussion of self-care and family, how important is it now out of 100? Or is it just that Dr. Umesh Khanna wanted to have some discussion on some topic randomly? Or is it that on 100, what is the score you'll give? So I'll start with Dr. Swarnalata. Keep it short, specific. No, just the work hours. What is a usual day? And what's your family like? And what is your hobbies? That's it.
Like my husband is also a doctor. He's a urologist. You know about me, and I have a daughter, and I think she's abroad now. She's pursuing her master's.
So how much is a working day? Your normal working day? How long does it go about?
No, it's like probably 10 to 12 hours.
Fair enough. So that's clear. Dr. P.S. Valley.
Yeah, I'm working in a private setup. My wife is also a doctor, medical microbiologist. I have 2 daughters, and my working hours are around 9 hours. And how much I'm going to score is probably we are discussing in this session, so 100%.
Yeah, so that's how much Dr. Swarnalata will score for us.
200%.
Yeah, so that's okay, fine. Go ahead, Dr. Lavi.
I work in a corporate hospital. My husband is also a doctor. I have 2 little kids. And I would rate it probably more than ma'am, 300 or maybe 500%.
Dr. Shakti.
I'm working in a private medical college. My wife is a postgraduate at present. And percentage, I would say at least 150 to 200%.
Dr. Anand.
So I work in a government institution. My wife is an orthodontist, so I have a daughter. It's an extremely important topic, 100% yes.
Yeah, so that brings to a point, most of us are working around an average of 8 to 10 hours. And then the percentage, it's almost an average of 300%. So that brings to the point that the discussion of this topic into this conference was so important. That brings to the point that although we don't have a solution, the thought that this is so important should bring at the back of our mind and should be a constant effort to improvise on it. So let's go ahead next. So this is a delicate balance. We have clinical nephrology, we have transplant, research, updating knowledge, administrative roles, conferences, and we all run a race for time for self and family. So now this is a question which is directed to all of you. First, I'll go to Dr. Swarnalata. How do you bring, now Dr. Urmila ma'am has given an excellent lecture on that we need to balance, we need to harmonize. But how do you exactly do? That's the whole point. You know, that is where you have to take baby steps. So tell me in a very short, sweet manner, how do you bring the delicate balance with the inspire of having so much of responsibilities, you know, your managerial skills, administrative, nephrology, research, etc., etc. So how do you bring the balance?
I feel I have never been able to bring that balance.
Okay, so that itself is an important thing. Never been able to do something which they want. So that is a recognition. So the knowledge that I'm not able to do what I want, that itself is a first point of improvisation and improvement. So that is a great thing. Yes. Doctor, yeah, go ahead. Dr. P.S. Valley.
So first of all, we need to understand that we should never be perfect. We should never chase the perfection. We should accept our life as this one. We should not focus on the goal, but rather on the journey.
So the process, you're not looking at the goal, but you feel that the process of going to the goal is more important, and over a period of time you will get better.
And we should not get into the trap of perfection and comparison. We should renew every day.
Perfect. Dr. Lavi, how do you bring in the delicate balance?
that's possible also because of how the people at work are and how the people at home are.
But
So
that's a
you
very
have to
important
be
point,
a-
because the whole point of balancing things depends upon where you work and the people along with you work. And if they have a comfortable environment, probably you will be able to strike that delicate balance better than otherwise.
And since you are a part of both of them, so you should be a good team member as well as you should be a good human being. to
Perfect. So
handle
a good workplace environment will help you to strike the balance. Dr. Shakti?
And also it depends on, to add to the point, it also depends on what you work for. For example, if you are working on an active transplant program, you cannot strike a balance. You have to go to your hospital, rush immediately if there is any complication.
So the kind of work also defines what you can strike a balance for. Yeah, go ahead. Dr. Anand.
Yeah, the most important thing is to feel that a balance is required. So that's the most important thing. Make micro improvements over time. And personally, I felt creating leaders within the team, within the family, as well as at the workplace makes a lot of difference.
Okay, so I think that understanding there is a problem and trying to reach the solution to the problem rather than actually reaching is the goal. Okay, fine. So now next question is to Dr. Swarnalata. Do you really strive to for a restricted family time? For example, Dr. Urmila ma'am told it's not possible. Do you really feel that you are able to clearly draw a boundary between your work and family life?
Considering the nature of work we do, particularly leading a transplantation program, it was very difficult to draw a line. This is my family time, this is my. And after COVID, we have realized it's like everybody is on call, and then teleconsultation, and then family, and then everybody are calling irrespective of what is the day hours. So it's very difficult to draw a line. But what we should achieve is whatever we should actually live that particular time. It's called mindfulness. You should able to whatever minimal time you are giving to the family, you should able to do with what you call wholeheartedness.
So
and
it's not possible, according to you, it's not possible to completely draw a line and have a restricted family time. So what's your concept of me time? I think Dr. Swarnalata ma'am was telling about me time. How does it help? How do you make that me time for yourself, and how does that help in bringing the balance?
Again, it's very difficult to have a me time, and I don't agree it's a me time, because as madam has rightly said, you should enjoy what you are doing. Even at workplace, if you are enjoying what you are doing, that becomes a me time.
Okay,
so they should not have separate time dedicated to that and do what
Yeah, that's clear. I think basically you enjoy what you do, and over a period of time, what you do becomes your me time. That's perfect. And now this is a very important question to Dr. Swarnalata, that you are actually a senior among the panel. So the delicate balance definition for me as an early career nephrologist who wants to do a lot of things, who wants to attend every patient's call, who wants to work that extra hours to make my mark, who wants to be in all the conferences so that I get every point and to interact with a lot. It might be different to a person like Dr. Urmila, who's actually gone by 20 years, maybe 15 years. And now she has seen the other fag end. So how does this concept of making time for family and self evolve over the last 10 to 20 years? That's also very important, because many of the junior faculty or junior people who are sitting there might actually think the other way out. So this concept has come over a period of time to what it is now. So how did that concept evolve?
No, it's very difficult. It comes with experience only. If despite having so much of discussion now, I think each individual has to have their own journey. And over a period of time, madam has rightly said, love and loathe. They try initially. They will be very eager to attend to all the conferences, get all the knowledge all across the world. But over a period of time, they understand what makes them happiness, and so they boil down to that, and that will try to give more productive in terms of work.
That's clear.
They
so
have more balance.
Yeah, so I think it's basically an evolution process which happens over a period of time, and it's not static. So whoever is hearing should not just take it the way it is told. I think you have to interpret from the background of the age and the part of the career you are, and slowly think for yourself that's where you are and make interpretations. I think I'm right about it. So now, taking care of oneself, we take care of so many people's health and kidneys. What do you do about our own health? Because you have definition of physical, mental, and social health. And this is something which we learn in SPM, but I have forgotten to do it. Now, this is go to Dr. Anand. Do you think you are able to take care of your health the way you wanted to?
Jitu, first of all, after several years, I feel I'm attending a rapid fire round.
Yeah, I think it is a rapid fire.
I'm sorry I can't answer as fast as you're asking the questions.
Okay. So do you think you're able to take care of the health
so the answer to this would be a big yes and a small no. Yes, in the sense, over the years, I've tried to understand what my body needs. because it's so different with everybody. It's not a one size fits all. So you need to understand yourself and which type of routine your body fits in. Yes, that's something which I feel I've satisfactorily been able to understand.
So the whole panel agrees to you, all of you feel that you're able to take care of the health the way you want. Okay, that's a very healthy panel you have. I really don't think I'm able to take care of the health I want to. So that's a great thing. Okay. So what are the factors which you feel that us doctors, we are not able to make time for our own health? Do you feel any factors which are impeding?
Yeah, I think there are quite a lot of things. One is the extremely hectic work schedule. One is the work schedule and the kind of responsibilities that we harbor. A lot of emotional toll that we take of the patients as well in making tough decisions in day-to-day practice. And night calls and sleep deprivation, all of these together contribute to the poor health. And yes, poor organization of time, that's possibly one of the main things which is underlying all these.
So many of these things are not under control. Many times are beyond our own control. Probably a good team effort from the management or the workplace can help us to some extent.
I would defer that. There's nothing that's not within our control. It's just the mindset which makes the difference. So if you can prioritize your tasks, if you can delegate the tasks, all of it can be achieved. And it's
yeah,
just
so that's important. You feel that it's still possible within
ourselves. It's achievable.
ourselves.
Only thing is you need to believe that it can be done. You have to give weightage to the thought that it is possible. Most of us don't do it. We don't give power to the idea that it's possible. If we do that, I think it's not something which is not achievable.
So I think that's very motivating. It has to come within, and then over a period of time,
Yeah,
you
it's
might.
always you have to seek within. The answers are within. So it's
Okay, I think I'll lead. How do you make time? Do you get time for leisure and hobbies? I see his video of a guitar. We play guitar and.
Yeah, this was a revelation for me because I learned guitar by myself, and this is post DM. Yeah. So. Yeah.
So how do you make time for that? Every day or?
It's like you need to channelize your time. So it's like a routine that you create for yourself from the beginning of the day. Not a very fixed routine, but yes, there's some flexibility. But the far end of the day, I do give for the leisure time because that's the time when I want to disconnect from the digital media. So this helps me with that, and that's the time when I fit it into my schedule. And yes, it definitely makes you a well-grounded person. It's not just your professional mastery; it's also a personal mastery, which is important, and they complement each other very well. So a success in one is going to contribute to a success in the other. So that's something which we need to
Great
appreciate.
point. So basically, your leisure and your hobbies will definitely complement your.
They complement very well, and it's extremely important. One of the things I learned in the process of learning the instrument was you could learn something at an age where I never believed that I could learn, at an age of 35 years. Right, so it gives you a motivation to do better, even in your professional.
So that's really motivating. I think that's a great lesson for all of us also. Now I come to Dr. P.S. Wali. It's all about time. You know, we have limited time, but we have overflowing schedules. We have newer responsibilities. We have academic roles. We have conferences to being organized. Then you have temptations to do more. You want to prove yourself. You want to make a change in the institute where you are. You want to make a change in the state you are. You know, so you have a lot of things to do with limited time. So there's a race against it. There's a lot of a fight going behind. So how do you manage this tussle within? Because this is something which I always feel. You know, I want to do a lot of things, but I have limited time. I take a lot of responsibilities, but not able to completely fulfill it. So how do you feel that? How do you manage this process?
Just by cut-shorting the deadlines, that is Parkinson's rule. Parkinson's rule says that the shorter the deadline, the more work you feel. So I just believe in cut-shorting the deadlines and then making it.
So, but still you take up all the all you want to do.
But for taking the work, then I follow that Ikigai framework. Ikigai says that as we age, we should try to focus on only things which we are good at, which has our passion, purpose of life, for which we are paid. If these three things are there, then obviously the work becomes more enjoyable.
So you prioritize those things based on what you enjoy, what earns you better, and what gives you happiness, and then leave the rest of it. I think that sounds very much with what Dr. Urmila was saying. You know, remove all the unnecessary stuff from your life. The second thing is there's a lot of fear of missing out on academic ventures and some fear of missing out on interacting with people, networking people. How do you feel this fear of venturing into, or fear of missing out on important things matters to younger generations? Is it there? Is it an unfound fear, or is it a fear which is valued?
It all depends on your expectations, your priorities. And I have good friends like you who will be constantly engaging us on Twitter with a lot of technical data. So obviously Twitter, FGAC, and then GlomeCon pubs, all this gives very instantaneous information. So as of now, as of 44 years, I'm just trying to come out of that particular fear.
We are all so much engaged in social media. Do you feel this it's more of a foe to family that we spend so much time on social media?
It's an inevitable evil, but only thing is we should know whom we are following on Twitter. If you follow all cinema heroes, we will get cinema heroes. If at all I follow intellectuals like you and other intellectual guys, obviously I will get the intellectual feed on.
Absolutely, that's a big lesson because it depends upon whom you follow. You follow politicians, you get feeds like that, and you get instigatory remarks, and then you go on doing the same. Now the last is young, energetic clinician, and lots more. So you have an establishing career, you want to do fellowships, and along with it, there's no cross in this slide. It's a hand in hand. You know, you have a new home, you have pregnancy, you have a toddler, you have a working partner. So now these questions are to Ravi. How do you balance between establishing a career versus family and kids? So, you know, you are on the part of starting a career, and at that point of time, you know, you want to start the family. How do you balance between the two? Or did you have a problem in doing that?
Actually, yeah, it's a hustle. There's no doubt about it. But again, like I said before, it's important that what kind of a place you're working at and what kind of a support system you have to take care of the kid when you are there for work. So it's not about a single person doing something out of ordinary to make the two things work, but it's actually a battery of people who are there to support you through thick and thin.
So basically, it's a family support which is very important as far
plus
as
the support at workplace. That
I think Dr.
matters
Swarnalata
equally.
will also agree the same. Do you have anything to add to it?
When individuals have their own challenges, they should evolve strategies to, and support system at home and at the workplace. You should have teamwork. Even if you're absent, the work should go on.
So what are the modifications do you get to do to make time for your family and kid? Do you do anything specific apart from whatever has been already told?
Was that I was wiser after my second pregnancy. So what I did differently, which helped me a lot, was shifting my clinic to a location which was closer to home, so that I could spend a good amount of time with.
That makes a lot of sense, because I think the amount of travel which probably you have to do in Delhi or Bombay or Bangalore, it's so much that, you know, if you can even able to save about half an hour in the morning, half an hour in the evening, that's almost 1 hour profit at the end of the day. So I think that's a great suggestion from Dr. Lobby. And third thing is that getting a job during post-maternity, like for example, you become pregnant and then throughout the pregnancy you carry, and at the end of, once you deliver, you have a break of about 6 months or 3 months, and then after that, do you change the job? Many a times I realize that there's no maternity leave, there's no payment done during the maternity leave in many of the corporate hospitals. So is it like the environment is not friendly, and how do you go about managing this?
This actually would vary with people. This question cannot have just one answer.
Okay.
But in my case, I was happy at the workplace I was when I conceived. So obviously, getting into the same job was my priority. And plus, because I love working in the hospital where I work, actually the leave that I took for this thing was actually 4 months for my 2 pregnancies. Combined, the situation would be different for everybody. And this is actually a complex area which would demand a discussion which can last for a couple of hours.
So again, there is a problem there, and then which needs to be addressed, I guess. That's the end of it.
Yes, it is quite complicated, but this would require a lot more time than just.
So how do you manage your kid while you go for academic meetings and conferences and all? So there's somebody to take care of the kid at home, or you bring
Yes,
it?
fortunately, I'm blessed to have my in-laws at home who take care of kids. I don't have to worry about them. And the second thing is, obviously, you need to cherry pick which conferences and academic meetings you can attend and which would add value to your existing qualifications, and that's how you.
So how do you go about managing the fatigue? I think, do you do anything specific to, because I have 2 kids, my wife is an orthopedician, so I mean, at the end of the day, we completely literally see it's completely, drowned out, literally, So how is there anything specific you do to manage the fatigue, or is this the normal routine?
I don't think that this is just about managing how you give time to certain things or certain things in your routine, but how well the people around you are there to support the different things with respect to childcare, with respect to tasks at workplace. So it's about that. I don't think I can pinpoint to anything specific that can manage the fatigue.
So I think this just one line. I think if you have to just tell these people who are left behind, just one line about making time for yourself, what is the single thing you will tell? Can I start with Dr. Shakti? Is that just one line? I don't go beyond that. Just one thing you want to just tell the people around, that what is the best thing you can do to make time for yourself and your family?
don't bring your work to your home.
Perfect. Go ahead.
Keep your priorities clear and gracefully say no when you can't do it.
Great. Dr. Lavi?
Be a good mentor, empower people around you so that they are ready to shoulder responsibilities when you cannot do it.
Perfect.
At workplace, start delegating the work, and at home, start enjoying small things with your family. When small things also matter most.
Great. Dr. Swarnalata?
It's just living that moment and mindfulness.
Yeah. So I think there are the take-home points. I think we had a great discussion. Thank you so much.
Good evening. With this, we come to the end of today's workshop. In fact, all of you have already, most of you have moved for dinner. We would like to extend our thanks to our sponsors, that is Laranon, for providing all the valuable help. Also, all the speakers and chairpersons for sparing their time from their busy schedule to come here and be with us. And above all the delegates. Without you, this conference isn't successful. So thank you very much. Good night. Yeah, we would go